brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. Feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
君のことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
That is the Changing Lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
rise above the days to come. Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right.
It's another round of GB Sports. It's another round of football. This time around, we have invited BDS to see who's truly best at their team at kicking balls. The rules are simple. We have given our players a list of champions that they can pick from. They're playing for 10 minutes, and whoever scores the most by the end of those 10 minutes wins the game. Okay, ball in the middle.
Ball in the middle. Ball in the middle.
We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
Oh wait, I TP'd. I'm sorry. I cheated. Where are you guys going, by the way? Guys, what is this? Okay.
First goal has been confirmed. And the ball's chilling on the side. They're not really ready for it yet, are they? They're just waiting for it in the middle.
Okay.
Go. 2 goals over. Ready.
Oh, we are getting cooked.
We are. Nice. It's straight to 2-1.
Okay. What? Okay. Oh my god. Bro, I started so good. One bad rooster. Okay. No. Okay. What the f? Bro. What the f? No. Oh, nice. Let's go. That's a good. Okay, we need to focus. Okay. Oh, nice.
On the line.
No. DP. Wow.
3. The ball
4-3.
has its own feeling.
4-3. Wow, 4-3. What? Chill.
Oh, an opportunity.
Okay. 5-3. Look. The bodies. Bro, I'm getting taunted by Lucas. Look, stop. Wow. Well played, Rooster. Well played. Okay, that's a goal. Okay. Oh, that's a goal. Rooster, focus.
7-6. 3 minutes left to play.
Oh,
opportunity.
Rooster. Wow. Messi Prime. Ronaldo.
7-7.
Okay, that's a goal.
We can pause it and check VAR. Are you requesting a VAR?
Nah.
I trust my ball.
Okay, 8-7.
Rooster.
Okay.
Benzema Prime. Neymar. Oh. Well. Oh, Rooster. Bro, and this is legal field.
And the ball's getting everywhere on the field.
You TP'd.
An own goal under the ball.
Oh my god, guys. No. It's enough.
Oh!
It's in.
10-9. Opportunity for comeback.
Okay, nice, let's go. What? Bro, stop it. Wow.
That's it, by the way.
That's 11-9.
Okay.
1 minute left to play.
1 minute left. Look, wrong side, bro.
Okay.
1 minute still to go.
Like, pause doesn't matter. 11. No!
15 seconds left. 12, 11, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did it go in time? Does it come down to go? Yeah, I'm being told that it did go in time. It comes back to golden goal.
Golden goal. No.
Yes.
Bro, I see it. No.
That's everything you did.
What an amazing day of football here in the LEC studios. And nail biter. But at the end of the day, Paris and Ice, they take it away.
W in the chat for BDS here and for GB. Actually, I love those episodes. Honestly, both a shoutcaster and a referee for this one.
I mean, I do love everything. It's a multi-role talent thing, you know how it is.
GB Sports. It's in the game.
A quick preview before we talk about something else. Do you have one specific favorite for this GB Sports that we are going to have this summer? With one specific.
I don't want to get spoiled.
I'm not going to spoil any. There's one I think that I'm actually really proud of that will probably be a G2 one. I don't know when that one is coming up, but the G2 one
is insanely good. I can't wait for it.
Nice. Stay tuned for the G2-1. Now, after today, we're going to be halfway through the summer regular season. So I kind of want to check where we left things at so far and where we stand in the standings. Because, yeah, when we look at Fnatic, for instance, after today, they will only have one more game to play. They already locked for top 4, but they will not lock a top 2 yet because there's a lot of tiebreaker scenarios for other teams to get there. But what do we think about the group situation so far?
I mean, so far, at least over on this side, it's sort of gone how I expected in the second group, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's Group A to me, where everything is still so up for grabs. I know that MKOI's finally come back. They found their first victory, but there's this unknown quantifying, I don't know how you want to explain it, but Giant X and Vitality,
Yeah.
I feel like they can be so much up in the air and like do different things. And I think they can kind of play spoiler for how that group is going to turn out.
I think particularly with it being single round robin, it gets very, very close, very, very quick. We're almost halfway through. And a reminder, if you end up like around here, things get very complicated for you around this kind of third to fourth matchup in there. Giant X, they've impressed me, but they are still at 1 and 2. And that's going to make them a little bit of this kind of hidden danger midway through the table here if they do end up in that kind of spot.
Yeah, looking a bit doomed so far for the top 4 and 5 teams we have in both groups. Team Heretics, SK. You were a Team Heretics enjoyer, right?
So my hot take at the start of the split was I said that Team Heretics would once again become top 6.
Do you
which
want to
is
review that
making playoffs.
statement?
No, I do not want to review that statement because we're playing cross group, right? So that's the thing, right? So new format. If you're not fully sure about it, if you're top 4, you move on to the next stage, would be our play-ins, 2 playoffs, which would be top group, like cross group. So these 2 would play against these 2s over here. And I could easily see Team Heretics, if they got matched up against Vitality, maybe kind of sneak one in. Why do I think that? Because it happened in spring. So, you know, it's still up for grabs.
Now, for some of the returning teams that we have, MKOI came back yesterday, and yeah, as you know, there's not a lot of games to play. They have a pretty packed and difficult schedule for this week. Yesterday went good, KC today.
And that's a really big step up there. Now, MKOI came in, and I do think that there were some issues with drafts. It's very hard to sort that on a new patch. This is not a lot of time to figure that out.
And for BDS, we're going to have them today against Fnatic. I don't have any issues with the debuts they had last week, but we want to see more, especially given the schedule that they're going to have. Fnatic today, you want to come out strong if you want to have the hope of making it out of the group out as fast as you can.
I'm not worried about Fnatic. I'm worried about BDS.
Yeah, BDS.
I think for BDS, they've had roster changes, and they had a solid early game against SK, but the fact that that series against SK was as close as it was, the fact that they threw those early game leads, like game 1, they picked up 3 kills in the first 3 minutes, and that game still ended up being close. That, to me, was a disappointment for a team that used to be a clear top 3, which obviously is not anymore.
And obviously, they're adapting to their own... A lot of teams are adapting to their own changes. I actually think BDS came in at a decent level with that in mind. It's just that it's happening in this split at this point in the year. If you have got hopes towards finishing higher and higher up the table, having that development right here, it's going to get a little bit edge of your seat.
And it's one of those things where Bukata said in an interview, going from SK to BDS was a clear difference, because at SK, if you made playoffs, they were happy about it. For now on BDS, Worlds is the minimum. And if they're not getting that, they're not happy about it.
Absolutely. And on the other side, we have KC. If they win today, they lock top 2, given the situation we have in the group. But that's a discussion for later, because we're going to have the return of Pobe and Fnatic here in game 1. And we have the killable Demon King in the very first Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. Over to you, Shucks.
We've got Pobe here after a great first week with Fnatic. So, Pobe, how was your first week in the LEC?
I'm joining LEC first week. We 2 win. I'm very happy. My teammates very good feeling.
Yes, it looks like it. So how is the communication in English and then the team spirit overall?
I many practice English class. I think getting better English.
Yeah, it sounds really good.
Yeah.
You know that the fans have been so nice and so kind. They love to see you in the LEC. What did you think of all that reception?
I think LEC fan is very fighting.
Yeah.
Fan says, I work here. Pobe, very I like it.
Yeah, I hope they'll do it again, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And what do you feel about your level as a mid laner in the LEC?
In LEC?
Yeah.
I think I'm first.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go, Pobe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
If Pobe doesn't have any fans anymore, it means that I'm not here anymore. How can you not be a fan of this player, honestly? And I love the confidence that he has here. I'm first. And let's check out actually how he's been doing so far in the LEC, because he hasn't been facing off against maybe the top tier mid laners that we have. Camilo and Abedagger were last week. Today, though, what do we think of the matchup against Nuke?
No, I agree. He's played against the lowest tier of mid laners so far, Camilo and Abedagger. Today is the benchmark. Nuke, for such a long time, has been a gatekeeper to the higher tiers of mid laners in the LEC. If he manages to do what he did to Camilo and Abedagger, which was really solid played by Pobe, he is for sure establishing himself as one of the best mid laners in the league, and he's breaking into the upper bracket.
And I love how that interview we just saw there, I don't think that's arrogance. I think that's realism. You can kind of tell, by the way, incredible English for, I'm glad that he's committing to that as well. It's not easy to learn languages in a whole new situation. The fact that he's adapting so well, I think that realism there, I believe it when he says that.
Yeah, I mean, let's check out the stats actually, because he was saying that he is first so far in the LEC. It was true before yesterday. He was first in every category that we're going to see here very soon. But with caps and his first games yesterday in the LEC, he is now second. But still, what role has he been able to fill with Fnatic?
When I think about the games which he's played, I see him taking textbook winning matchups and playing it out just to the letter. When he's playing Orianna versus Talia, hitting every single QW in lane, about 90% hit rate when I went back and watched it. And that leads to him, blowing flashes at level 6 over the level 5 because he gets that XP advantage as well. He doesn't get caught out by over-pushing into stuff like the Talia Nocturne. He knows when to push safely too. If you need him to play something by the book, this guy is so good at it. And I think that's kind of what Fnatic were looking for as well. A known quantity of a high level in the mid lane, if at all possible. Of course, we need to see how far that ladder goes, and it's very hard to overcome someone like our own mid lane king here in the EU like Caps.
And I fully agree with Alex's assessment of the situation. I think on control mages, he's such a great player, and he fills what they really needed in terms of stability. But another thing I had the pleasure of noticing is when I was recording content with Fnatic as well, when we're doing these GB Sports thing, unfortunate thing happened. We had a power outage in the studio, so we were sitting around for an hour. So I got to experience the team dynamic of Fnatic.
It's the Madrid experience, you know?
Yes, exactly. But they all had a great time. All of them loves Pobe. It's clear to see. Like, he's bringing such a good vibe to this team. They're playing around with football. We're playing darts. We're doing all these sorts of different things. And it's just a Fnatic that seems happier with the introduction of Pobe. And I think that shows as well, because they suddenly probably have a lot more work ethic with a new player coming, wanting to prove not only him proving himself, but that's probably rubbing off of the team as well with the joy and with the enthusiasm.
And that's what Razork was saying last week in the interview, actually, the fact that he's contributing to this new atmosphere that they were looking for Fnatic. He was talking in his interview about the fact that he's learning English. His English is really good. I want to see how it plays out in game, actually. Fnatic published a video earlier this week, so let's check it out and see how Pobe communicates with the rest of the team.
Talia can go first. I can push him. They're here. 5k, okay? Yeah, we can invite. Finish. Nocturne is farming, I think. I go top. Go flash, rel flash. Enemy give and go attack on. Yeah. I can push both. You go base and top. I can combo here. You not Talia no flash? We can chunk. Oh, she's dead. It's fine. I kill. Yeah. Together go base. Yeah. All together? Yeah, all together.
What do you want to say, Pobe?
I think this game, same last game. Enemy have tempo. Yeah. Enemy have really good engage. We should side core important. Same number fight, very easy win. Yeah, can you ultimate? No long fight.
I mean, he's doing so good.
Yeah, honestly, and I think what's impressing me the most here is the kind of leadership role he's pulling on himself. Like, we already just saw him give lane assignments. I will go bot, you go up top here. He's setting the stage for Fnatic's next move. I think that's really impressive.
And it's all very concise. There was a problem in the past from many teams where they talk too much. This is clear communication, and it's great to see him at this starting point already.
Some roads lead to him, but all the roads of the LEC right now are open to Pobe. He is back with Fnatic, and it's going to be against BDS today. So let's see how they do. Casters, over to you.
Here we go into game 1 of day 2 of week 2 of the LEC summer season split, whatever we want to call it. I'm Medic. I'm joined not by Vedius today. Today I'm joined by a wonderful man. He's the Flying Finn himself, but he's from Sweden. So that's slightly confusing, but he's still a cool dude. It's Finn. Yeah, thanks as well, audience, for all the applause for Finn. That was great. I really appreciated you celebrating the right. I've got to, man. I've got to. The world right now. It's great to have you here again.
Yeah, it's great to be back. I'm really looking forward to this series because I think There's a lot of interesting matchups. We always have the Nuke versus Pobe. I'm kind of interested in tracking the top 10 matchup because Oscar has had a few oopsies in laning phase here and there, and I think Rooster came into week 1 with a really dominant laning phase, and I want to see if we can kind of push Oscar a little bit, try to get some leads there in the individual matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he is able to get leads in that matchup. Last week against Dundon, he did have a really good time to Rooster up towards that top side. BDS had an okay time, I will say, versus SK. A couple of early kills on the Jinx in one of the games. Weren't really able to snowball it that well, but they did end up winning both their games. So it's kind of, you know, you're satisfied, but perhaps not too excited so far by BDS.
I mean, I'm gonna recap the last BDS series. It was BDS gets really ahead early, like unnaturally ahead. Then they are really slow in mid-game. They're basically not doing anything, kind of not progressing the game forward. And then they get a really good teamfight win around 30 minutes. And that's kind of how they will finish the game off. I mean, I want to see how they approach the draft right now. I want to see what kind of angle they're going for.
So, I've let you down, Finn. What? I'm really sorry. I didn't tell you that you need to be on the other headset. Apparently, you're meant to be on headset 2, and you opened up headset 1. It's my fault. I should have informed you. So if you want to hold down that mute button and then put this headset on while holding down this mute button, that would be great. I'll talk about things while you switch over. We get on into the draft. You can stop pressing that one. I'll hold this one for you, my dude. Fnatic on the blue side, BDS on the red side. It's Pantheon, Wukong, and Trundle banned out so far.
Yes, and this Trundle prio has been something that has been increasing. We see all these AD skirmishers kind of being taken out early. My eyes are still on the Varus that is still up and available. Has been banned a lot on the red side. Gwen being target banned towards Oscar Win, and maybe is telling of an early Xante or Sion pick that has been increasing in prio globally.
Varus actually banned out in every single LEC game so far. Only 3 times on the blue side, 16 times on the red out of those 19 games that we played. By taken away by Fnatic. We'll see if BDS can sign Varus to the bench once again.
I remember when I screamed played Fnatic last year, we didn't think Upset was very comfortable on the Varus. I remember, so one of our strategies was we give them Varus because he didn't seem like he prioritized as much. Upset obviously being very good on the Jinxes, the Aphelios, all the Yunara's champions. We'll see here, does he actually go for the Varus? Because now BDS is just inviting him to take that power pick that is banned globally almost every single game.
Yeah, it would be a surprise if we don't see Fnatic picking it up. Even if you're not the most comfortable on Varus, he is just the strongest AD carry when it comes to competitive play right now. He gives you good poke, he has good damage if you need it in terms of going for the on-hit build, also strong in the laning phase, can get lane prio whenever he wants, has crowd control on his ultimate, has a little bit of self-peel with that ultimate as well. It's locked in. No real surprises there. Sion is the answer from BDS alongside Aphelios for Ice.
Yeah, I mean, Varus really is Mr. Perfect. Ice had a great performance on the Aphelios. Kind of want to pair that up with a Fresh. Wonder if we're going to see another top lane pick here against the Sion. Rumble, something being quite common, is not that comfortable to play into Sions. Usually we see a bit more Ambessa, but my eyes are on the jungle matchup because there's a Pantheon ban, there's a Trundle, Vi, and Wukong ban. So either you now go into the tank junglers or you try to skirmish, find those last skirmish junglers like the Jarvan or the Xin Zhao that are still up and available, as Fnatic rightfully does.
Yeah, there's the Jarvan locked in already for Fnatic, so they're going for something that can have that impact in the early game, but also very powerful in team fights. You've already got quite a lot of AoE crowd control coming out from the side of Fnatic. On top of that, put a Rumble in there with the Equalizer. It is going to be very difficult to deal with Fnatic's team fight in the early mid game. You know, there's a kind of 1.5 to 2 item spikes, whereas later on BDS will get tanky. Obviously the Sion can tank up for quite a while. The Aphelios is going to do a lot of damage, and with the Moonlight Vigil can actually enact some of that DPS from range.
I would not be surprised to see a Fresh right now. It's a classic Jarvan counter because obviously you pick Jarvan against all these immobile mid lane champions like the Aphelios and the Victor coming out. So now you're kind of walking into the Jarvan very willingly, and I assume Fnatic can now take away the Fresh if they want to, going into 4-5, and kind of interesting choice to go for the Victor now blind when the Jarvan is there, when the Rumble is there. It's not a comfortable Victor game to play, I would say.
It is going to be a tricky one. We've seen Pobe bringing out the Orianna a couple of times so far. I would like something a little bit more aggressive in the laning phase for him here. When you have a Jarvan, if you can get that Victor's flash early, then you can just successively kill that Victor on repeat. It is something Nuke's very comfortable on. He's very happy to play these control mages in the mid lane, but mid lane matchup is definitely somewhere our eyes are drawn to in this game. Yone banned away, Thresh taken away by Fnatic. BDS getting rid of the Yone. It's part of that all-in potential, but also an AD mid with an AP top is a tale as old as time in League of Legends competitive play.
It's very true, Medic.
Thanks.
I'm thinking about the Annie right now for Pobe. I think it's something he showed great prowess on in the previous week. Nico being taken out for Mickey. Obviously being a little rat with the little cannon minion trick. He's very competent using that for early tower dives, and this kind of gives Pobe and Mickey like a lot of swing room because they're not getting targeted. They're getting one champion banned each, which doesn't mean that their pools are so concentrated. So now you can kind of see what they're going to go for. But first, we have the pick of BDS as the Poppy is being taken away.
I mean, the Poppy being banned kind of pushes you towards a Rel, possible Nautilus or a Khan coming out from the side of Fnatic. They want someone that can have that follow-up engage on the Jarvan. And Rakan actually works really well when someone else is already initiating for you, because you just E to them, you press your R, you don't have that lockout on your W or your flash actually stopping you from getting the charm off immediately. So wouldn't be surprised at all if Fnatic decide to go towards the Rakan, something Mickey's really comfortable on, gives him great agency in the early game as well.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the Shinsha being locked in here by BDS, and I think it makes sense. It's the last kind of skirmish jungler still in the pool. You could go for Sedge or Maokai. It doesn't really work that well with Victor and Sign. You kind of want something to take a little bit more agency in the river skirmishes. Rel might be a better pick than Rakan. The thing with Rakan blind is that you can be a little bit weak in the laning phase.
That's true.
You have Varus to kind of help you in the laning phase to get through that, but maybe they want something to kind of put more pressure on Ice and Paris in the lane, because I know when Fnatic works at their best, it is through that bot lane. When Upset and Mickey has agency in their lane, that's usually when the magic happens.
I 100% agree with that, and it looks like that is what they're going for. Some aggression in the form of the Alistar. BDS could look to a Braum here if they wanted, could look for their own Rakan as well if they want some engage for themselves. Braum obviously better at disengaging, but will struggle into things like a Jarvan and the Equalizer because he can't block the ability for them to actually get on towards his backline that easily.
I mean, I'm really scared for the carries of BDS this game, because you have a Victor and an Aphelios with only Rakan as peel versus a Jarvan, an Alistar, and a Rumble. And they're all going to dive you and lie down that red carpet with Rumble ult. And I feel like BDS kind of has to be the one to pull the triggers first, because if they let Fnatic engage on them, I really struggle to see how they will put out a lot of damage to combat that engage. So really in their court right now.
So how are BDS going to pull the trigger? Because I look at it, I see Unstoppable Onslaught is a possible, but it's quite easy to walk away from, unless it's very short range. You have the Xin Zhao dashing in, have Rakan follow-up, but their CC isn't as hard as a Flag and Drag, a Headbutt Pulverize, a Chain of Corruption.
I mean, it's very important you play for your lanes, right? You gotta make sure your Victor can rotate safely for the river. You can't really leave him on the side lane alone. Thankfully, Sign will be quite self-sufficient in a side lane, and he's not gonna have a lot of hovers, which will allow them to kind of make sure Nuke is safe, put on a nice vision line, and kind of make sure he can get the damage done and get those items that he needs to kind of carry the fights later on. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a tankier Victor build or a little bit of a Sonia's coming out, just to make sure he doesn't get he doesn't die the first time they dive him.
We will have a short waiting period before we get on into the lobby. Make sure everything is as perfect as possible for our players. For Fnatic, they have locked top 4 in their group, meaning that they won't be eliminated before we get into playoffs. But obviously, they want to top that group if they can make it into the second round of the playoffs, because the top 1 and 2 in each group get a bye. 3 and 4 then have to play cross group to try and get into that next stage. You're calling... Okay, the invincible LEC Emperor.
I see it. I see it. I like it. I like it because of... Pobe, please save the LEC. Damn.
Wow.
Wow, a lot of...
In dire straits.
A lot of faith on his shoulders.
Or some roads lead to him. Right?
Form is temporary.
Pobe is sometimes, I guess. I do really want him to crack out the Yone at some point, because I think Pone is just... Pone pones them. You know, you've got that sort of alliterative joy. He has had a really good start to his career here in the LEC. Obviously played a bunch in challenges and back on T1 a few years ago in the LCK. But I will say the challenges he faced in week 1 were not insurmountable in terms of mid lane opponents.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think I want to see how Pobe holds up in the laning phase against our upper echelon of mid laners that we have in the league, because he played against Abe and Camilo, who has strengths in their own right. But I wouldn't put them as the dominant laners per se. I don't think they're going to push him in the lane. He played the Annie versus, I think it was Orianna, and he was doing completely fine in the matchup, kind of going unpunished there. And I feel like maybe a better mid laner would get a little bit more leverage out of that matchup. And I'm cautious because there's so much hype surrounding him. I'm cautious towards facing him because I don't want to like be in a bandwagoner, but he does have a lot of strengths. I really like how decisive he is with his engages, and he finds angles that kind of propels the games forward and kind of puts him in bad positions, but at least allows his teammates to kind of put a damage. So he's not very selfish, I would say, in that.
Yeah, and that's always something nice to see. It kind of, when you get to higher level competition, there is a degree of selfishness you need from players like your mid laner and your AD carry specifically, because they need the gold to do the damage, and that is primarily their job in fights. So we'll see if that changes when Fnatic face up against G2, when Pobe has to face up against Caps. We'll see if Fnatic continue their winning ways, because although they are at the top of the group with a 2-0 scoreline, especially against Heretics, things were not clean. Things took them a little bit of time. Upsets Kaiser is a free win, but, according to that person in the crowd. I can have a quick look at his stats, actually. I only win 60% of the time, I'm afraid. Played it 62 times across his career.
Still an impressive win rate. That's his most played.
Yeah, it's one of these things. A lot of people will pick a win rate number, and I used to do this a lot, in isolation. And they'll be like, oh, Faker on his Galio wins 62% of his games.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
And then you look at his all-time win rate, and it's like 65%. Yeah. I've made those numbers up, I'm just going to say. It's like, actually, his Galio is worse than the rest of the things he's playing in that team. I shouldn't have used Faker, because I know there's some T1 fans somewhere in the world who are going to send some trucks to my house.
I mean, it's like let's use me as an example. If I have a 40% win rate across my career, but I have a 70% win rate on Kled, I am a genius on that.
Yeah, you're a Kled god, man.
Yeah, like you gotta check at the average level. You gotta go lower below par, and I mean, Upset does have a 54% win rate average.
Yeah, so it's slightly above average,
which is very impressive. He's a really good Kaiser player, and Varus being a perfect 50% win rate, we'll have to see how he pilots that this game. But I'm also curious, would you go on-hit Varus or Lethal Varus this game? Because I see the argument for both sides.
Yeah, I can see the argument for both sides as well. I think I would probably go lethality, because I think Fnatic want to force 2-item spike fights. I think they really want to play for we kill them before they get too tanky. Now, you could go on hit because of the Scion and you scale for the later game, but I like lethality.
Yeah, and I feel like it fits more Upset's agenda as well, because when you go lethality, you go to comment, obviously you base on like a straight Dirk, and you're going to have a lot more lane prowess. You're going to have a lot more base damage in laning phase, and it allows you to push your lead a little bit more than, because you're not going to get that many lethal tempo procs in the laning phase. So he has chosen the comment, and I assume we're going to see lethality. I think they have enough damage in the team. They don't need to rely on him to put out all the damage.
Yeah, my expectation is Fnatic will force around objectives. They will go for the plays, they'll go for the skirmishes. You want to, when you have things like a Jarvan, when you have a Rumble, when you have the Alistar as well. Both the supports going for the Unsealed Spellbook. It's Domination secondary for Paris, probably going for that sudden impact, deep ward, whatever it is, on the Rakan. Can also run sudden impact if you want. Does just give you that little bit more damage. Upset moving up towards the mid lane, perhaps looking just for a piercing arrow through Nuke, and now Nuke has lost 100 HP and will be slightly behind in the lane.
Mana flow, baby.
Oh yeah.
I have a Conqueror on the Rumble as well. I assume when I see the Conqueror, we're gonna get this like triple mask build. You're gonna get the Leandris, you're gonna get the Riftmaker, you're gonna get the Bloodletter's Curse, and you're gonna try to contest a little bit more on the side lane. Because what happens with Rumble if you go full AP, and then you go on the side lane against the Behemoth that is Sion with a Kinnick Rookern, your entire combo is that Rookin Shield, or maybe the Soul Furnace as well. So now at least you can maybe play for the second, third Flame Spitter or Flame Heater. I don't know the name of that ability.
Flame Spitter was right.
Flame Spitter was right. Damn, I got it. The second or third rotation of that spell, and then you can actually kind of go through that plating of Sion. But yeah.
It's also not Oscar's main job, right? Like, trying to do damage to the Sion on the lane, he will try. He probably won't get that much damage down, but Oscar's more about putting pressure on Nuke and Ice, these low mobility carries on the backline with that equalizer, allowing Razork to jump in with the Cataclysm, as we see Ice and Paris trading down towards that bottom side. For anyone who missed it earlier on, Fnatic have locked top 4 in their group. Congratulations to them. If they win this game, they will be still sitting atop that group at 3-0. It'll be very difficult for most teams to catch them. I think there is a way that we could have 3 teams at 3-1. With if G2 win and BDS win their last 2, we'd have 3 teams at 3-1, which means Fnatic wouldn't automatically be locked top 2, which is why we can't say if they win this game, this series, that they're already in that top 2.
That's right.
Yeah,
that is absolutely right, Medic.
Thank you.
Masterfully calculated.
It was poorly presented, but masterfully calculated. I'll take that.
See, Upset already taking the prio in this lane, which is kind of expected. I mean, you're a Rakan connoisseur. How do you like the Alistar matchup? I feel like it's not that easy to go for aggressive Ws in the laning phase unless you have a level lead.
For the Rakan? Yeah, it's really difficult to go in, because if you go in and you don't get the knock-up, and even if you do get the knock-up, you're getting knocked up yourself, and then you can always just be slammed back towards the enemy's tower. Then it's a long way back to your Aphelios, so you're going to take more damage on the trade. Often you're trying to just trade with Gleaming Quill, look for some healing, keep your AD carry popped up, hope that he trades in effectively. I also don't really like Rakan into Alistar later in the game, because if you go for an engage, it's really easy for the Alistar just to be a meat shield and just look to knock you away, look to get in your face. It's so tricky actually for the Rakan without a cleanse, which he can get off the Unsealed Spellbook, to be effective at getting onto that backline.
Yeah. And we actually, speaking of the cleanse, we do see a cleanse from Ice this game, which is, I mean, I'm a little bit confused because I see only really a Varus ult, maybe an Alistar stun or a Pobe snare that he wants to cleanse. I feel like you're giving up a little bit of that lane fighting power, and it really will be a slow laning phase, I think, from this Rakan Aphelios. They don't really have any combat summoners.
I don't think it's going to be slow from them. I don't think it's going to be slow for them, because they've already locked up as Razork looked for the gank early on. Completed his first clear, went down towards the bottom side, and we talked about playing through Upset and Mickey. That's exactly what Fnatic want to do.
I mean, the only thing he can't cleanse is suppresses and death. Sadly, he can't get out of that one. Has a TP back here from the Rooster, going for the swap here. This is something Genji does a lot, actually, when I watch them games. Sometimes
die in lane and then swap?
Yes, sometimes Ruler would just die to dive like this, and then he would just go top, and the lane state would be so comfortable. Sign is going to be really happy right now because he pushed out top lane, and he has a little bit of a CS lead, and he really wants to keep matching the Rumble, though, so now Rumble is going to run after him. But now you have this slow push on BDS, and you can kind of dictate the wave now. Despite them dying, he will be fine.
The problem is, though, Upset has TP. So it's actually much harder to control the lane state than it would be if that was a traditional AD carry set of summoner spells. He just teleports back in, can start using the piercing arrow to chip away at some of those minions. Mickey walks around to make sure they're covered in terms of vision control as well.
Yeah, eyes on the bounce here. BDS really wants to get his crash out, but Shincha wants to go and get his bot side camps. So it's a pure 2v2 right now, and I feel like BDS, by their positioning, they look a little bit scared of Fnatic.
Understandably so. You've already got the tier and a longsword for Upset. There is a longsword on the side of Ice, so it's only a tier difference, but it is tricky for that bot lane to really withstand the pressure. Bukata's going to clear out some of the vision that Mickey laid down in his jungle. Both the junglers pathing down towards that bottom side. As on the rest of the map, Honor's relatively even. It looks like Razork's going back up towards the top side. Could just be going for a repeat gank here. No camps for him to take. Not that he would be entirely aware of that.
Yeah, he's going to loop all the way around there and try to push his wave up. You see already probably roaming up with the ult ready to available. They want to go for a second dive here. I don't think they can defend it.
And there's no TPs for BDS as well. So this is a 4v2 in the making. Ice with the root under the tower, but Mickey wasn't tanking. A great double knockup. Mickey might fall to the tower shot. He will, but it's 3-1 in favor of Fnatic. They have found the weakness in BDS, and they are punishing.
And a beautiful rotation by Pobe, including himself in the play, and this is the problem with the Varus. You don't give Varus because it's just such a strong lane bully, and despite you counterpick in the support, you don't actually counterpick a stronger matchup.
Flash away from Oscar, and I think he did have to flash from the unstoppable onslaught, but in the end, it's just an exchange of that ultimate for the flash.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't want to get to 1 HP here, because then maybe you can't catch it way after. Now he'll be fine. He has the equalizer. He'll probably get a base up, but look at this play again. Really well constructed here by Fnatic. Mickey has a double knockup. Raz got a double knockup. Maybe Mickey could have gotten out a little bit faster, but you take this. You're happy as a Fnatic fan if you see this. You see massive gold influx on Upset. Already 700 gold lead, and game is looking good if you're a Fnatic fan.
Oh, they'll be really happy with how this has gone. I think Mickey could have walked away if he hadn't gone for the headbutt afterwards, and that'll be okay because Paris picks up the kill, so it's not even gold going into the pockets of that Aphelios. And this is exactly what we said Fnatic wanted to do from the draft. Early aggression, early skirmishes, use the Jarvan. Oscarinin is going to be left on an island. His job is just to farm the waves and eventually come to team fights with the Leandries or a couple of Haunting Geysers.
Guess who's back?
Back again. Is it Shady?
It's Shady Razork here looking for a Krug. He's just making sure BDS can't get a clean crash here. They will just take the base when the wave is bouncing and gonna try to get a little bit of a tempo advantage, but it really blows because now you might drop on wave here, or at least you're gonna have to catch it. Does look for another swap, but I feel like they're just playing on the back foot all the time. They're just running after waves, trying to get a little crumb of money to get the items.
It's just so tricky for BDS because they've built a scaling composition. Aphelios Victor is not early damage unless someone dives you and you've got red-white, right? That's the only situation really in which you're going to win out on trades. Now they're having to move away again from Upset and Mickey. And Upset and Mickey already on their way down towards the bottom side of the map. Grubs are up though. BDS did manage to pick up the first dragon of the game earlier. Expectations are that Razork should just be able to get those grubs relatively uncontested. I'm not really surprised that Fnatic have decided to play through the Upset WinCon, because last week he had an absolute stormer. Ended up 26-6 and 28, was ahead at gold at 14 minutes, ahead in damage per minute difference. That's not his, like, I can't express it enough how big 200 extra damage a minute is for an AD carry. His enemy AD carry is doing 200 less damage per minute of the game than he is.
This is a complete machine, and here you see the annoying thing you get into, because now Razork, he did a bot gank, and then Mickey and Upset was freezing again. And BDS have all the players bot sides kind of help push him out, but Razork, he's not there anymore. Now he's doing grubs on the other side of the map, but it's just like the threat of Razork being there forces BDS to send everyone down to use Protect Ice so you can get one little wave of XP and gold. And now it's just gonna snowball into this really negative kind of mush of unpleasantness.
Yeah. It's a negative mush of unpleasantness. I agree with you. That's what BDS are thinking. And if you are them, you are just trying to slow the game down. They've done an okay job of that. It hasn't been enjoyable for Ice or for Paris, but moving the AD carry and the support away from the lanes, away from the matchups consistently is allowing them to stabilize a little bit. They haven't died in a couple of minutes, which is more than can be said for the first few minutes of the game, as they had a bullseye on their backsides from Fnatic and from Razork. Paris is looking for Oscarinin, and no flash, remember. There's the quickness. Unstoppable onslaught into the decimating smash. Wind becomes lightning, and Oscar becomes fish food. Dead as BDS pick up their second of the game. Good wave play, though, with the equalizer means that they can't push for anything more.
Slight souls for BDS. I mean, Rooster forced his flash earlier, so which means it's a very easy kill if you have some members on that screen. Oscar a little bit overzealous there. Probably just could have equalized the wave and walk away and be happy with his life. Now he dies, but it's not really gonna. It's not gonna change the fact that Upset is just taking over this game. This is a small step for a bigger ladder to climb.
Ice stepping forward a little bit here. Mickey has snuck his way in behind. Ice has the flash. Flash early from Mickey. There's a pulverized knockup. Ice has the cleanse. Will use it from the trample. Chain of corruption with a piercing arrow not connecting. So Ice now summonerless. Mickey will have his sums back up quicker because of that unsealed spell book.
Oh, here's Razork and Pobe. They're coming again. Look at them going into the bot side jungle together, and they really want to make lives. Ice's life.
It's just a living nightmare.
A living nightmare, you couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, they want to put him on ice as they try and step in, but because they're not quite sure exactly where Bukata is, they can't really go for too much more. BDS once again protecting their AD carry enough to stop the dive from fully materializing. Razork comes back around, expecting Bukata to have moved away because of the time he would have had to spend around here would have been too much of an investment. Pobe's going to spot Nuke on the move across. And in the end, I expect the dive to be called off. Razork just putting a flag in the bush to spot if anyone's waiting there.
I mean, Razork doesn't have to do anything. He just has to sit there. And every single time Fnatic pushes this wave, they get a little plate, they get a little chunk on the tower, and they're just waiting for this dragon to spawn in 5 seconds. And they're just completely happy just sitting here, because every single time Razork is here, Bukata has to be there as well to protect them. And now Bukata went for a recall to get his item. That means Ice and Paris has to base and drop this tower, as well as the Drake afterwards. And
it might just be the full tower with the grubs. No one really here to defend, as you say. First tower of the game will go over to Fnatic, sharing the plate gold, but you can see a 1.2k gold lead will materialize on that Varus. And you wonder why it's been banned out 19 times in a row so far. Perhaps this is why.
Yeah, but I think for any like aspiring pro player that wants to improve how to snowball for bot, I think this game is a blueprint.
Sure.
I think Fnatic has done it masterfully, made every right call in the bot lane. Oscarina here, maybe in danger again, but
all the aspiring top laners like, how do we snowball through bot lane? Okay, all I have to do is get killed twice because they keep just investing in killing me. But my bot lane is winning. I'm sure you've felt that experience, haven't you, Finn?
I've made a career out of it.
That and being replaced by other one.
Yeah, those are my two. Wow, okay, now it got really hostile here, man. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm saying you cast first, and then he comes in and casts with Dracos?
Yeah, that is just... I can't
just not cricket, is it, Finn?
That's not cricket.
Still a 2,000 goal lead for Fnatic. Overall, they've got those first items completed. They get the Infernal Drake. They're going to move their Varus into the mid lane to continue to apply pressure there with Rift Herald up in about 2 minutes' time. Expect to see Mickey pathing towards that top side jungle and just getting as much vision down as possible.
Yeah, eyes on the Herald now. It's going to be in 140 roughly, and I think we're going to see Fnatic do kind of a similar thing. They're just going to let Razork do his clear, and then he's going to sit behind Upset or Pobe, and they're just going to sit and terrorize all of BDS in the top side jungle. They're going to try to get everything they can and really squeeze out as much as they can from this goal lead.
It's also why clearing out vision, just where Mickey has cleared it out in these sorts of areas, is so important. Not only because you can't be TP flanked then, but also because it allows Pobe just to path back this way, go into his own jungle, into the Fog of War, and he has the Realm Warp. So because he's in Fog, he's always a threat. Oscarinin didn't have vision on the bottom side of the map, and he's going to die for the third time this game. Good play from BDS. They know all of Fnatic's investment is on the top side, and although they are still bleeding through that AD carry role, like Oscarinin is their punching bag right now.
I mean, Oscarina has to look up the definition of insanity, I think. I think he has to play a little bit more safe.
Wait, you say he shouldn't just continue to push up with no vision?
I mean, I think maybe he can start farming with E when Bukata is not really showing. I mean, I think it is fine, because Fnatic is kind of getting something on the back end of that play, but still, you gotta be a little bit more careful, because Sion does scale. They don't have that good tank shooting damage as the Varus is going to fatality. You can't disrespect this Sion too much, because I mean, he can take over this game as well. You gotta be mindful of those.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. Yeah. Right? There's the possibility that if Fnatic don't just continually snowball this game, if they lose a Drake, if they lose a Rift Herald fight somehow, at that point you're looking at the Sion and you're saying, how do we deal with this? We've got a Ryze who can output quite a lot of damage. We have a non-on hit, what's it called? A poke, that's the one. A poke Varus, which isn't going to do too much work against a Sion. At that point, it is really tricky to work your way through that top lane tank. For now, though, Fnatic setting up towards this bottom side of the map, which confuses me slightly considering Rift Herald's on the top. Mickey's going to go in onto Paris. Bukata's there, he can battle dance away. They're realm warping towards Nuke, so they're just looking for the pick. Pobe flashes in, Rune Prison onto Nuke. Oscarinin will burn him. And I feel like perhaps Fnatic... have you ever heard of a mental gank? That felt a little bit like a mental gank there for Oscarinin.
A pat on the shoulder.
Yeah, it's like, hey mate, we understand you've been struggling a little bit. Let's just give you a kill, get you into a position where perhaps you don't feel like you're just a punching bag.
There's also a good fundamental to have. If you feel like the game is hard on 3 lanes, just make the map smaller. Play on 2 lanes, give 1 tower or like 1 side push, and just make sure that at least whatever side you are 5 people on, something good is happening. And they did a good play there, I would say. So we have a pause.
That we do. We'll find out exactly what's happening with it as soon as we can. I've noted Razork involved in 4 kills so far, has got an assist in every one of them. As soon as he gets his next kill, he hits 1,000 kills across his career, which is very impressive overall. Mickey is 13 kills away, well now 12 kills away from hitting 500 in support. I think, I can't remember, there was an LCK support that just hit 500, I think. Was it
Carrier?
No? Yeah, Carrier.
I will say though, Jarvan is a filthy assist stealer.
Oh, 100%.
He just put down the flag and he gets an assist.
As soon as you get the aura. I'm not saying he has been involved in the game. He's done a good job, right? Credit to him. But I'm sure one of those 4 assists, he's like, I would have liked to kill there.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's not even thinking about the fact he's 1 away from 1,000.
Yeah, I think he's very lucid of this. He's very aware of that. And, yeah.
Were you aware of stats like that when you were a player? No?
No idea. I think I was close to the big ones anyway. You know, like maybe 500 deaths. You know.
Let's give you credit. You're about 1,000 deaths probably. Right? I know Upset is a big stats guy. Like he'll be like, "Oh, my KDA is so much better after that game."
I mean, you can always see him like sitting on his PC, checking the DPM, making sure he has higher than the enemy AD carry, which he usually does.
He does. Average of 200 more than his enemy AD carry so far, and I think that's going to be helped by this game as well on the Varus. Varus is a DPS machine, often seeing over 1,000 damage per minute. There was a settings issue, which is why we had a small pause. We're going to go back into the game
he's flying.
In just a moment.
Came down from the moon, Mickey.
We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. He just flies up.
Oh my god.
Good old K-pop demon hunters.
Yeah.
I don't think we've referenced that enough on the podcast.
Yeah.
We should. Oh, Paris caught out a little bit here. Razor was looking for the knockout.
Flanking cow.
Paris goes in, gets knocked back. There's no one here to help him.
It's a flanking cow! Oh my god!
It's a flank steak if I've ever seen one.
Oh, you silly man.
As opposed to you shouting flanking cow. Fnatic are in such control of this game, guys. 3,000 gold ahead. They're going to get the Rift held. Mickey with good vision control up towards the top side. I mean, they do catch out the Rakan. Dragon up in 1 minute's time. Expect to see the Rift held put down in that mid lane, because that's one thing Fnatic haven't really got as much of as they'd want right now. Towers. Haven't managed to take down the top tower yet. Mid lane tower still standing. It is very low, and so they should be able to take it pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to do something like this. They're probably just going to push out bot lane one time, if I can draw soon.
Nice.
They're going to push out here, and then he will rotate here, and then whoever is mid is going to rotate here, and then they put Herald here, and now you have this formation when you have one guy on mid and 4 people on top is pushing down his tower. Meanwhile, this bloke is catching the wave down here. And that's how you kind of secure an easy top tier 2. So keep an eye on Pobe. He really wants to push out deep here once or twice. Probably Mickey's going to put down vision so he can kind of do it himself, so Mickey can be topside, but now it is really about this side lane push. Pobe really wants it, but he has to wait for his Jarvan. Jarvan is still really far away, and it's important not to make a mistake here, because this is a very crucial point for your setup.
Okay, so they're going to go for the dragon first, and then they can enact the sequence. Connect the dots like you talked about. Can use the Rift Herald mid here as well to apply pressure while they go for the dragon, but they're in such a strong position that they don't actually need another prong to their... I was going to say pendant, like it's a trident, quadrant, pendant. I guess it's a 6th prong to their trident.
Hextant?
Hextant, yeah, we'll do it with that one.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the mid tower is quite low. You really want to get 2 towers with this Herald.
Yeah.
You can allow it to be a little bit greedy when you're winning the game this hard. And
true.
Probably now you see Mickey base, and it's most likely going to open up topside again. And now you're going to see the sequence that's talked about before.
Yep, there we go.
It's a little bit preemptive with that, but now Mickey is trying to make another flanking cow running into the enemy jungle. You also see red buff spawning. This could be a venue of attack for Fnatic. As you see, they're trying to really deny this side lane push for Pobe, but Pobe is very respectful, very demure, very mindful of this attack. Really kind of making sure he doesn't die on side lane, like... I'm not going to say that.
That was good. That was very, there was massive laughs in the audience when you said very respectful, very demure. I thought it was very funny. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, you can see Mickey goes in, gets the vision control. And for BDS, like, camping out in bushes the way they've been doing is kind of all they've got, right? They do not have the front to back in a team fight right now. Their Sion's not tanky enough and their damage just isn't there. They do not have great pick potential either, because really it's only the Rakan and Xin Zhao that can catch someone out. And even if they do pick someone off, you're dealing with double TPs available for Fnatic, which means immediately the response can come in and the Realm Warp alongside that. Rooster here trying to defend on the top side. Now we see, as you say, Fnatic moving up through... Oh, that was a very wiggly line. Fnatic moving up through that top side jungle. Razork not even going to invest the Rift Tower. They know they've got this tower already. They can use it for the mid-tier 2. They can hold onto it for that next objective. Articon's up in 30 seconds. That's on the bottom side of the map. And so you do want to translate some of your vision control down there, which is, again, why we see Mickey going for that recall. He'll then probably open up through mid into the bot side to make sure they have some vision.
it's exactly as you say. I think if it was not for the Atakan, we'd probably see the Herald being used topside. They would extend the play a little bit, but now, if they actually go for that topside play, maybe they can use catch on the tower with Sion, and then suddenly BDS is in a position to go 4-man bot and rush that Atakan. So once again, Fnatic showing great discipline, great patience, and great precision with their gameplay, and they're just taking all the proper steps right now, not being very sloppy with their lead.
Which is not a Fnatic thing.
Yes, very, very uncharacteristic from Fnatic.
For years, we've talked about them as the team that oversteps, that misplays around their timers, that gets a little bit too greedy here. But patient, methodical. You could look at the top of the scoreboard, look at the kills, and be like, oh, it's a relatively even game. But because Fnatic have taken their time about things, just slowly eked out this gold lead, it's now 4K ahead. 2,500 of that is in the AD carry role. And a lot of it comes off Razork and Mickey being a really good team together, stepping in at the same time, getting vision early, and then making sure that BDS can't control their own jungle.
I was just going to say that I think Razork had an absolutely stellar game so far on the Jarvan. I think he's done exactly what was needed of him. He's done all the jobs he had to do, and he's been very patient. He's never went for an engage, really, because he hasn't had to.
Yeah, apart from the dives.
Apart from the dives, yeah. But in general, like I don't think he has used ult a single time, maybe once or twice, but in general, he's been very positional with his gameplay because he doesn't have to force anything because there's no impatience. Like the impatience should be in BDS's roster right now because they have to make something happen because they're slowly losing the game.
Artican has been begun by Fnatic. Rooster has the teleport currently up in the top lane catching that wave. Oscar winning TP's down. Artican already down to 5,000 HP. TP coming in from Rooster, but it's going to be too late to contest the Artican. Maybe a fight afterwards? I think not. Fnatic can walk away from this one. And they do so justly. Very easy for them to take that good vision control. Well played around it. For BDS now, you are really struggling. You've lost Atakan, Rifthold, timed out. Again, we talked about where it could have been used. This is much more a Fnatic had to come down to the Atakan like you were saying, so the Rifthold will end up just dying here probably before it even gets a charge off. Depends if Nuke decides to step forward. He's got enough vision. There's no real wave there, so maybe it will. Oh, there is a wave there. That was lost under Nuke's portrait on the minimap for me, so yeah, unlikely this Artican will, this Rifthold will charge it.
Maybe his name is Artican.
It could be.
Yeah.
Like, Rifthold is a corrupted Scuttlecrab.
Yes.
That's its lore. So maybe Artican, I mean, the problem is I know the lore of Artican and it's not a corrupted Rifthold.
Well,
yeah.
It was overshot.
It was good, you know?
Now let's talk about what can BDS do. Because the game is slipping out of their hands, and let's actually see what angles they can kind of find. I think what you have going for you is this Sion side lane push. I think Roosters had Sion push for a long time this game, and I think they need to find a way to integrate him into the team. I think he needs to find either like a deep push on the side, where he then recalls, and then opens the other side with his ult, because then he can cheat a lot of tempo. Or the other opportunity is for our man in the support role, Paris, to find a mega flank. A mega flank that he can kind of catch either upset or probably off guard and get a quick pick to kind of hinder the follow-up engage from Fnatic. Those are your only real two avenues right now as BDS, and the game is slipping out of your hands. This Dragon is spawning, but in a 5v5 setting, I don't see them really contesting Fnatic.
It's just going to be so difficult, especially if Upset can land some poke before the fight. There's an LDR and a Collector on ice, so he does have something. Razork goes to the engage, jumps onto ice. There's a Realm Warp follow-up, and ice doesn't have a way out of here. Pobe with the flank in the end. BDS step forward, but nothing belongs to them. A double for Oscar to round it out. Third Drake alongside it. Fnatic 7K ahead.
That's just it, baby. I mean, there's not much you can do from BDS if you opt in for these 5v5s. That's exactly what's gonna happen. I feel like it's really hard, right? You don't want to give them soul point, but you don't really have a good cross map. So you kind of go there, look for finding something, but really good flank by Razork going through mid lane in this little vision pocket that BDS had left open. Gets a really good, forces the Achilles flash with his combo and then ults him. So it's just nothing Ice can really do here.
It's also BDS just being a bit greedy, right? Like, yes, you want to contest.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous, as Arthur says. Yes, you want to contest, but 4 members walking forward without vision on your flanks, without vision of the Rise who can Realm Warp onto your backline, like, the Jarvan didn't actually even need to find a perfect flank because he could have just been Realm Warped in and then Cataclysm them all, or EQ them all, right? It was a little bit greedy from BDS. It feels like they've run out of options in this game, so they were just going for the person who was in front of them.
Yeah, 10k gold lead and counting right now almost. It's slipping, or 7.5, sorry.
I mean, but if we add in the Articon, that's like another 2K
yeah,
or so.
the dragons,
so 10K, yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I see you.
I'll give you 10K.
Thank you.
I won't actually give you 10K.
Okay,
just
no,
as a note.
I heard you say that, so
okay.
I'll be in touch. Look, this tower is like the last standing bastion of BDS defense. I think you gotta go for a fight here. You gotta try to get like a Victor ult reset. You gotta go to get a quick pick, a snap engage by the Rakan. Because if you give this tower, suddenly it's so easy to get all this control and set up the Baron. And yeah, it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one, and I want to see BDS do it, but I struggle to see many avenues right now. I don't think the draft gives them the tools to kind of come back to these games, you know?
Yeah, especially since every lane is basically an item, half an item to a full item behind. It's just so tricky in these sorts of situations. Paris caught out a little bit by Mickey and Razork, who'll clear out this control ward. You can see a couple of wards from BDS just around their red side jungle, but those will be cleaned out by the support jungle combo of Fnatic. Razork starting up the Baron here. We'll clear out these.
Look at that poke on ice.
Yeah, he's already half HP.
I think that was 1 Q from Upset, or maybe 2.
I mean, he's double lethality Manamune, right? Like, he is a very, very strong Varus right now. Nuke trying to step forward. Razork and Pobe working on the Baron together. It's already down to 5,000. Unstoppable Onslaught can be blocked out by Mickey. Equalizer down as well as Mickey finds the 3-man knock-up Realm Warp onto the back line. Immediately, they look for the Aphelios, who's only got Cleave from Gravitum, and those are not good enough guns to win out the fight. Paris follows his AD carry into the grave. Rooster follows suit. Bukada and Nuke will die too. It's an 8-for-1 in favor of Fnatic.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous turn by Fnatic. You start the Baron, and then you insta-turn it. Razork gets 1,000 kills in the LEC. Incredible performance by him. I think it's a beautiful game to kind of highlight his impact on this league and in general over his career. But yeah, textbook play by Fnatic. You start the Baron with your jungler and your Ryze. Now, when enemies approach, you turn with the Ryze ult, and your jungler, guess what? He flies along. He hitchhikes on the Ryze ult, and it's just so easy. They just make it seem so easy. It's not that easy. A lot of teams mess this up. I've seen many teams mess this up. But Fnatic did it very beautiful.
It's about coordination on the court.
Exactly.
That's what Fnatic showed us really well there, right? Because it's so easy for the jungler to be like, oh no, finish quickly, then we'll Realm Warp. Let's do this, let's do this. Double TPs coming out from BDS as they look to catch out Oscar in. And I've said that a few times this game, and I'm pretty sure Oscar's done for. Equalizer down onto Paris. He'll pop the heal. Oscar in. I mean, there's nothing really he can do in this situation. Does have the flash, could try and get away. Will dodge the wind, becomes lightning, but perhaps he can just escape. Nuke across the wall, will follow him. Razork now in. There's no way Oscar survives that. He gets another scrap shield. Mickey there to body block. Fnatic now going in, and Paris falls to Razork. Cataclysm in, but Razork's really deep here. He's going to get shut down. Nuke killed off by Upset. Rooster and Bukada trying to get away. Upset looking for the chase onto Rooster with a TP coming in from Oscar in, and he wants his vengeance, wants revenge on the enemy top laner who consistently hounded him this game. Mickey there, got the knock-up, dies for it as Ice takes him out, but Pobe Realm Warps in after pushing in the top lane in his tower, and will take the kill in the end. It's Paris and Bukada left alive to defend against Upset, Pobe, and Oscar Rinin.
Oscar just make it interesting. The last I mean, I was gonna hype. I mean, it was a big shutdown in Ice's pocket, but I don't think he's gonna be able to spend that gold and use it for the next fight, because I think Fnatic is just taking their nexus in front of their face.
Yeah, still 30 seconds before Ice is back up. Nuke up in 5. Paris trying to dive in, but Upset dodges him. And Fnatic will close out the game. Nuke spawns to see his nexus fall. 17,500 gold lead for Fnatic at the end of it.
Domination, desecration, destruction by Fnatic this game. Just immaculate play, really impressive. This is why Varus is banned globally almost every single game.
And we're going to hand it over to Shox, who is standing by with Pobe. Shox, take it away.
Yes, the job's not done, Pobe, but game 1 is in the bag, and I need to know, after what I saw on Twitter, how was Nuke in lane, the enemy mid laner?
I don't know, this game very easy maybe, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Cool, I think that's enough. Thank you so much. You can go and join your team. Another W for the notorious POBY.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Join the WhatsApp.
Join the WhatsApp?
Red Bull gives you wings.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Your life to gain power. You shift to game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
You can combo him.
I can go, yeah.
I'm chunking him.
Yeah,
Sion here.
me soon.
Yeah, same Sion me. Look, push it to me.
I'm moving.
I give you.
Thank you, baby.
Nice, flank me kid.
I'm Ignar.
I'm behind them here, boys.
I'm looking. Can we look?
I can get in there.
No flash Aphelios?
Yeah.
Focus Aphelios. No flash Aphelios. Yeah, he's good.
Here's that.
Holy shit.
Nice, engage even though I was
Gorgeous.
Thank you,
Yeah,
buddy.
that's beautiful.
That was gorgeous indeed. Fnatic this game won here against BDS. They take it convincingly, I want to say. I see a lot of improvements when I consider what they've been able to do in the LEC last week. What do you have, guys?
I mean, the combos were clean enough to eat off.
All
that
right.
was fantastic. Every time Razork was going into a play, there was immediate follow-up. I think they drafted something that needed a good degree of coordination. I didn't see them set a foot wrong. When one person was going in, 3 people were following.
No, I want to go straight into the dives we saw from the early game because, as you said, this was Fnatic domination straight from the get-go and throughout that entire game. And huge credit to Razork on the Jarvan. When you're playing this champion, you want to be able to make it work with these cheesy dives, and that's what he did. He was always on the other side of Bocado, completely avoiding him. And then Pobe, who managed to get mid prior as well, was just able to follow up on these dives. Fnatic was just a well-oiled machine that could just pilot everything through that bot lane. They push, we dive. They push, we dive. Here's our spear, we're going to attack you with it.
Yeah, and they do it in a clean way. No moment in game did they want to have fun here. And for me, that's one of the best improvements that I see from the team. The fact that the early game was
pretty fun
but it's something
smashing
they
your
carried on as
opponent.
well.
It's fun in a different way, which I do appreciate as well. Like, they managed to pull off those combos in a great way, but like, that's fun in itself. It's just a different flavor.
You guys were talking about Razork. Honestly, great recovery. I want to say,
Yes.
I don't want to give him too many trouble and too many issues because the first games against Heretics last week.
But I think it's fair, Law. I think it's fair.
But yeah, there's an expectation when it comes to this jungler.
In that series, he was outperformed by Sheo. He bounced back against SK, but you want to see him bounce back against stronger teams. And I think going up against BDS, it's still not the strongest of our league, but it's
Ramping
stronger. Exactly. And that's the ramp up we want to see from Razork.
Absolutely. But when I think of Razork over the years, I think about a jungler that can have a lot of high highs, but a lot of low lows. Do you feel like it's stabilizing in any way? In this game, yes, but is it?
How do we have any information to say that conclusively? That's the problem. Like, for me, realistically, it kind of comes in around playoffs when we'll answer that question seriously. This was great. He was the tip of the spear. He had to lead those combos. He did. And I've really enjoyed watching this guy become that leader over the years as well. And here on Fnatic, in this kind of game with that kind of combo, it was critical that he provided that role.
But Alex, I believe you mentioned he had a little bit of a stat check.
He
here
did.
as well?
Yeah. Because Razork, throughout all the years, over all of his different teams, has been a top-tier jungler, which we end up having so much respect for. He has hit his 1000th kill.
There we have it. It feels like yesterday when he was just a Misfits rookie coming in with
the
so
Echo
many
jungle,
expectations on him.
Razor K, because we didn't know how to say it properly then.
And I love it. I love it for Razork. He's definitely had some lows, but he's definitely towards his road back to the high highs. So I love that.
Absolutely. And we haven't talked about the bot lane, but the bot lane for me is the stable element of Fnatic all the time and the ones that you can entrust, especially in the early game, to get those leads.
No, absolutely. Like Upset, I mean, Upset's your guy, right? We saw his stats that the casters brought up from his week 1. He continues to do so. But I want to know another thing as well.
Okay.
And that's from Pobe in the mid lane. What have you done to my Fnatic? Why are they clean? Where's the throws? Where's the overextensions? We saw a little bit towards this game, but they managed to capitalize on it. Why are you respecting the enemy when you're pushing side lanes? You're supposed to die. You're supposed to throw it. You're not supposed to have a clean early game and then have a clean mid to late
honestly,
game.
For me, that's one of the improvements that we have from last week, because last week we saw Pobe on the sideline and Fnatic be like, you know what? 3v4, 3v5, let's just go in anyway. This time they respected all the timings.
It's so clean!
Are you literally just saying, we won, but at what cost? Are you saying, which is it's the ship of Theseus thing. You remove the mid lane, you bring it to
still the same ship? It's not the same ship!
Issue with Fnatic is, are they going to be able to carry out the same kind of performances for game 2? BDS is going to be on red side this time around. Was this convincing enough that we have faith in clean sweep?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't think, like, obviously you could have done some things different. League is not a perfect game, but I still think, like, Fnatic, they just did not really look like they were ever in a position where they were going to lose this game.
I mean, where I'm going to be really interested to see what Fnatic evolve like next is when do you not have the obvious combination? Perhaps the draft doesn't work out in the way that you're going to. Perhaps Pobe doesn't have comfort. He doesn't have a stable or a winning lane. He has to soak pressure in a way that we haven't really seen so far on the LEC stage. I want to see what happens when plan A goes wrong. Is plan B as solid as plan A that we've seen from games like this?
And so far, everything goes well, and we have seen a lot of support for Pobe so far. His English might be good, but this Rise did not speak English at all. Full Korean here, and I want to know what the fans think about this. Shocks, do you have anyone with us?
I do. I love that also. My rise is good. We don't even know how that ends in Europe, but it was for Pobe. We found a lot of Pobe fans here in the Fnatic camp. Amazing signs. Killable Demon Prince Pobe. We absolutely love it. So what is it about Pobe? Why does he make all these signs? Why is he so cool?
He come in the LEC and he just say the fact like he will be the greatest of mid in Europe, for sure, yeah.
We see it. Now, I did also hear, oh, this isn't the Fnatic we know and love. Like, they're not chaotic enough. What do you think about that?
It's because of Offset's haircut. And because of Pobe, of course.
Okay. It's more because of Pobe, probably. So, any predictions? Are they just going to bring it home 2-0?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What do you all think? Okay, let's go. The Pobe believers believe in Pobe, and why would they not? They're Pobe believers.
It's in the name. GB Sports, or Pobe believers. Apparently they believe in Pobe. Do you think Upset is like Samson? You know, from biblical Samson, he grew his hair, and God said, if you ever cut your hair, you lose all of your strength. He was really strong.
Oh, like Khal Drogo.
Yes, like Khal Drogo. Yes, that's a. I don't think Khal Drogo's hair gave him strength, but it was like symbolic.
It was representative of his
exactly.
strength.
Do you think Upset's black hair is like that, where if he ever allows it to go back to his natural color or dyes it like blonde, he will lose all of his AD carry skills?
No, definitely some kind of connection to his hair. I mean, I would have to do some scientific studies on this. I can't really give you the truth here.
So all we have to do is steal one of Upset's hairs.
Yes.
And clone him.
Let's get the Upset army. And then Johnny needs to be in every lane.
Yeah.
Because he's...
like, please, Mr. Razzle, gank me. No, gank me. No, gank me. We are getting ready to get into the second game of the series. For BDS, they really need to turn things around. A little bit less scaling, I think, is on the menu. It was a little bit too much for me in game one. And perhaps a bit more proactivity from the jungle role.
Look,
we'll see.
I don't want to see Rooster on side anymore, man. I feel like this guy, he's a demon in lane. I feel like even last game, he forced Oscar Slash as a sign versus Rumble. I feel like he is your guy. This is your man.
Okay.
Your man in the top lane, that's Rooster. And I need to see this guy get more tools, you know? Like, there's only so much a little sign boy can do.
So are we putting him on Jace again? Are we putting him on Aurora? Are we putting him on something else?
I mean, anything that does damage, preferably. I know Sign can do damage, but like I would love a little even a Cassante I would be fine with. I just don't want to see like an Ornn or something. That would really throw me off. But here we are into draft. We see Wukong, Gwen, maybe. Been taken out? We're not sure.
Yeah, I think we're just getting it up on your screen. We have it on the screen in front of us right now. But I don't really want to.
I have the spoilers.
Yeah, we do, like, because the middle monitor is like a fast cast monitor rather than the production monitor. Here we go. So obviously the newfangled overlay not quite working right now. So we go back to the good old days where the players only occupied a quarter of the screen.
Only a quarter?
Trundle by Vandalay, Cassante, Gwen, and Wukong taken out from BDS, who picked the red side. Yanara first pick. We saw this from Upset last week. Expect to see the Blade of the Ruin King Runan's build, which is widely, well, mostly seen as the best build right now, the highest DPS at least. Jace in the top lane, most likely for Rooster, and it's going to be the Sejuani in the jungle for Bukada. Azir locked in alongside the Yanara. I'm already liking the front to back coming out from Fnatic.
I mean, I like this. We have Yanara and Sir for Fnatic, we have Jace for Rooster, and we have Bukada and Seju. I like these drafts for both teams. I feel like they kind of play into their strengths a little bit more. Let's see if we have a jungle pick here. Still a lot of jungle champions are out. Maokai is still up and available. There's still the Poppy. If you want to go something like that, there we have the Poppy. I was really thinking about the Yone here on free. I don't know how much Nuke likes to play Yone, but I think it would make a lot of sense here. But it will be the Talia being very common into this year for so long now, kind of getting that push. One of the only few mid laners that can kind of push out the Azir.
Yeah, I feel the risk with Yone is where's your AP? You have to kind of pick Kai'Sa.
Or a Ziggy.
Or a Ziggy.
Yeah.
Ziggy Stardust down towards that bottom side, because obviously you already have the Jace locked in. So Talia into Azir, a matchup we see quite commonly. Obviously quite good into the Azir because of that Unraveled Earth. Can work on the Poppy as well when she tries to slam you into the wall. So we'll move into the second phase of picks and bans. Ornn taken away by BDS. Jinx taken away by Fnatic. So we are falling lower on the hyper-scaling route. Zeri as well, an AD carry that can work really well as the game goes on, although I think she might struggle into a Poppy and an Azir.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want something that doesn't need too much self-peel. A lot of Oscar bans being taken out, the Gwen, Cassante, and Ornn already being taken out, so I wonder how he will. I mean, there is the Ambessa, but when Dundun played Ambessa into Rooster's Jace, I mean, it didn't look too pretty. I feel like Rooster really got up around in that matchup, so I wonder where Oscar will go in this draft. The draft is Oyster. Is it Caitlyn Bryce?
It's currently a Caitlyn Hover, at least. We'll see if it is actually locked in. Smolder, I mean, we talked about scaling. Smolder does that. We're seeing a little bit of a resurgence of Smolder.
Wow,
There it is, locked
Smolder
in.
being locked in, that's exciting. I mean, I'm excited for Smolder because in small amounts, Smolder is very fun to watch. When it's every game, Smolder game is not very fun.
It does get a little bit tedious.
But you know when the burn boing happens, like it's very satisfying. The audio cue.
It's like a clink from a heart steel. It's the burn, boing, and the clink. That's what we love to hear.
Yorick. I mean, Yorick is quite good against Jace. Can really lock him down in that cage because it's hard for him to get out. But I mean, I still have faith in Rooster in this matchup. I feel like he'll make it work. But this is a very exciting top lane matchup. And we have the Nico from Mickey being so strong. Played it last week. And when I think Mickey Nico, I just think these annoying tower dives and him just becoming a little cannon minion. And seeing the Poppy on Oscarinen, on Razork, I imagine we're going to have these dive threats. Because that's a Smolder. He needs help. He is not a strong early game champion. And he's very, very diveable.
We're going to see a lot of pathing down towards the bottom side of the map, is my expectation. Or the top, depending on if that lane swap has already happened. You can play to put a Jace behind, but that doesn't really feel like Fnatic's playstyle. Much more get upset ahead where you can. Karma locked in alongside it. I really think this is risky.
I mean,
for the BDS bot lane.
Karma is screaming for some lane prowess, you know, like they need some kind of lane presence.
Please, we need cryo. Please, please.
We need something to hit them with, or we cannot play the game. I'm still really worried that if Fnatic gets the wave pushed in, this is a two squishy little boys in the bot lane that is very easy to dive. Like, if Poppy lands one E there, just one shot with the Nico combo after that. So I really need to see Bukata this game cover his bot lane. If Bukata cannot cover his bot lane, I feel like we're going to see a repeat from game one.
Yeah, so it's going to be a battle for that level 2 for Prio down towards the bottom side. For BDS, you're looking at, can we keep the Smolder alive and safe through the early game? And can our Jace get a 1v1 lead towards the top side? The Yorick will struggle in the early game.
Yeah.
When you don't have the Maiden, when you're not able to hit the eulogy of the Isles, it becomes quite tricky for the Yorick in that lane. But he does actually have a little bit of sustain in his kit with the last right, so he can heal himself up. It's just going to be... Oscarinen is once again relegated to, hey, survive on the side lane duty. Last game, he struggled with that a little.
Yeah, but I feel like this game, Bukata doesn't really have the option to go top and kind of shut him down, because I feel like Bukata, he really needs to be the babysitter for this dragon. He really needs to make sure the dragon can farm, the dragon can stack, the dragon can actually get into position where he can deal damage, because the Aphelios last game didn't really happen, you know? Like, he didn't really get a lot of chances to get a lot of auto attacks off, and yeah, we want to see a little bit more proactivity from BDS, even if that is proactive defensive plays. I just need to see anything to kind of convey to me that they can actually deny this early game approach that is Fnatic.
Let's jump on to Summoner's Rift, the second game of the day in the penultimate series of the week. Remember, no games tomorrow here in the LEC. As, oh god.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Paris, no! It's fine. Okay, he's fine.
It's fine. It's good. Nice.
The audible intake of breath from the audience when it's, he got out, he used his heal and his flash. Yeah, but you know what that does for the Karma?
No bueno.
Quite hard to gain lane priority.
It is not fun right now. He has no flash, no heal, no combat summoners on the Smolder. We are going to see a Poppy trying to dive this Karma now. Will that work? Place your bet in chat right now. We will see whether or not BDS bot lane can survive the first 3.5 minutes.
So the question is, does Razork do 3-camp bot gank?
You can.
Because he's currently on his bottom side on his Razorbeaks.
You can do that.
You can also do Razorbeaks, switch over to blue, go blue down towards the bottom side again, which we see sometimes.
Look, I mean, they have a ward in the blue side jungle, so they know he's not starting bot side. There's a ward placed by BDS very well, so now they're tracking Razork. So now they will know that either he's full clearing to top, unlikely, or he's doing free side bot dive. And I am inclined to believe that is going to be a free side bot dive. He's going to try to live in the Sejuani's jungle, and we're going to see some action.
Yeah, Fnatic have vision on the blue camp here as well, which means that they know Bukata is starting topside. At this point, they know because he's not on his blue. If he's done like wolves into blue or some sort of slightly different path, by now he would be on that buff. Pobe, once again, hitting that level 2 second in the mid lane, but he'll be fine. Just needs to farm up on this Azir. A couple of pings coming out on the Krugs from BDS as they are tracking Razork through the early game. Mickey still only, oh, he has ticked over to level 2, but because Oscar Rinnin is level 1, he shows as level 1.
Yeah, because that makes sense. It's support hit to level 2 before top laners. That's unfair.
I mean, Oscar Rinnin, you can see he just wants to survive this lane now.
I will say that the fact that Nuke has this much early prio might be the solace for BDS, because maybe he can use...
So you go for Paris. Oh, they didn't get the stun into the wall, but they still get the root. First blood over to Mickey.
And everyone in chat that voted that they would not survive the first 3.5 minutes. Ding, 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 ding. Good job, good job. Beautiful, beautiful.
Applause all around.
Very clairvoyant of you. And sad day for the Karma. You couldn't really do much there.
Yeah, sad day for the BDS bot lane. They will have a bit of time now because Razork's gone up towards his top side to clear out those camps. A couple of pings coming down on about where he will be.
I mean, it's like either you contest the wave and you die to the gank, or you let them push the wave in and you die to the dive. It is like, it is not that easy for him to survive that play because either he walks up and tries to kind of fight for the prio to deny the dive, or just dies to the gank. It's kind of an impossible choice, and I will say it all stems from losing his summoners early. That is kind of the breaking point why this happened and why it was so easy for Fnatic just to get a little freebie in the bot lane.
As you saw, they didn't even land the slam into the wall. They knew all we have to do is get him away from his tower and we'll be able to kill him. Even with having that mantra early on and the focus resolved, the healing coming off that W when you mantra it up wasn't enough to keep Paris alive. So a 15 CS lead for the AD carry kill going over to the support will be okay for BDS, but Mickey on this Nico can do a lot of work. Bukada's finished his first full clear and is looking to steal away these Razor Beaks. Razor's yet to even take his blue as Bukada begins to nick these away. Razork with the slam into the wall, once again having a whale of a time in this series. Bukada will dash away. Razork got it, as you say, with his smite, and forces the boar out of his jungle.
And it dabs with the penguin! Oh my god, I wouldn't take that if I was you, Razork. I wouldn't take that.
What's he gonna do, man? You wanna, like, an emote war just happening between the two of them?
I don't know, dive his bot then again, I don't know.
I mean, considering, I don't think Razork has taken anything lying down this series so far. On the Jarvan, had an absolute stormer in game 1 as I try and click buttons, but can't quite get them. You can see 14k 88. #1 goal difference at 14 in that game as well.
Complete Badonger's performance game 1. Like genuinely like crazy good Jarvan. I was super impressed, and I feel like this is the Fnatic identity that they're kind of like in summer. They're kind of turning to this very heavy bot side focus, and it feels like they've kind of embraced this because I think before with Humanoid they had this like a mid-bot focus where they tried to play for both lanes and it didn't really end up working well for them, and now they just really simplified their game plans. Pobe, you're on your own. Oscar, you're on your own. Upset, our King Commander, we do what you say, and that is their game plan that they've set themselves up for.
Well, Razork will spot the fact that Bukada is in the area. Should be able to take this blue buff. It's not as sizable a lead for Fnatic as it was in game 1. We haven't seen that repeat gank coming out from Razork yet. There are 3 Azirs on the map right now if you look at the mini-map, which is slightly confusing as Mickey had stolen away the form of his mid laner.
It's like Trafalgar Square. So many pigeons.
That's a deep cut, man. That's a good one. Nice. I'm surprised you picked Trafalgar Square, though. You could have gone, like, I just assumed you'd pick, like, New York or something, you know?
You're British, right?
I'm British, that's true. It was relevant to me.
And I think if I said, like, Stureplan, no one would understand where that is, or what even that is. So, like,
The 3 Swedes listening. Like, oh, yes, I know Stureplan.
Yes, Sweden! Oh. So we see the slow push by Upset. Sorry, I'm not gonna...
No, do it. No, okay. Rest of the game with the action, please.
So Upset here is going to look to crash the wave, but Paris walks up and tries to hold it, but it will indeed crash. Mickey trying to scout out in the tri-bush with his clone. Bukada covering, going for the crab.
I'm gonna try and make a Swedish flag for you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Razork pushing Bukada out of his own jungle and trying to really not give him any single inch of centimeters in this game.
As you can tell, it's a bit of a slow again, guys.
It's a slow burner.
But like, both teams will be happy enough with a slow burner. Rooster is getting a bit of a lead in the top side in the 1v1 matchup. Once again, we see Oscar is struggling a tad up there. Expected to before he gets to this level 6. Now we'll need to keep the Maiden alive if he is going to actually put any pressure back down on Rooster. The Drake up means both the teams are kind of posturing towards it, but neither team really pushing it towards it as of yet. Good here from Oscar.
Oh, he's in the panda cage.
Yeah, puts the panda cage down. Makes Rooster have a little trip to the zoo.
Nice trade, Oscar.
It was good.
Immaculate. I mean, you really got to play around your biscuits now, because I really like the fact that he rushed the Steel Cat. It really allows you to run down the Jace if you land that Morning Mist, the crucial ability to land in this matchup. And it's kind of the mini game in this matchup where Jace has to dodge the Morning Mist, and then if he dodges it, then he can kind of chunk down the Maiden, and then when the Maiden dies, then Yorick is kind of helpless. But for as long as those Morning Mists keep landing, it's pretty hard for Jace to get anything done in this lane.
Bukata's looking to try and relieve some of the pressure on Rooster here as he goes in. Glacial Prison lands, and pop goes the Yorick. The Maiden will follow suit. A long cooldown for that ultimate now as BDS once again kill Oscar first.
But look at the cross map. This is not a free play. This is gonna make like Ice has to drop this massive wave. Paris cannot farm. Like, sure, you killed the Yorick, but you're losing so much on the bot side here. Like, your Smolder and Karma are suffering for this play. I mean, it does feel nice, but sometimes getting the kill is not always the best play. And I feel like Bukata had to do a better job defending his bot lane this game, because I feel like this Yunara and Nico is going to take over.
Yeah, it's a 27 CS lead. Effectively 4 waves advantage for Upset right now. Gets some plates alongside it. Now 700 gold ahead. Basically all of Fnatic lead sitting on his shoulders. As Paris here, Mickey using the heal, still rooted up. Chase continues. Dodges away from the tangle, but Arms Mom. Mickey flashes it. Wisely escapes Mom's clutches. And then will walk his way away.
Very well played. Mickey is running away. Paris is being very...
Paris goes for a flash in a flame!
Okay! Paris, I wasn't familiar with your game. I like it. I like the shades. I like the stopping Mickey. He can't get away with everything. And really good punish by Paris. Beautiful play. Comes out of that early W being landed. Really nice by BDS. And this is really important, you're getting something back on the bot side. This is the lane where you're struggling. And the fact that Paris finds this is not only good for the morale, but also good for the game state.
And then gives the plate over to Ice afterwards. So Ice gets 125 gold, even if he didn't actually assist in the kill at all. Paris now moving up towards the top side. Maybe looking for a gank on Oscarin, who does have flash. No Maiden for him right now. It looks like it's just vision invested by Paris to keep his top laner that little bit more safe. First items on their way. Once again, a Blade of the Ruin King for Upset, just like he did last week. Ice building up at Caulfield and the pickaxe. We'll see exactly where he decides to go with it. Quite possibly gonna build towards an Essence Reaver on this Smolder. But still, a slower early game.
Got a shadowing Rooster. I think he's just trying to make sure he can push out the wave. But, I mean, Oscar could ward this bush. I feel like he should here. But it's not easy to call to make always, because there's 2 angles he can come from. He can go from this bush or behind. And you can only ward one of them, so...
Well,
danger.
He hasn't warded either of them. And there's the Glacial Prison, and there's Oscar in it flashing away, but the accelerated shot blast finds its man, and now BDS take the lead in gold for the first time in this game, and perhaps even in the series.
Yeah, BDS fighting back, really nice. Playing for Rooster on Jace, as we highlighted, this is your man. Rooster being up 1.1k gold already, 1.2k now on the Yorick. The counter matchup by Oscar, and really well played by the BDS top side here to really get a foot back in this game.
Yeah, you said it in draft. You wanted Rooster on something that can have impact, that can have damage. You didn't want him on a tank. And now on the Jace, he's going to be very happy with how things are going. Pop Blossom coming out from Mickey lands onto Ice. The chase continues with the root coming down. That's a graphic I procced a couple of seconds ago as the fight in the end fizzles into nothingness. Rooster last week in lane just had such a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to just highlight 1.3k gold up, 1.4k if you round up. Really impressive laning phases. This is not normally. This is not normally.
Oh, the slide back onto Nuke. Pobe finds his man, and now Bukata running for the hills, knocked up with the Keeper's Verdict's going to flash as well and gets to the safety of the tower. Has to burn his summoner spell to do so. Paris once again with that focused resolve, looking for the root. Couldn't quite land it this time. The problem for him is Razork's on this side of the jungle. Bukata's coming across. Pobe can move from mid in a second after he's pushed that wave in, and it's Paris slammed into the wall. Mickey there with the chase. Locks him up with the root. Mickey gets his second of the game.
And Mickey gets his revenge from Paris there. A little bit overzealous by Paris to go in and try to contest that Gromp. I think that was Razork's frog. I think we can all agree that was Razork's frog, and you shouldn't take Razork's frog away from him. That's his frog.
It's very true. Don't steal a man's frog, man. Like, that's just uncouth. It's not called for. Still, BDS with a stronger early game than in game one. Only about 800 gold between the two teams. A 1,500 gold lead for Rooster. BDS putting a lot of eggs in that Rooster's basket. This is great from Mazzo.
Yeah, I mean, there is on a ward. Like,
yeah.
you guys are just on a ward. You got to be more aware of that. Like, there's probably a ward there. You probably knew that they put that ward because you put your ward first. Your ward is running up.
So you pinged it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
so they should know there's vision there. And yeah, a little bit sloppy getting caught up by the Poppy, but here Paris.
Yeah, and it's just a moment there for Paris where he steps forward towards Razork and says, oh, I can get him. Realizes he can't, so starts pathing back towards bot, and then realizes the enemy bot lane is already running up that way. So if he tries to go through that little bush by where the Gromp is, he's gonna die.
Yeah, multiple rocks, multiple hard places there. Couldn't really get out of it. Now Fnatic tried to go for the swap before, but they actually decided to go put Upset solo bot against his Talia, and maybe can make some magic happen here. Pops.
Nuke still has the flash. Upset can transcend himself with his ultimate, but isn't going to use it yet. I do think Upset wins the 1v1, assuming that he dodges the seismic shove.
Yeah, and it's the way out the rocks. Now the shove is gone. He tries to look for something, but yeah, that's slow.
Immediately.
It's hard to approach Italia when she spaces well like that. Yeah. Nice by Nuke, not giving any openings here. I think that's a Nico.
Yeah, that is a Nico. It's Mickey. It's Nico. Unlike at MSI, we do actually have the support player's name above the thing.
Yeah,
the amount of times at MSI I got confused and it just there were two hopes on the screen. I was like, which one is it?
The minimap is confusing enough. Now they're trying to walk in deep here. Oscar being left alone. There's a complete split map.
A Glacial Prison, well aimed there from Bukata. Finds the mark, tanks the tower. And this might be first tower for BDS. It's being traded on the bottom side. Oh, it's one auto in it. Fnatic will get the first turret of the game.
I have a lot of sympathy for Oscar, what he's going through right now. And it's something that every top laner goes through sometimes, because your bot lane is like, we are going to carry the game from bot. Just make top lane be safe.
Just play safe, man.
Just play safe. But the thing is, I cannot play safe, because there's a Sejuani ulting me all the time, and just always behind me, and it's... He actually can't do more. He needs a little bit more of help, and I think Fnatic needs to make sure that they can match the Jace with the Yunara Nico to kind of make sure Oscar is fine, because right now he's really getting put far behind, and Yorick, as we all know, doesn't do much if he doesn't have any items or any XP leads.
The question for Fnatic is, are the leads in other lanes enough to overcome the 2,300 gold deficit in the top side? Because you do have a 15 CS lead in mid, 800 gold ahead. 700 gold in the AD carry position, 28 CS ahead. Like, you have a 50 CS lead in the jungle, 700 gold ahead. As we see Ice get rooted up there by Mickey, who has just finished his Hextech rocket belt. As we have the second dragon already gone over to Fnatic. 4 minutes before the Infernal would be third of the game for them. Rift Herald about to come up as well. Fnatic currently playing towards the bottom side of the map, but they can shift this pressure towards mid to take the tower. With the wave coming in, I don't actually think BDS have a quick enough answer to stop this turret in mid going down.
Ooh, good spacing by Rooster. He was almost in danger there for a flash poppy stomp into the wall, but he respects very well. Spaces out and...
they do. Okay, the tower is healthier than I thought it was in mid lane.
Fnatic is just putting pressure on both mid and bot here. They're playing really well in the enemy jungle. Bukata looks for something, but I don't think he's going to find anything substantial here.
Just slides in. Glacial Prison available to him. There's a Rift Herald up as well. Fnatic pushing through the bot side. Rooster's going to answer that. He has teleport.
Yeah, but the problem is if you Jace teleports in, that's not really what you want, because you want him to be there and poke before the fight. Oh, Mickey!
I like the idea. Execution was lacking.
I mean, that is very ambitious. I don't think you're gonna land an E-flash on the Tally wall, but if it did, that would be Loco Doco. That would be so sick. That would be incredibly cool. But
it would have been pretty dank if we managed to get that one. Doesn't land it, Rift, though, does still go over to Fnatic. They can put this in the top lane. Nuke's gonna stay around as Pobe will push in. Nuke backs away, and there's the Rift Hold going down. So Fnatic trying to look towards that tier 2. A couple of pings coming out from BDS to try and answer it, realizing we don't want to give up that 700 gold to Pobe, and because they have Paris and Bukata answering, BDS should be able to stop the push. Fnatic realize it, they're just going to back off and go back to their shopping.
But I really like what Fnatic did there, because before they went for the Herald, they made sure to push out bot all the way. So the Jace couldn't be there at the Herald before the fight. And I feel like the way BDS kind of gets the foot back into this game is by Jace being there, landing poke on Fnatic when they are phase checking, because they don't really have a lot of sustain yet on the Nico, the Poppy, the Azir. Those shock blasts will hurt and the damage will last. And if he has to TP into the fight, you're not getting so much leverage out of that champion. And I feel like this is exactly what Fnatic thinks, and this is exactly what they're trying to do. And so far they're doing it really well, but I want to see BDS counteract this. Now I want to see them maybe put Nuke on the weak side and allow Rooster to group a little bit more with the team. And so they can actually retake the control, because I feel like without Rooster there, they are just behind so much gold.
I mean, they're really struggling. Ice is at 117 stacks. I don't know currently exactly what the sort of usual breakpoint is for Smolder, because we don't see it that much. But we used to say around 20 minutes, you want to be getting close to that 225.
Yeah.
He is half of that, and we're at 18.5 minutes into the game. He's struggling.
Yeah, I mean, if you were behind if you didn't have your breakpoint by 23 minutes, you're pretty behind. That's the breakpoint we had before.
It's possible he'll get there. 100 stacks in 5 minutes is possible, unlikely, but we'll see if he manages to do it. Has that Essence Reaver first. Seraph's Embrace finished for Nuke, but 2 items on Pobe already. Rylai's and the Nash's Tooth. Rylai's obviously a little bit cheaper, allowing him to acquire it that little bit earlier.
And look at this. Now you have the Sejuani is shadowing the Jace, and also Karma opening behind. They're actually executing on this. They're really making sure that the Jace can push out, and Jace will want to move, because Talia, she doesn't need to be here. She can just rotate around and look to follow with her ult. And I really like this by BDS. They're adapting very well. Nuke finding a little pick of Mickey, a huge chunk, and it's really going to slow down Fnatic's retake.
Yeah, Mickey was just trying to poke and prod towards Nuke to see if he could get a little bit of damage down as Nuke was moving between the lanes. Drake up in 30 seconds time. Arsakan will be 10 seconds after it. So this next Dragon fight really feels like it could be the deal breaker, the game maker for either of these two teams. If BDS get it, they delay, they can scale more. If Fnatic get it, they're on Soul Point, and Arsakan can follow suit.
Track the Shock Blast. He misses the first one, but now every Shock Blast counts the Jace. Now you want to stand in Fog of War, and every single time Fnatic approaches, you want to get a good chunk going. And
Oscar in pushing through the top side. He's going to try and apply some pressure. Does have the Teleport and the Maiden and the Triforce complete. BDS calling Fnatic to the fight. We'll start up the Infernal Drake. Upset's pushing through mid. Where's Mickey? The question you have to ask. TP behind.
Oh my god.
Good double knockback from Razork, and now Bukata kind of isolated from the rest of his team. He's going to flash away. Oscar in locks up Paris, who also has to flash. Oscar just distracting the backline. A great keeper's verdict from Razork allows Fnatic to get their 3rd Dragon of the game.
Beautiful by Razork. That was exactly what they needed. I love the different angles Fnatic went for there. We had Oscar tipping in behind, Pobe from the right flank, and Mickey just being in fog, BDS being unaware, and I feel like that all those different angles really allowed Razork to walk up and kind of get a little bit more space, because BDS was so aware of all the different flanks.
Oh, Razork trying to keep Bukata at bay here as Oscar and Pobe have started up the Arcana. Redemption coming down. Bukata, he's already at basically half HP. Razork looked for the flash stun into the wall. The Weaver's wall coming out as well. And now Razork seismically shoved into the unraveled earth. Sundered Sky healing, not enough to keep him alive as he dives in. The Arcana will be taken, almost stolen by an accelerated shot blast in the end. Razork sacrificed himself to make sure his team could secure the objective.
And honestly, I think that was the right call. I feel like he realized that it was going to come down to 50-50.
Yeah.
So he made it his life mission to keep Bukata out of the pit. I mean, I feel like maybe BDS focused a little bit on him because they didn't realize that Fnatic could just finish it, despite them not having Smite present. And I mean, really, really nice for Fnatic to get that, but a little bit itchy.
A little bit dicey. Considering how methodical and measured game 1 was from Fnatic, this game is a little bit more on edge, and you have to give credit to BDS for that. Bukada on this carry has developed such a lead. 2.5 items already complete on the Jace. 2,500 gold ahead of his lane opponent. We'll have another look at this Arakan, because Razork is just being a bouncer for the entirety of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the fucking ward. BDS doesn't actually know what's happening. They don't have any wards here. Now, Nuke tries to go in, but they don't see anything. They don't realize now that he's finishing the Arakan. They think maybe Fnatic are corralling around because Razork is being went on, but in the end, I mean, if Razork died a little bit earlier, I think that would be very, very scary for Fnatic, but...
Okay,
yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. I dropped my E.
Dropped his E.
He dropped his E. It's because he looked for the stun into the wall, and he didn't land it. So I assume that's what dropped his E means. Because the only thing Poppy can really drop is a beat. I hear she's quite a good rapper, and also her hammer, right? Her buckler.
Yeah, the bucklerino.
Pick up the bucklerino.
Yes.
Okay. As a second item now complete for Upset and for Razork. Only 1,000 gold lead.
So now I want BDS to use your TP advantage on Rooster.
Okay.
You have TP advantage on Rooster. He has TP. Oscar has no TP. Now, you put Deep Vision in the other side of the map from where Rooster is, and then you let Fnatic retake it, and then you TP flank them with that TP advantage and try to make something happen. Because I feel like the game is kind of slipping out of your hands. The fourth dragon is going to spawn in 2 minutes. That's a stall point for Fnatic, and you really want to get something done before that while you have an avenue.
Couple of pins coming out on Mickey as he walks through that red side jungle, applying some safety for Oscar in him with a bit of vision of his own. Fnatic do have a track record of not dotting their I's and crossing their T's and clearing out the vision as they step forward. So I do like your plan of action for BDS. The question is whether they will enact it effectively. As Pobe once again is the one pushing through the bot side. There's a ward just below him that is a possible flank ward. Mickey's on his way across here as well. BDS are looking for something. Nuke backs away. Control ward will be cleared out by Razork. The ward behind still stands though. Fnatic realizing there could be something there have control warded the second bush, or the third bush in the sequence, but not the second. As Nuke, doesn't overstep, just backs away.
BDS doesn't want to give this bot tier 2, and the game is kind of slowing down. We're going to have a pretty slow sequence now. The Dragon is in 115 once again, and I would love for the Jace to be there quite early, because the earlier the Jace can be there without having to respond to top waves, the better, because that's more opportunities for him to land these shock blasts. And I keep going back to it, but these shock blasts need to land for BDS. This is your only goal lead. It's all about these shock blasts. Every single one you dodge Fnatic is a massive victory right now.
Really is. Ice still just short, 20 stacks short of the threshold, so we can definitely say behind the curve on this Smolder. Upset on 2 items, only has about a 400 gold lead, hasn't been able to extend that at all. It's mostly been about Pobe and Razork extending their leads. As Mickey was slowed up, but should just be able to walk away. He's done a good enough job of clearing out vision behind them here. Both the top laners do have their teleports. Rooster was moving down to mid and will stay there.
Yeah,
so
he landed a nice shock blast on Upset there as well. Upset being a little bit chunked right now. Many small rivers, as we say in Sweden, turns into a big lake or something.
I mean, that's a great expression. I haven't heard it in Swedish. I'd love to at some point, perhaps not right now.
And now Fnatic can kind of play around with the fact that they have Oscar pushing out top. Nuke will go and catch that and probably TP down later, and they now have Rooster here early as I wanted them to, but look at the flank on Mickey X. This is a devious little minion that is scheming in the jungle.
That's what with the keeper's verdict.
I think
coming out as well. That's the clone minion. You say he's too far away, and it seems like he is. Infernal Soul for Fnatic. And they just walk
and they're happy. They don't need to fight. Now they can just reset, set up the Baron. Once again, great discipline by Fnatic. What am I seeing? Fnatic not going for random fights. Fnatic not skipping steps. This is a new Fnatic I'm seeing this summer, and it is amazing me how disciplined they are, how proper they are with the steps, and just they're playing good.
Yeah, it's absurd. They have. I never thought I would say Fnatic are winning a game where they have 3 kills at 25 minutes. It just seems like the most antithetical thing to Fnatic play. And I'm sure Fnatic fans out there are saying, yeah, we needed something like this. Like, for so many years, we've been playing the Fnatic way, and not getting titles, not winning championships. Obviously, that's still a way away.
Make it took the red buff.
Oh, of course he did. He's a good stealer, man. Goes in with the Pop Blossom, catches Bukada, the Baron low. Mon called, but Baron taken. Bukada dives in with a flash, but dies for it. Fnatic get their fourth, get the Baron, get the soul, and get everything from BDS.
Fnatic is running away with it, man. I mean, they're just doing so well. They insta-start the Baron. They have Mickey on the flank to keep Bukada out, and they're very willing. They know their burst. They have the Asir, they have the Yorick, they have the Yunara. They have so much singular damage, so they really know that if BDS is not ready for this random Baron start, then they will be late. You have to always be mindful of that, and I feel like BDS a little bit slow on the approach.
For BDS now, like, you're fighting into an Infernal Soul, Yunara, and Azir. Like, the Azir poke is really gonna hurt. If a Pop Blossom connects, you are pretty much all done for. Razork sprints into the enemy jungle to steal away this blue buff. Mickey's gonna clear out the vision that was just laid down by Paris. And Fnatic can play off these two waves. Upset's gonna shove through bot side. There's a tier 2 there for him. The cannon minion doing work in the mid lane as Mickey and Razork team up to deny vision away from BDS in that bot side jungle. Razork will push the wave in. They're trying to sync this with that mid lane wave. Rooster has shifted over to mid to try and catch the push that Pobe is beginning to enact. But he won't be able to do it. Pobe just allowed to take that tier 2 in mid. Oscarinin about to show on a bot wave, so BDS will know for a short window here they have a man advantage, but as Oscarinin shows, Fnatic back up just a step or two.
I mean, it's difficult to force these avenues for BDS because I feel like, sure, you know York is top, but who are we going on to? Are we going on to the Poppy? Are we going on to the Junara with Cleanse? The only real target is Mickey, but I mean, it's...
You don't really want to dive onto a Pop Blossom.
You don't want to dive onto the Nico. It's really difficult because what you have is your range and like this tally of shoves, but unless they're going into you, you can't really go into Fnatic. You kind of want them to go for you, but they're not doing it. They're just waiting for the York to push out, and once again, discipline by Fnatic.
It's a three-way push now for Fnatic as Oscarinin takes the tower in the top side. Pobe just buffing up the waves. Anytime Rooster steps in, puts down a soldier, chunks him out. Rooster has to back away, using the cannon minions really effectively. Oscarinin continues to step forward with these Baroned up minions. Bonk, as you say. Last rites to the tower. The Maiden will fall here, as Nuke and Rooster should be able to take it down before she slithers her way away. But while all of this is happening, two people have had to respond to the top lane pressure, so the mid lane inhibitor and tower will fall. Meanwhile, Ice, Paris and Bukada are trying to deal with Fnatic, who have finally decided it's time to back off from bot. With the Weaver's Wall coming out, Razork, their steadfast presence won't block off Nuke, who dismounts early, flash away from the Glacial Prison. And guess what, guys? Pobe and Oscar in the top lane, just taking your inhib. BDS just can't react in time.
Wait, Tim, if Fnatic doesn't take the 3v4 on both sides and try to outplay with their hands, what is going on? They don't try to outplay in the number disadvantage. They actually wait for the Silence to push out and get the free objective. This is madness.
This is Fnatic, apparently. The introduction of Pobe has just transformed this team.
They're just so tempered. Yeah. They're so calm. They just know the game is over because of their good early plays, and then they just let the game play itself and they just win.
Yeah.
It's not exciting to look at, but it's very beautiful.
I mean, I'm sure there are a few fans who are thinking back to 2018, being like, yes, please, this is exciting to look at. Obviously, for Fnatic, they played the Heretics, SK, and now BDS. It hasn't been the hardest road so far.
Yeah, I will say, last split, Fnatic lost to SK.
They did.
So, I mean, we take our victories right now.
100%.
I mean, I think you gotta give kudos where kudos is due.
And with G2 playing so well yesterday, I'm really looking forward to that match.
That's gonna be a banger.
It has been a while since I've gone into a Fnatic G2 series and be like, yeah, this actually should be really flipping good.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, recently has started to improve, and Fnatic here showing that they continue to level up. For BDS, the question is, you won your first series, good for you there. You are likely not going to be last in the group, but any real thought of challenging for top 2 is beginning to go out the window.
I mean, BDS is up a kill, but the game could not look more dire for them right now. It is just so telling of Fnatic's gameplay, how they're down a kill and they're still 6.5k gold up. All the lanes are pushing, all the inhibs gonna be down.
Oh, Rooster's dead. He's stunned into the wall. Weaver's Wall coming out. Maybe Rooster was the bait mate, actually. Oh. If the Weaver's Wall hadn't come out, I think he probably dies there, although it is only a Yorick and a Poppy trying to kill him.
Whispers a little cock-a-doodle-doo below his breath.
Elder Drake up in 7 seconds. Look, it's going to drive me just absolutely clucking mad with these rooster jokes if you keep them going. Elder started by Fnatic. BDS trying to react every time Bukada's trying to get close to one of these. He is being stopped by a Keeper's Verdict, by a Pop Blossom, just by the Elder being taken. Razork takes his enemy hand out, Nuke TP's in, and I'm going to say that TP really sucked. That was a really bad one, Nuke. I get what you were going for, but it just didn't work out. Fnatic now with Elder, Infernal, no Baron because it's still 20 seconds away from spawning. This should all be done, but the Nexus falling.
I mean, every objective is the same. It's just just Upset and Pobe having a good time hitting the objective, then the bouncers of Razork and Mickey not allowing anyone else to join them. They're just fighting on the objective all the time. And the game is being pushed in there with the Elder. I imagine it's going to be quite an easy finish for Fnatic here. Not the 15-shot blast could probably save this position.
Unfortunately for Fnatic, it has gone past the 1 hour series, if only by a minute. The Pop Blossom comes out, forces BDS back to the base, and they're actually quite low now. It's smoldering time as he manages to take a couple. Pobe with a great Emperor's Divide, though, will keep Fnatic alive for a second. I doubt Fnatic secure it in 32.5. As it just crests over the hour mark. Fnatic with a relatively clean 2-0 to start off the day.
I mean, a statement series by Fnatic that they can show they can play 2 good games in a row. That is one more than last split. So
true.
I think we definitely should be excited to see their continued growth. And I mean, just kudos to all the players. I mean, Oscar, you had a tough time there in the top lane, but in the end, your team kind of had your back. They didn't let you down despite leaving you every single time in the early game.
You can see the Fnatic players take a bow on the stage. I wonder if Mickey has already got that shock land off of Upset. Mic check. Razork, Upset, and Mickey are your Kia Player of the Series nominees. Go vote for one of them. I think, I would definitely look towards Razork and Mickey. I think they both had really good times. I think Razork especially had a really good series today and continues to have a pretty good series here in summer.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Razork as well. I mean, it's huge kudos to him. Incredibly serious, but yeah, as you say, I think all of Fnatic played really good today. I mean, Oscar showed you that a little bit, but in general, very convincing, very slow sequences in the mid-game, and just discipline, 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 discipline.
Yeah, it wasn't just all fighting, which is a surprise, but a welcome one. For BDS, you're looking at this, it's like, things just fell apart from minute 1. Like, in game number 2, Paris getting caught out really scuppered any chance of that lane. The dive after the first clear at 3 minutes in game 1 really messed things up for them. We're going to hear from Razork what he has to say, and maybe perhaps Shox could ask him about how much Upset is just asking for all of these ganks in the early game.
I'd love to ask, actually, in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game interview. The casters would like to know, Razork, how much Upset is asking for all those ganks?
I mean, he is not asking for ganks. He is like saying options. He is always saying, bot push, we can dive, and then I'm the one making the final decision.
Yeah.
Most of the time it looks very juicy, so I follow his call. Oscar got mega camp today. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Like,
yeah.
They just want to kill him. They kill him, but their bot lane will suffer a lot for it.
They did, I saw it. We were also noticing that there seems to be kind of different Fnatic, a more stable, dare I say, Fnatic, or in the past you guys had some issues with sometimes in equal game states, maybe throwing the game a little bit here and there. Is that something that you're also noticing, like calmness?
I mean, today for sure, I feel like we played pretty calm. We also got pretty ahead, I think, in the early game, both games, so it was pretty easy to not make mistakes, but probably the old Fnatic would find a way to actually troll the game. So I'm proud that we actually not the same Fnatic as last year or last split.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the goal, right? Not to be exactly the same. Now, when it comes to Pobe and the adjustments for you, you've played with a couple of mid laners, of course. What are the specific adjustments you are making or that you are experiencing because of what Pobe is bringing to the roster?
Well, I think Pobe is like very selfless. I feel like he adapts to what I want to do, and it's so easy because I have like the final decision on what I want to do, right? Before, I feel like with Humanoid, we were like discussing a lot what we should do, and we were not like finding the best play or like the common play that we wanted to do. With Pobe, it's like really easy to get aligned with him, so I really like that.
Oh, I love to hear that. So you're saying that because in the past you might have gone back and forth, now you find consensus easier, so that makes the whole game easier for everyone, mostly for you.
Yeah, I just feel more comfortable making decisions even though they might be wrong calls. I don't feel like I'm going to get judged or anything. I just feel like saying them. If I'm wrong, then I learn from them.
Okay, that does say something. You are the Kia player of the series, and yeah, you had an unbelievable series. I also know the kind of pressure you're under. So can I hear from you, what's the Resurrect you want to be in this split, going into possibly Worlds qualification? Kind of what are your goals?
Well, I feel like I just want to win, finally, the split. I feel like G2 lost 2 finals already, so it would be nice them losing the summer split final against us.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know, like last week I had wrong DPI. Today I realized, and I just feel like...
Oh!
Yeah, I don't know, I was just playing on different DPI on these pieces, so it felt like I was not very comfortable. Today I felt very comfortable, so yeah.
No mess with your DPI, guys.
No more trolling, no more trolling.
No more trolling. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Fnatic, with another W. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's our match of the week, KC versus Movistar Koi.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League of Legends.
Are you seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we
Got Jojo Pune here ahead of the match of the week in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. Another clash with KC. What can we expect?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's going to be for sure a lot of fighting. I think there's going to be a lot of ego battles happening in every lane. I think it'll be really fun to watch and play, so it'll be pretty exciting.
What did the practice look like? Because we famously heard that you prefer ARAMs over some other practice.
Yeah, I started playing Arena too. I feel like Arenas are also not bad, so I think I'm switching my practice from ARAMs to more Arena now. So I think with those mix of the game types, we'll see how it goes out today.
Broken Blade agrees with you. He told me yesterday, Arena. So you're obviously coming back to Europe. You were the champion here, then you went to the international competition. You've been a couple of times already before that. So is there a lot that you're taking from that? Is there a lot of osmosis of things we can expect over the split from Jojo?
Yeah, for sure. I think our peak as a team is very high. I think, of course, us as a team, I feel like our lows were always very low and our highs were very high. But I think now we're much more consistent, at least in scrims. We just have to show it on stage. I think we came back from a long break. We're ramping up now. So I think if we show the results already, it's going to look already really good for the long term of the summer split. So I think we just taken everything we learned from MSI and EWC and yeah, we just apply it to today.
Okay, today, of course, it's our modern classic. I think a lot of people will say it's their favorite new matchup or their favorite matchup overall. You're up versus Vladdy. So what can you tell me about the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't versed Vladdy in a really long time since I eliminated him because we're not scrimming them since we're in the same bracket. So I'm excited. I hope he worked on his laning. I hope he worked on his side laning too. We're going to see. So I'm excited.
You're like that Reddit comment. He's really good. He just needs to work on his laning and his side laning. And his
I mean, he's a good player, you know, so it's exciting to verse him. We're going to find out today.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
It wouldn't be a JoJo interview without a bit of salt, a bit of flame here sprinkled on Vladdy before the match. I love this rivalry that we have between MKOI and KC here in the LEC. What do we think of Vladdy's come back to the LEC actually here in summer, because he wasn't doing so good in spring. So do you feel like JoJo is onto something here?
No, I definitely still feel like he might be onto something. First of all, JoJo is allowed to trash that. He beat him in 2 best-of-5 in spring, right? So he's definitely the one with a bit of standing right now. But I also think that Vladdy's comeback is still a little bit slow. We're still waiting for that winter performance that we saw back then. That was so good, where we were putting him in the same discussion as Caps. But as of right now, Vladdy is not as good as JoJo has been.
Yesterday we had this discussion around the mega mid lane clash, and we were talking about tier list. Naimira, where would you rank them yesterday? Caps being obviously still on top. Do you put JoJo a tier above Vladdy? Are they on the same tier? How do you see things?
I think JoJo right now, slightly above Vladdy.
Right.
If we are going to see Vladdy come back to the form which we saw earlier in the year, though, it's this matchup that'll bring it out. Because as we've been talking about, this is the matchup which people care about it now. Dare I say, I care about this matchup more than G2 versus Fnatic right now. This is the rivalry I care about, and it's clearly the one that the players do too.
And that's what we talked about on stage yesterday with Alvaro. Forget about the Fnatic, forget about the G2. This is the winter winner against the spring winners here. And I feel like, especially when it comes between these two organizations, GB, they want to have something extra to prove. Not only to the audience, but to themselves.
No, but it's also just for MKOI. You've come back as the winter champion, and I think a lot of people will look after the internationals that they maybe weren't as good as G2 actually was. So they're looking at a team like MKOI to come back and definitely prove that they're still the #1 team that the other team needs to chase.
I feel like KC is the underdog. You cannot underestimate MKOI and what they've been able to do in spring. And for me, I would be KC in this matchup, be a bit worried, honestly.
For sure. I mean, MKOI, they have really impressed me with their ability to grasp new metas, to find these little combos that they can work with. I love the way they're playing stuff like the Trundle way before the rest of the world was in last playoffs. I need to see if they can do that today. I don't think they've hit the ground running massively with that just yet, but there's always that threat.
Yeah, but I mean, MKOI, they were struggling against GX, and I think they could have actually easily lost that series. Of course, KC Winter champions, MKOI Spring champions, GX Scrim champions, right? But it's still one of those things where they didn't look as convincing coming back from their break, and KC has already had a momentum, having already played 2 series, which can give them an edge in today's matchup.
Or MKOI had time to study KC and see what they've been able to do.
Oh, the next level, next level.
Today. Yeah, and I mean, I'm really excited about this matchup, especially because it is the first winners we had this year against the spring winners. Again, forget about the facts, forget about the old rivalries. It is KC versus MKOI in our match of the week.
Movistar Koi contra Carmine Corp, España contra Francia. Qué gran rivalidad de estos dos equipos, que para mí en lo personal están en su mejor momento.
huge damage. It'll at least be LeBron falling, but no, the flash keeping him safe. Elyoya, has he overcommitted? The answer is yes. Alvaro is here.
Oh my
and they just want to turn it back. They've got the confidence.
Tenemos por un lado Carmine Corp, que son los campeones del primer split y fueron muy superiores a nosotros. Sin embargo, en el segundo le damos la vuelta. Les ganamos 2 mejores de 5, y no solo eso, sino que también nos llevamos el segundo split.
The TP from Jojo. Beer went on a rampage. Cap's taken out. Hansama is not enough. Vamos, Koi!
Koi might have just found their moment in the tank battle. It's Mirren that wins.
Ahora, obviamente, ellos están buscando, por decir de alguna manera, esa revancha, ¿no? Lo hemos visto en alguna declaración de alguno de sus jugadores.
Fighting to try and keep doing a lot of bait. Kana falling low as well as the missiles fly from Noah, but the feathers fly from Alyss.
Hoy se vuelven a enfrentar en lo que para mí va a ser un partidazo, y la verdad es que este split tengo muchas ganas de ver cómo se desarrolla, ¿no? Porque es un poco el desenlace de lo que ha pasado a lo largo de este año. Así que nada, mucha suerte a los dos equipos y que gane el mejor. Vamos a estar con.
It is that time again of France versus Spain. Movistar Koi versus KC in our match of the week, and it hits big considering the expectations that have come off the back of their early starts. KC in winter and Movistar Koi in spring. Both domestic champions rolling onto the stage in what is Movistar Koi's second series back. And after we saw them a little bit shaky yesterday, we've got to ask the question of how they look today against a bigger opponent, one that has a bigger bar on KC's back. My name is Hysteric. I'm joined by Dagda, and you know what? Special guest part 2. We had one of the 2019 bros here on stage yesterday, and now we've got another as Mickey joins us for the first 10 minutes of this game. Mickey, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
It's good to see you. I'm glad we got to talk a bit of MTG before getting into this game. We got the important things out of the way. Now we just go into a match of the week. That's cool with you.
Yeah, I don't mind.
You don't mind? Good to have you then.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty hyped for this. Like, I think this is going to be such a banger series.
Yeah.
It's nice to have you on the desk as well, Mickey, because I think a lot of people, there are a ton of hype matchups across the board here, but my eyes immediately go to bot lane. Like, Alvaro had a fantastic performance yesterday, really setting up in that game 3 to carry. Supa's Ezreal looking spiffing as well. So I think there's a huge amount of focus on how Kalista Targos can try and contain this duo from Movistar Koi.
Well, I hope, Mickey, you're going to give us some insight as we move into pick ban, though, because support right now feels like, what, pretty linear? Pretty same priorities for the past couple of months?
Play the same champions over and over again. There's like some Nico, some Alistar, Rail, not to lose kind of thing. And then after that, I guess you can expand a bit, but in 3 games max, it's a bit harder.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I guess Rakan as well.
I feel like we're, getting a little bit... Are you getting bored of support? Are you looking for something different these days?
Yeah, I need something more hype.
Well, your Nico's hype, as you've told us many times, that your Nico is the best in the league.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Some might say the world.
Oh,
some might say that.
Jesus, all right. Well,
the entire universe.
Hopefully you guys get to test that coming up in our world split, as Taliyah's going to be banned away. No support's taken off just yet. Trundle gone, so...
Can we play support Trundle and Taliyah, in case you're wondering.
Okay.
So I guess 2 support bans.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. And how's the J support going? Is that
Come on, you're pushing it now.
Sorry, my bad.
Tied back a little bit. Azir's still open, by the way. Worth mentioning, that has been one of the strongest first picks we've had so far. Sion's actually going to be banned away. Azir feels like the best pick here.
Yeah, Azir seems pretty strong. I guess MKOI probably going to go for a Yone here. I think Jojo Pyun likes Yone, especially into Azir.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of, do you end up taking the Rumble and the Wukong and then take the Yone on that last 3rd rotation, or do you feel the need to try and lock it in nice and early? Because I think for KC, if you leave up the Wukong, I think it's a little bit of a worry. Plus, you've always got the option then to go Wukong into your AD carry or something here as well.
Also, where did our Annie Pro go? I mean, you're talking about Yone here, Mickey, and this is a good call out as Jojo really likes the champion, but I feel like we're seeing a lot more Annie Wukong pairings.
Yeah, maybe it just depends on the matchup. Like into Azir, you probably want to go for something like Yone Maokai, but I think Annie is also pretty strong, just not sure how good it is into Azir specifically. I feel like Azir just is kind of stronger. So that's probably why teams don't want to just pick it that early, or in this specific thing, I guess.
Or a blind.
Okay.
Is that just saying, okay, Rumble's open, pick it?
I mean, it's definitely the Mirren special, right? They like to put him on that up in the top side of the map. You saw how effective he was in the flanks yesterday for MKOI as well, and it gives you that AP damage that you really want. Even if it doesn't have that flexibility, as you say, there's not a ton of stuff that can really go toe-to-toe with it in that top side. Even if you go for the tank, you just get so much lane priority.
Yeah, and I guess jungle needed counter pick, so they need to save it for a third pick. Let's see what they end up picking.
Ah, so they do go with the Rumble anyway. So at least Rumble is still relatively weak when it comes towards the AP matchups on the top side. But with Gwen gone, still going to have a good, decent time with the Aurora. And then I think, yeah, you can still go. I would imagine Wukong here, just because Rumble is here. Wukong is just such a strong top side once you hit that level 6.
Yeah, I can see Wukong being pretty solid here. They also need something with 80 damage. I don't think they should go for like any tanks or... Well, this one is okay, I guess.
This one's okay?
This one's 80 damage, kind of.
Yeah, true.
So, I don't mind this one.
So walks away from the Sejuani a bit, okay. For Yike, a little bit of setup here with the Azir as well.
I think it just puts a lot of pressure onto Targamas to be that big engage tool, though. So if I'm looking at MCOY, I'm like, okay, let's get rid of Rel, let's try and get rid of maybe even something like the Alistair, and just then that gets rid of a lot of these big AoE CC engages and just make things way more comfortable for yourself. Although,
really?
KC, okay, I was going to say for KC, maybe they're just looking at, oh wait, okay, well you've already got the Yone, chances are you have to try and dive into us at some point in this game.
Yeah, I can see that as well. But then again, there's also, I mean, I think with Rumble you kind of want just a lot of CC. But I think a champ that can peel well and has good CC, or like set up kind of a Rumble is Renata, so they could look for that. But it's not the best champion to Yone Aurora. But yeah, I think they're probably going to go for a melee champion. There's a lot of options. There's like Nautilus Rakan, but I guess they play Nautilus themselves. So maybe they're going to get a bit pinched in that one.
Okay, well, 2 supports already, as you said. It was like similar directions ago. We were talking about the Rel a little bit before. Which could set up either side. I mean, seeing Lilia Yone pairing is... I feel this feels very LPL-esque of last split. But I don't know how you feel about that. We used to see Zyra, Yone as well, had similar kind of setup, but...
I mean, yeah, I didn't see Lilia in quite a while. I mean, I'm kind of confused why both teams are just banning supports. I feel like they kind of want to pick these champions for their team. I guess Alistair is the next one, so I'm wondering what Casey is going to bring out now. Maybe a little Renata angle, but...
So you like Renata? Do you like Leona?
Nah. I think Leona is not the greatest. They already have double AP and the tank in the jungle.
Yeah, very true.
So the Merc's value would go up. But I guess Yone can't build it, so that could be a reason to pick Leona here. But it's also not the greatest matchup into Alistair, so I would not recommend it.
Okay. Don't recommend
Maybe a Braum. Braum could be decent.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty strong with Yunara as well together, because the passive, like Yunara passive goes to stack on both people. If like both are tagged with Braum passive, if she attacks one, the second one also gets supplied.
Oh yeah.
So it's like a pretty solid combo.
Do you think you have enough CC to set up for, I was going to say for Rumble in this one, but yeah, we're not even going to get any sort of engage. It's just going to be the Milio trying to enable that Yunara with those long range autos.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I guess it's mostly just for the Lilia sleep. Otherwise, there's legit no reason to pick Milio in this game, I would say. But yeah, maybe that's what they need.
Okay, so we get this kind of like weird front to back from KC with, you know, disengage, and we talk about the Milio cleanse for Lilia. And on the other side, I mean, Aphelios has been popping a little bit more. Super's going to bring game 1 into it.
Yeah, I feel like this game is going to be really hard to play as Aphelios. There's so much long range damage and things that can zone you out of the fight on KC side of things that I don't really feel like you're ever really going to be able to play into the fights. Plus a huge amount of, you know, Lily is quite fast, Yone is diving backline, even Aurora wants to try and be flanking for backline access as well. So even trying to keep up with the pace of the fight feels like it's going to be difficult for the Aphelios.
Yeah, I think he's kind of just picked it because it's good into the Yunara. I think there's not really much other reasoning behind that one. But yeah, I mean, it's a fine pick still, because I think he's kind of self-sufficient, I feel like, depending on the gun rotation, of course.
Of course. Well, Mickey, it's a pleasure to have you alongside us for what is going to be, hopefully, a banger match of the week intro. KC versus Koi. It delivers, and it has delivered split by split. Super Aphelios is a very good touch. I appreciate the signage. Our audience comes out, and each week, the effort that goes into signs cannot be understated. Mickey, have you, when you're playing on stage, you notice the signs, you look at the signs?
Not really.
Not really?
No.
Oh, come on, man. Supports don't just like...
It's too far, I can't see that far.
Yeah, that's a good save. Good save.
Need to make bigger signs.
They're here, guys. Make bigger signs. Make some big noise. We get into KC versus MCOY once again. Hopefully this delivers. Mickey, how you been, by the way?
Yeah, I've been all right. What about you?
Yeah, I've been all right, man. I just, you know, chilling, killing, and all that kind of stuff. What do you mean you've been all right? What's all right?
Is that an acceptable answer?
When people say good, and I just take that on faith that they're doing good. What do you mean all right?
Yeah, it's like, kind of like good.
Okay. kind of like it.
Good is the mainstream.
Pretty good after that win, you know?
Yeah. 2-0 is nice.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I started going for the phase rush rune. I like Spellbook a bit more, unless you're playing against like Trundle.
But saw this yesterday. What's the theory behind it?
The phase rush? I mean, it's good in general if Spellbook wasn't buffed, because after your combo, you just get mega fast. You can never get caught. If someone tries to catch you, you can always do your 3 abilities and run away.
Yeah.
And you just like stick on people very easily. But I think Spellbook is quite similar, but it gives you more options to be more creative. So I think for this game, Spellbook I think is better, but I think against something like Trundle or something annoying, phase rush is nice.
Do you think the smite change made a big difference in pro play, like the 900 max smite now on third rotation?
Not really.
You don't care?
I think I don't even take smite that often. Like when I play with Spellbook, I think it's mostly for TP, for Ghost, and to switch to Exhaust. I think those are the nice ones. Sometimes cleanse if you need it, because I don't like buying mercs.
You don't want to smite a cannon away from upset at any point in the game, though?
No, I use my normal abilities to steal.
Yeah.
It's minus too obvious. If I use an ability, I'm just trying to help, right?
Okay. Inside information.
Especially with Nico.
All right, bot side being a focus here. Well, I have you two gents beside me, and we already talked about it. It feels like the Millia was kind of a response to what the Lily is bringing to jungle. But for the laning phase at least, when Cozy Campfire comes out,
and that was a bit of a sad trade. Millia was kind of lagging there. He didn't press his E in time, and they got out traded by an Alistar level 1. So that's not optimal. But they should also not be sitting in this bush when the minions are there. So, okay. I think they should deny a lot of CS. I think they're pushing the wave a little bit too fast. I think Aphila's going to catch all of this, whereas they should not be able to really walk up very easily, level 1. They should drop some CS.
Do you think it's because they're worried about, look, Lily is clearing from top to bot and we're going to be a bit isolated to try and reset the lane, or do you think they just got more time to punish?
I think they just kind of misplayed it, because you can do it on third wave anyway, and unless Lilia does some crazy stuff, they can't really get ganked, and especially like Alistar should not be able to get level 2 in time before you actually crash the wave. So I think they should still be able to deny. And even if they get ganked, worst case they have to use their summoners, and the Lilia gets far behind from that, so yeah, I think they could push their advantage a little bit, but it's alright. We're scaling.
We're scaling, okay. Kalista is still level 2. By the way, Ward put in Pixel Brush just so he spots his Lilia moving down. And there's the response as well from Movistar Koi as the bounce comes in, and for now the biggest question is going to be if this reset timing can come in from Kalista.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this one. I think they can kind of just push in the wave now, and he might lose quite some CS. I don't think Milio can freeze it, but they don't seem to realize it, so I guess they're slow pushing.
He gets cull from it as well, as Dagda loves this tech. He told me about it in depth. He just kept telling me about the lifesteal that applies to all the balls.
Yeah, so whenever you hit through a minion with your Q, you end up being able to get a ton of extra healing off, because the on-hit healing applies on every single bounce. Basically, the entire reason we see all these kind of funky builds on Yunara is because of that interaction. So the call is just very, very nice in the early stages.
Is it a mistake from Riot, or is that intended?
I think it's cool. Yeah. I think it's cool to have a mechanic like that in the game, because, well, you can also counter it with specific champions. Maybe Rammus. Because if she attacks one guy and then you stand behind with Rammus, she will get the W.
That's amazing.
I tried in solo queue, it was kind of OP. Yeah. Might have to pull it out.
So Rammus coming out next week is what
Maybe.
we're hearing. Yeah.
But keep it on the down low. People should not know about this.
Okay.
You're giving too much away. Last time you gave away no, the other thing you gave away last time you were on cast with us is about your Nico skill.
Oh, yeah.
And we've been quoting that ever since, you know. You give us a little bit of information, we just reuse it. We're not very creative.
It's fine. I'm very generous. That's why I also like giving people kills if they meet in game.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise I don't feel bad.
You don't do that as much as someone who, you know, used to be in the league, but sometimes you do.
I try.
You're getting there, right? A small movement from Alvaro, by the way. He's just looking for a gank timing on Floody, but not going to be able to do too much, and it's simply just about the trade through mid. That bot reset, I don't believe, if you guys correct me, did too much here, I think.
I mean, they kind of are just behind in CS now, which I don't think is optimal.
Yep.
But I think they should look for swap timers with Rumble, when he's level 6 especially. I think he should be kind of fine to not get dove. Maybe they don't want to do it because Aphelios will get chakrams and just murder the tower. But yeah, I guess we'll see what their plan is after the grub spawn, if they actually want to contest that. I don't think they're going to be much stronger for that fight, so I'll probably just try to trade if I was them.
I feel like so far, Dagda, I mean, the game's pretty stable. We've had early game with Caps yesterday was like, you know, just basic lanes. Same with Mickey again. All we need is a pause now to ask him how Slovenia is. As I flash away Mirwin gets out. How is it, by the way?
Oh, how is what?
How's Slovenia?
It's great. Yeah.
You gotta give me more than that.
Best pizza in the world.
Oh, okay.
Jeez, that is a big claim when Italy is nearby.
Yeah, well, the thing is with Slovenia, we just like, we take some food and then perfect it.
Really?
That's the propaganda I'm spreading.
The best pizza in the world. You got anything else?
And I have 3 people that tried it and confirmed it, which is Grebs, Duff, and Youngbuck.
Okay.
You want to ask them?
Different cultures. That's the main thing. It's not just Slovenians who also, you know, agree with you.
In Ireland, we take food as well and change it, but we definitely don't perfect it.
Have you ever tried a spice bag?
That's a rough one for the...
Yeah, Miriam should be dead here, right? I mean, Yike can just stand and deliver. He tanks up and kind of burns him down. Easy game,
nice
easy
and patient. Impressive by Yike.
Yeah, nice timing there. End up getting the kill on top side. Good trade for Dragon as well. And end up getting a plate to boot. So nice little lead now, setting up for Kana. And especially when Mirwin kind of opted in towards this early Aurora, thinking he'd be fine if the Rumble came through. Getting this early lead from him is going to work out well.
Yeah.
Swapping off this as well, Mickey.
Yeah, I think it's a good swap timer. I think it's a bit sad that Aurora had to use TP, because now she can't even push the next wave, so they're going to have to match anyway. So she just TP top to catch one wave, and now he's going to have to base and go bot again. Unless he wants to stay here to wait 1 minute for grubs, but I don't think that's optimal. So Rumble's going to get a big lead from this.
I was meant to ask you as well, as MCOI move towards mid with Alvaro and Mirwin, Targamas just to be careful if he walks over here, full engage, he has a flash, and yeah, I guess the response
That's
there,
right.
Targamas does a bit of laughing. That's not like a you, Mickey, play, no.
I mean, I would not go for this one. I would usually try to flash around the queue, but it's unlucky. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like, because Mirwin was caught out on top side, they were like, we need to make a play around mid just to see if we can get something as Mirwin moves the bot, because now Rumble's going to be able to push in this wave and can start to shift up onto the rest of the map if they need him to, just as Voidrum is a better spawn.
Yeah, I think Mirwin was trying to do a low elo check to see if they would like not respect him, because he was too greedy to not want to like base and go bot and just suck it up. He had to like try to get something out of his bad situation. But yeah, KC responded well. They did not fall for it, and now Aurora is quite far behind.
He's coming top. I'm not sure what he can do. I mean, that's a pretty thin wave as is, and cleared out well by Kalis. As he moves in, Elyoya has sleepy time, but...
I think Rumble should stay for one more wave and then actually try to move, because now Aurora's getting the next wave.
Yeah.
Because they saw Rumble, so Aurora can actually get the move and they could start grubs, which could be quite a good salvage by Koi, but they seem to be a bit scared.
With ulti as well.
Yeah, Kalis and Targus have this wave in an awkward spot where Super and Alvaro imagine Yike is in the area, so don't want to try and overextend for it, but here's the decent engage.
Empire's down, they're just given an ulti as well, and Kalis, he's been healed up. Targus already used his ulti, but slowed down with the laser beam, and Alvaro gets flashed on. Lethal tempoed. Kalis with a kill as well, and KC's early game is quite concrete.
Yeah, nice job by KC to get the play in the top side. You can see Super and Alvaro really worried that Yike might be trying to come over the wall and get on top of them, but they're able to find that moment with the push in mid as well, covering them. KC now get the top objective as well.
Mate, show me the trap bush. How's that not the bush?
Ulti auto, Midwin's dead. He can't get the between worlds TP, and Khan with the second kill. Mickey, bit of a disaster early.
Yeah, it's looking rough. I think Koi got a little bit nervous up top with the free, so they just had to go and run it. So now the game is even more lost than it was before, even though they could have salvaged it. But yeah, now it's looking rough.
With Inara and Rumble like this, let's have a look, because as you were saying, MCOI trying to force this a little bit with Alvaro.
Yeah, Alvaro sees he can get the double knock-up and thinks that it's going to go well, but it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, they don't have enough damage right now, unless Aphelios is actually melee range with his chakrams, but they have Milio, they have double cleanse as well. Yeah, actually, I don't know why they used the cleanse on the Inara, but that's fine.
And then this is the solo kill afterwards, where Mia's just not having a good time.
Yeah, kind of just able to push up and keep him in check here. Oh, we're going to go back to mid though.
Oh, that's because Joe's getting ultied out, or rather ultied now. Auto attack down with lethal tempo. Vladdy, shifting sand's not available. His flash holds in checkers.
We have to watch this.
Hey, look, it could have been. Nice timing from Vladdy with the ultimate to disengage from Jojo. Making sure that he's not able to follow up, but yeah, I think it's the fact that now you've got Kalis in a good spot on this top side. You know Kana is huge on the bottom half of the map as well. You can already see Mirwin is struggling to try and deal with them. It just makes things really difficult for MCOI to try and get control of the map, and when it comes to fights, it feels like you've got a decent way for KC to poke and prod with the Milio extra range, and MCOI kind of have to commit to something or just be forced out of the engagement.
Mickey, I'm told I have to get you back to your team. You know,
it's already
obligations and stuff. Yeah. Is there anything you want to say to the fans, maybe about your home country, about another food you've affected? Anything that you really want to shout out that you don't get a chance to do in game?
Kebab is pretty good as well, but besides that, not much.
Oh,
Well,
thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming.
You're looking handsome today, brother. You're doing well.
You too, mate.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Thank
not
you
looking
much.
so good as he is falling.
This game, you think, Mickey?
Yeah.
Probably in the two.
Let's focus on game 2 for Koi, yeah?
Okay, good answer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Mickey for his insight for the first 10 minutes. I appreciate you. And again, you know, it is nice to have. We just have the old G2 roster. We'll, you know, bring the rest back next time as well. We'll get a quadcast with you and Caps next time. Okay? He's smiling at that one. We'll see how we go with that, Dag, to finally make the dream come true.
You have been dreaming about this quadcast
I
for
have
several
for a while.
years. Yeah.
He's a chill guy. I mean, him and Caps, they're like, you know, they're just bros. You sit down, you play some games with, like tabletop games, and
they're good people.
They're good people. You know, not to say that other people aren't, but they haven't been up here yet. Carlson, he's a good guy. We had him. Who are we going to get next time? You just wait and find out. All right. So this early game is a bit rough. I ain't talking about a dog. Kana caught up in the wind. It now becomes drowsy time. Now becomes the sleep. El Yoya pops him down. Okay, if Mickey could see this, I wonder what he'd say, Dagda, because that's the first kill for MKoi.
Yeah, I think it's a nice timer from MKoi as well. When you look at the map, KC wants to try and move over towards the Dragon, so they find that moment for MKoi to move into position and get the kill. Kana did a nice job of clearing out the wave, though, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult for MKoi to fully capitalize on this play. But still, it's a trade in what should have been Dragon area, but honestly, KC not back on the map quick enough to really get control there.
Kind of with TP, though, maybe it changes the play. At the very least, Elio is not going to have his lilting lullaby. Jojo without his ulti either. Yike starts this off, but MKoi get pressure, but KC looking hungry for the play with TP now burned.
Yeah, Vladdy's gone, as you said, to the top end, so it will just be a 4v4. No ultimate on Kana. Makes this a little dicey, just because you should have them all available, apart from Elioyas and MKoi.
Dragon's pinched off for the time being. By the way, Leandres has just been picked up by Kana, so despite him getting caught out, he's still 1,300 over his lane opponent in EMEA. When you look at mid, Jojo's the only one holding a gold lead right now. KC use their pressure. They're going to get their first Dragon of the game. That's one apiece here in our slow starter, but does equal things up in the objective game.
So KC able to bully through the fact they had those first items fully completed, and we're happy to just try and go toe-to-toe with MKoi in the beginning. At this stage, though, I think it's where, for MKoi, you need to start finding more of these moments to trade across the map. It was good. They got the pick on towards Kana. Just unfortunate they kind of owed to the wave, so they couldn't do much more with this. But try and play away from these objectives for the moment and see if you can get some much-needed gold back on carries.
Alvaro looking for the roam. We now keep our eyes towards this cow. How does he get in as Flash is available again? Targamas has stepped up with Vladdy on the wave. Cozy Campfire giving some health over to this Azir. Desperately needed as kicking a soccer ball. Lionel Messi there is going to hit the target, and Alvaro just gets sent back as MKoi also getting their jungler spotted here in the Pixel Brush is a nice drying ward.
It feels like this is more for MKoi to get Jojo the push in and reset for what I imagine is him very close to playing the Rune King, but we'll have to wait and see.
Jojo jumps in, only into Vladdy, remember, again. He's fine with that as just wait for the wave. Channeling a recall for now. The wave is quite thinned out anyway, so probably a good time to do so as Kalista steps up to Super. Half HP each, ulti popped, good dodge away. Sends out the Gazer Beam, but Super doesn't get caught.
If that W had hit, that could have been a bit of a disaster for Super.
That could have been.
But ends up getting away from it in the end, and now KC feel a bit more confident. They push up on the wave in mid, pushing top side. Oh. And Alvaro just getting a love tap from Kalista as he finishes off that timer with the ultimate.
You got one of those searing torches, you know, back when I was back in Australia, like the end of last year, got really into cooking again, and I got a searing torch, because you know after your steak, you can really sear it and get the crust on it. Man, that's what it feels like. You send out that arc of ruin from Yunara, and it feels like you're just searing the cow. Oh man, I could do with the steak. Are
you hungry or something, Jake?
I didn't have much for dinner.
I was going to say, between the pizza discussion and now this.
Oh, yeah. Yo, shout out to our talent team last night after Dagda and I finished. There was just a charcuterie board waiting for me. I was like, bro, where am I? Shout out again. Super just getting ordered for a little bit. Now remember, Blade of the Wrong King picked up. There is no first item for Super, so a bit of an advantage here for Kliss in the try.
Kliss is playing this really well, using the... hold on a sec.
Jojo's going to where? Asgard? Now he's back.
Yeah, just using the Cozy Campfire to get the extra range makes it really difficult for the Aphelios to really trade effectively against you. Plus you end up with the slow from the Blade of the Rune King, so constantly spacing against Super to make it very difficult. MKoi though, moving into position here. Are forcing KC back.
Yike is ready to pivot in. The drive might begin, and into Alvaro with the equalizer down. He's in trouble, slowed down. Unbreakable will pulled out, and KC rock in.
I mean, that was super easy. They just used their range, and MKOI have to walk away.
And this is what we were talking about. If MKOI are falling behind like this, trying to start fights and trying to take fights on their terms just becomes so difficult. They don't have a easy tool to start off these fights. You can see Alvaro trying to use his flash engage as that point of contact in that last engagement. But it's just not there. They just don't really have anything in the tank.
You know, for MKOI as well, they usually get the ball rolling, and quick stats check as well is like, yeah, 64% win rate with a gold lead at 14. As we've crested over that rate, KC obviously at the top of the leaderboard alongside Fnatic, updated as per last series, as Jojo is going to ulti out there from the gank coming through from Yike. But as you can see, KC really do well with the lead. Usually MKOI as well. Both these teams get that jet engine on, and they start flying.
Potential dive on the bottom side here. Mirwin trying to set it up.
But where's the wave going to go when it turns to a crisp? Good spacing from Elyoya. It's all about the turret. Elyoya sticks around. Electro Harpoon, luckily, isn't going to come through because Kana overheated. He's also out of ammunition as MKOI commit to the Nexters. Equalizer almost up and available. Kana's like, I can see a kill. I can see a kill. Elyoya, he's going to lens. And Kana's Electro Harpoon is not going to find its target. Instead, he just pulls back, and Elyoya is going to start clearing for a bit of health.
The equalizer was up fairly soon, but Kana just didn't quite have that cooldown available, which could have spelled a very different story. It could have been cow and deer on the menu for the Rumble, but...
Oh, I do like venison, Dagda.
In this position again, though, KC are fine. They're just continuing to catch waves, bounce waves, and playing towards Vladdy to make sure that he can farm up to a decent spot. You still have that Rift Herald in the back pocket of Vladdy as well. Dragon in 30 seconds.
Yep.
It's KC pushing in top now, resetting and looking to, I imagine, break mid-turf off the back of the Rift Herald into Dragonblade.
Well, this is quite strong. Seal as well for the combat with Cozy Campfire too. Don't forget, not only the heal, but the bonus attack range that comes through. It's going to be really nice when Yunara already has a pretty good attack range. MKOI zoned out yet again, and walking into any choke, walking into at least 2 or 3 KC members has been really hard this game for MKOI to achieve.
You're so short range on MKOI, and again, you don't really have many tools to get into fights. As long as Alvaro's bot as Kalist.
Arclight Ruin comes through, but it's in the wrong way. Kalist still auto-attacking and waiting for the next leap. He's just going to do a kick flip and walk towards Super, but Super's already far away as well. Top turret, the priority here for Jojo. Well, remember, 3 grubs were picked up by KC. Their pushing power is strong as well as they look towards mid with Herald.
This is although it looks a little wonky, the best way for MKOI to try and play this.
Looking Lullaby. Cozy Campfire comes through. Vladdy's out of that one. There's a Between Worlds. Good knock-up set up by Alvaro. 2-man with the Graviton, but there's no damage. Super doesn't have the range and the guns either. And even though Kalist's ulti is already down, he gets a slow. The equalizer comes in, and Kana is running at them. On the retreat path is MKOI after the warpath set out by KC.
KC commit to mid to try and protect the play, which leaves that lane on the top side free for Jojo. Crashes the wave, gets himself another little nice lead for himself. And again, this is what I want to say. I think this is how MKOI have to try and play it.
Yep.
You don't try and go for the fights. Alvaro, you can see how much he had to try and use to engage, and the follow-up after is denied because of the way KC's composition works. For MKOI, it's try and buy time as much as possible around these objectives, so Yone can push aside, so Mirwin can try and get some control over side lanes. And look, you end up losing the mid-tower and the dragon, but at least you've got some time before you have to contest for the next dragon, and this Yone is starting to scale.
Dagger, I'm really glad you've been paying attention to Jojo because, yeah, I'm looking at that gold lead. Obviously, everyone can use their eyes and see what's up, but 20 CS, the side lane control that you said, again, drawing that TP away, has given him that extra couple of waves. Like, Jojo must be sitting on a bit of gold here because his lead, he's doing a bit of chobing, but not just that. Like, he had the components of Blade of Ruin King for a little bit. He completed it and then got that push off. He's rivaling Kana, who got 3 kills early on. That's saying something.
And you can see as a result, everyone in KC is trying to put pressure on him. So they push mid, they're now playing into the side that Yone's on, denying him access to the wave, trying to deny him access from using that advantage. Now, it does also have the added benefit of keeping control of Awaken, but I believe this is where KC want to try and keep Jojo in check, but knockups.
Wind is giving a nice lift to the steps of Targamas at half HP. A campfire needed to get warm before this fight begins. Awaken is the throwing machine. It shreds resistances and teams just like to throw around it. So KC have to be careful. Jojo going in and onto Gliss at half HP. He stands for now. Another Cozy Campfire, and that'll give him a nice heal and toot in his step. But at 8k, MKOI here to play in front of Awaken at 6. It's still going down. KC flash though into LUA, but a quick flash response. Meanwhile, Jojo has to ulti out from Kalist. He ultied, he ran in, lilting multiple under Kana, but he's burning down the deer. We're eating venison tonight, but as LUA gets out, Super goes in, gets the range on Kana, and Kalist is still in ulti. Yes, he's zoning, but where is the spike going to come from? LUA has to run in, but he can't. Too far away. Yikes stood his ground, and KC somehow take the objective.
MKOI wanted that so desperately, but just about KC can hold on in the fight. And it's a fight on two fronts. You end up looking at Kana on this bottom side, trying to zone out Mirwin, and also uses an ultimate to keep Super and Elyoya out of the fight as soon as we get this engage coming through the Yike. But Jojo gets out on the top side, Albro manages to keep him safe, and you end up with so many people focused on trying to deal with Jojo on the top side. Kana gets isolated on the bottom side with Mirwin, and Super, as soon as that ultimate from Rumble's gone, starts to walk in, and then it becomes a dicey game. But Elyoya not able to get into position means that KC can smite the objective away.
I mean, Elyoya lucky to be alive at that point. I thought he's getting crispy squared by Kana, but you can see a lot of damage from that top line Rumble, but Kalist, that early kill really put him into this game. This is the thing about Aurora, by the way, on the other side. She just always has a chance, even if she hasn't had that much impact in the early game. Team fights where she's able to lay at 2 or 3 people in the ulti, like the burst is still measurable.
I think it helped as well that Super had the Calibrum.
Yeah.
The fact he had the longer range, even when he was zoned out, made things a little easier for him in that fight, especially when it came to the ult to finish off Kana. But still, a good job from MKOI to fight back. And you can see, even though they were slightly behind, it's a very even game now. And if they can find fights where they can get flanks, have Jojo, Pyun, and Mirwin pick off some of the back line, that could be the thing that breaks open this game in favor of MKOI.
And both comps have really fun ways to fight as well, right? Like, there's big ults to watch out for, like Yone, like Azir. Even, I'd say these days, like Moonlight Vigil with Yunara's ult. When she gets to turn on and be that transcended self, it's insane she can take over fights.
And I think that's where terrain is going to be playing a big part because of how many big ultimates there are. If you can try and use, like we saw, Kana's Rumble ultimate to keep Super out of a fight, to deny Mirwin access on a flank, that can be game-breaking. And on the upside, like even if Kalist is just able to use that range and not really get in trouble from Jojo, Mirwin, or Super, that could also be something that KC can look to play through.
Gun check here, Super just ran out of the Calibrum. Now he's got Gravitum and Infernum. Duo won't be great, but at least with the Moonlight Vigil, that Infernum can shred through. Yike at half HP, and his Heartsteel that hasn't done much this game has flashed in Mirwin. Great burst, and now a lilting lullaby soon to follow. Tarkamas sends out the ulti, but meanwhile, Yike has to kite it back. Kana's ulti's great with the Empress Divide from Bloody, and Alvaro will die because of it. Jojo getting burned down on the side, but somehow Yike, Tarkamas, both alive to tell the tale.
Yike's ultimate saved that play. Jojo Pyun went for his own ult to dive into the backline, finish off some of these low health members, but got caught by the Skarner and couldn't finish it off. We'll catch it in the replay in just a moment, but that could have been everything off the back of this play. You see, good positioning here for MKOI. Mirwin hiding out of sight, knowing that no vision is put down, comes in invisible, multi-man slow, and then you get the follow from Albro. But watch as Jojo goes for the ultimate here, ends up getting caught by Yike, which means they can't actually go for the finish on the ultimate. Vladdy's able to buy space, and with Kana now in a flank position, he catches Jojo on the far side.
Mirwin just did so much burst, and the follow-up looked brilliant. Just can't believe KC didn't die from that. Again, shows you the skill. Yike has one moment. As by the way, I thought that Heartsteel got a couple more stacks. It's 25 minutes. There are 0 stacks on that Heartsteel. So that's not a successful game, as he's now got his second item with Randu and Zoman. That'll help from the crit from Aphelios and the Yone eventually, but worth mentioning that that item so far has done not much.
It may also just be on screen, like, we don't know.
Well, observers did say at 10 minutes that Heartsteel has 0 stacks.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I'm assuming that's continued to the 25-minute mark. Thank you very much to our production team. Yeah, rough one, as Baron now spawns, and I've got the in here from my producer to say that is correct. So at 25, as we tick over Baron, as I said, it sits there waiting. Remember as well, 2 dragons are 2 dragons. That next one moves to soul point, so it's a consideration if the Baron lingering goes on long enough.
Gliz getting a nice poke onto Alvaro. MKOI moving towards this top side. You have Kana pushing on bot though, completely isolated. So they're kind of fishing for some sort of play. KC just aren't giving it to them though.
It's kind of been like that all game, although be it been some close plays that have come off the back of this Lilia, off of Jojo especially. They're the ones looking at a lead right now. Kana at 2 and a bit items with his teleport available, electing to walk for now. Remember, Mirwin can match that if this Baron starts, but KC clearing all but 1 bit of ward. That's under a control ward, and with Baron starting, this will go quick.
MKOI also shifted their attention to bottom side because Kana had left out on that bot lane. Now they will be able to spot it out, and that's the TP already. KC pull off. That's exactly what they wanted. Now they have TP advantage on Kana, and Kana can continue to push in the bottom side. I wouldn't be surprised if Jojo resets to actually try and match Kana in this bottom lane, since they can try and keep some sort of TP there, but we'll have to see if he goes for it.
I mean, it's a really nice play. As you said, it's a clean play because a lot of the time we get the TP, and in this region, sometimes the overcommit comes, they'll start Baron anyway, we don't peel off. Like, really nice from KC. Just makes such a simple but well-coordinated play that Kana, you mentioning, is going to draw Jojo down, who can match with that TP, but remember that Vladdy has an advantage here. He'll go top for now, so it won't matter too much, but that Dragon timer is getting closer and closer. 1 minute 30, and Vladdy can make the roam if he has to.
I just had the strangest.
Garmin Corp still have a lot of control on the top half of the map, and I think that's where MKOI are just going to have their biggest struggle. Yunara pushes the wave so effectively and also has a longer range than Supa in most situations, so it makes it difficult for Supa to really contest the wave state, which is giving access to river, which is why MKOI have to be so cautious around what is happening on this Baron. And again, we're seeing it started up. Yone bot side, KC fishing for another TP or just taking the Baron.
Let's see which one it is this time. Ward over the back of the pit. The TP options aren't great until that control ward gets dropped down. Alvaro drops a fresh one as equalizer into Super, and Elyoya Alvaro is deep here as well. Unbreakable will come, and an attempted steal. No, they 50-50 to KC. One out with a beautiful impale. Elyoya bites the dust. Infernum does big damage, but look at Kana. On to Mirwin, he makes him his son as KC make it a 1-for-1, and that's all good when KC pick up the Baron at the end.
Super blue target miss. Oh, that was insane, but again, KC, they get the play they wanted. They were hoping to fish for Jojo Kyun's TP, but he never commits it. He just walks up from bottom side, which gives KC the opportunity to take the Baron. Kana looking to zone with that ultimate, does some damage, but Elyoya, even when he gets into the pit, ends up getting locked down here by Yai because he tries to escape over the, well, can't even get back over the wall. But the damage, absolutely insane. The Infernum into so many people, just bouncing onto target miss every single time.
I got 100-0.
Reminds me of a fellas of all, although it was a lot more egregious. And remember, that was a 50-50. That was dangerous from KC. Like, that play, because Targamas had smite, but he didn't actually use it. So now as we get to Dragon, there's an advantage for KC where they will have double smite. Alvaro, remember, phase rush here on the cow, so doesn't have that same opportunity. Targamas should just burn it here. Does it in the end anyway, okay, whatever. But regardless, third Dragon for KC. And with that Baron now, it's time to see how close they get towards the enemy base and to really build that gap as Jojo base checking is almost going to get caught. Kaliss steps up, there's Flash Impaled, and Jojo burns the same.
Means that Jojo will be way less threatening for his backline, or for KC's backline, should a fight try and break out. MKOI trying to rally all members onto this bottom side. Mirren going to match the mid push from Kana as the Baron push on the bottom side.
Poke is good, from Yike albeit, who still doesn't have a heart still back stack, by the way. There's got to be a record for that. There's KC in a turret. That's going to go down quite quickly. Easy to step up again, and the sustain makes it really annoying for MKOI. Their poke really works too much and there's no Caliber available. They're getting zoned off. Kana's now thinking about how he can move in with Equalizer again. The engage from Jojo onto Yike won't mean too much as Vladdy and Targamas step back, and MKOI keep getting chunked out. Every time they're going to lose more and more as yet another turret falls.
Again, the range discrepancy coming into play. KC get to farm up. They have a ton of repellent for if you try and dive as MKOI. You have the Emperor's Divide. Yike doesn't quite have the ultimate, but can peel, same with Targamas. It just makes it really difficult for MKOI to deal with this Baron push.
Next wave coming in as well. Jojo actually tagged out by Electro Harpoon. Kana's doing serious damage now. As Alvaro jumps in, they have to turn and engage. There's Between Worlds, but Alvaro's so deep, and look, Kana just flashes in. Under a turret, he goes golden, so he won't die. That was insane play as MKOI get wiped off the map in one fell swoop. Kana just said this has to end.
Karmine Corp found their moment Alvaro tried desperately to make it happen, but KC are just too strong.
Now, match of the week. Sure, it started off slow, but then it was KC down to a 50-50, but that didn't matter either. KC outclassed and enter into this match of the week in a big way. Let's get another kill down and then move to game 2.
A strong early game from KC.
Yeah.
MKOI tried desperately to find moments where they could get the fight, but Karmine Corp just working so well together.
This is a couple of really good early game plays. They held the gold lead. Yes, there was like one moment, I think, in that game where MKOI found a good fight, but, well, KC really held their number. Are they going to stay undefeated in series? I guess we find out in this best of 3 right after this.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey, Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
When darkness falls, yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining.
They use
no
cards.
cleans as well.
Ramel no flash?
I have no ulti, okay, so looks hard now.
I have no ulti too. Ramel troll. I can TP back, guys. We can play slow.
Get out.
I will play stall.
No.
TP bot. They got me. I don't know flash. She might ult.
Ali no flash. I can fight her.
I have no ult anymore.
It's not bad.
Kill Ali. Aurora no flash as well, okay?
Liliana no flash.
I will go top, by the way. He's fighting. Nice.
Alpha is so deep, and look, Carter just flashes in under it. Turret goes gone, so he won't die. That was insane play as MKOI get wiped.
Insane play, insane game, super clean game on the side of Karmine Corp here in our first game of Match of the Week. They take the first game, and guys, just stating straight facts, Kana, Rumble does not speak English. Absolute cinema.
Absolutely not a single word, but it's one of those things where we were talking about the mid lane, but you cannot forget on KC. They have the undisputed best top laner in the league, and this is one of the game that showcases it. There's been talks about a champion pool. We're still in the best of 3 fearless. You can't ban him out. This guy is so good, and his Rumble performance this game was absolutely 1v9 in the early game.
Kana has been so impressive since he stepped into this league, and it is just really incredible to me that he can keep carrying small leads and blow games out with them.
It's a barbecue deer! What are we doing here? You're just getting solo kill. He's not expecting the damage. Kana was just
on the
so
one
fed
hand,
this game.
funny joke. On the second hand, sorry to people who don't eat meat.
They gave us this. I don't think they should have. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. But focusing a bit more on the game, I applaud the discipline from KC, especially on the very first stages of the game. This early game was clean.
I can't take any of you serious with this. But this game, the early game was clean, and I think from KC, after the GX series in the first 2 games, it was something where you wanted more from them. Of course, that third game was fantastic, but it's still one of those things where they got all the grubs, they got all the herald, they got defeat in the beginning, and they got first Drake. This entire early game was full domination from KC.
And I think particularly given the talks around this team after everything that happened last split, where we thought this could be the year of KC, domination. They looked fantastic in the first bits of the year, but then things fell apart from the last playoffs. A lot of it centered around mentality and that early game. Not taking this for granted, getting a good early game, that speaks a lot to me as someone who wants to see this team go back to those early stages of the year where they were so good in our region.
So in that goal that KC has to become the better team, to be back on top, you know what?
Get rid of them.
To be on top of the LEC once again, the head coach actually said, we want to be the best team in the LEC, but before that, we have to be the best team in mid-game, especially when it comes to macro and team fight, because this is what wins you titles. Guys, do you feel like they're on the good path to get there?
Ask Alex, not me, I'm not ready.
Look, in a sense, yes, I think they are. And I think there were a couple of moments during this game where I thought that their objective play was a lot better as well. It's a crucial part of mid-game. And in fact, actually, I'd like to talk about one of those objectives.
Professor Nymira.
It's a little bit of Professor. I have another hand. It's not the other one. But I'd like to talk about the Atakan setup, because I think that twins out really, really well into something which we just talked about, those mid-games and the objective. We're going to go to the Atakan and how KC took the strengths of their composition and I think made a pretty good job of things too. Because this objective is where games go to die. If you are taking the Atakan yourself, often you find yourself fighting around this kind of area as well, tanking the Atakan, getting shredded by it, and often losing the game. As we see the setup here, initially, KC do think about this is the important point to go towards. They do defend that quite heavily, but they don't stick to it heavily. And I think that's really important. If we just pause right now, you'll notice that actually they've given up this all-important tri-brush. Typically, this is the biggest objective you can get around this. The second one is giving up a top lane push, because what that ends up doing doing is giving one entrance through this part, one entrance through this part, and one entrance through the top side to flank a team that is taking the objective. And that's typically a bad thing. However, KC say, we'll give you those, we'll peel back. We're a peel back team composition, and we'll take the fight over here. Yes, Yike can go forwards, but they're taking the fight around a better part of the objective than I've seen many teams globally go towards. Yes, they end up losing one, but their goal is just to make sure that their backline carries are safe enough. And the main objective is take the damn out of Khan. It's not necessarily about the big fight. I think that they chose really good terrain to go towards this. And if we're going to go and twin this into what we were talking about with Raya, their coach, saying we need to be good at objectives and mid-game and team fighting, I think this is a pretty good example. We'll go back to the desk to make sure we can finish that off.
I'm actually wondering what is, fantastic segment, by the way, what is with MKOI in this match, in this series? What is the hope for them? Because they came with a lot of confidence, a lot of strong statements, rightfully so, about KC yesterday. Elioya saying on Skane's co-stream that he predicts a similar game than the one they had against GX.
I mean, on
what
the one
happens?
side, I mean, if one side has the best top lane in the league, the other side has the best support in the league. I'm looking at Alvaro. I think he became very muted in this game because he couldn't get access to, well, great melee performance as well with Takuma zoning away the Alistar pick. But I think he wasn't in a position where they could rally behind him and find the crucial team fights that they have been so good at in the past at finding.
I think they're also overcooking their drafts. I think they're making things too complex. I think that Muin really needs to get something which can just lane against Kana, because that's was something he's been struggling a bit with that Aurora. They need to just chill out a little bit in the draft. I know they're innovating, but they're overcooking right now.
Chill out. Trust yourself. You got this. We want to have 3 games here in this match of the week. K-Corp strikes first. Let's see if MKOI can come back.
It's a good question, Law. Thank you very much, as always. And the motivational speech was top tier. But I didn't know if MKOI can hear that. They might need that, though, Dagda. Today has been a strange day. Strange day because it's like the BDS, the second game, you know, felt like it was BDS win, then it fell away. MKOI had positions of power in that game where they were given a couple of 50-50s. They actually just didn't win out against Yike. It was a rough first game, but hey, for KC, I got to say, their early game, practically as clean as a button.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue was, unfortunately, the draft for MKOI. They just really couldn't find ways in, and I agree with the desk in that regard. It's just very difficult to make plays happen. So for MKOI, now coming onto the blue side, we'll have to see if they have a bit more control coming into this one. A lot of top lane focus still on towards Kana, who did very well in the Rumble in the last games. Maybe MKOI can find some way to keep him in check this time around.
Jace is an interesting one. Up against Kana, though, I do understand it completely when that is like his best champion through and through. Kana last game, well-rounded on that Rumble, had a good early game as well. And the question is it going to be a Trundle ban again? Yes, it is on blue side. Does this open up anything?
So Gwen still gone. So Wukong, Pantheon, Talia still there as well. Talia, yeah, there it is. Going to be first taken. I think you're pretty happy with it because you still have the opportunity if you want to. Like Pantheon is still relatively good on the patch.
Yep.
And you can use those double globals if you want to on MKOI side. And you kind of see in the last game they were doing a decent job when they had moments of playing towards side lanes, getting Jojo Pyun into a position where he was strong. It was just there wasn't a way for them to try and utilize that as effectively as they would have liked to. Maybe they can go for something similar in this time around if they can try and play for this double ultimate.
Meanwhile, Sion with Pantheon could be the options then. Then you add that global and that ability to just engage is built up. Also, side note, Orianna as well.
It could be a Xin Zhao angle here, just to guarantee yourself a strong early game.
True.
And then take the Orianna on that third rotation for Vladdy. And then you've got strong mid jungle because you're able to enable the Xin Zhao. You've got good scaling coming through with the Sion as well. Yeah, and I think you're in a decent bot, but Annie's still fine. You can still try and play for the setup in team fights.
Maybe they're just like, look, Pantheon's in, both up and available. We handshake, you get one, we get the other, right? Like, what does LEC feel more comfortable in? He's had insane games. He's going to go for the Poppy instead. So, not as much about that skirmishing, but definitely... I mean, actually, Poppy's skirmishing is not that bad, is it?
No, she's strong in the early stages.
Yeah.
She's a lot of base damage. That does a lot. And Bessa, decent. We'll get a chance to scale against Sion and can be that backline access that you really want to. Again, I think you've kind of got options here. As KC, Wukong, Xin Zhao, I still think fine. Even though it isn't a Poppy, most of the champions that are the quote-unquote like meta junglers are going to struggle a little bit here. So I think you just go for either. Yeah, there it is, Xin Zhao. You just take the hit. And now you can even move on towards things like a Zyra Rakan in that last position for KC, and that sets you up a strong team fight, good self-peel for your AD carry, consistent DPS, and you've got ways for Rakan to bounce off of your frontliner in the Sion and Zinzao to start up fights for you.
True. I like that mention. Nautilus going to be taken away as well, and maybe that slide of Rakan comes in a little bit earlier. And then AD carry counter pick there as well. Either. Remember that Poppy can be a flex, as Zai is a good ban. And it's not often, like, we don't really see Poppy support that much here in LEC, but I feel like Elyoya's Poppy is that good that you're just kind of like, well, that's probably going jungle 99%.
I think it also is just good into all that was remaining in the jungle, so I like the early rotation of it. And Zinzao doesn't do so hot, Wukong struggles, even Jarvan, if you really want to go for it, Sejuani, like everything has a bad time, so it makes a lot of sense. Nico going to be the final ban for MKOI. I'm wondering how what KC are thinking here, because I thought you might try and go for something like the Ezreal and be like, cool, I'll get some heal for myself, but they've decided, hey, look, we have a very beefy front line. We have good CC coming through from our mid lane as well. Let's just set up for this Jinx to be our constant DPS.
Do MKOI think, hey, we might need to go Blitzcrank here instead of something like the Rakan, because they could get at Lulu Jinx? I mean, no, I know it's rare, Dagda. I just want to float that idea, because as MKOI are hovering right now.
So I thought we'd actually see MKOI go for the Sivir, because I think it enables a lot of their composition here with the speed up and can play in towards fights and good scaling and bouncing to try and get in onto multiple members past just the Sion. Maybe we see it here. Otherwise, I'm a little bit unsure. Even though Sivir, though, is still going to struggle against the Jinx push. Aphelios has kind of been that traditional answer, but he was using the last one.
Yeah.
So we have to see what the plan is.
Like the Sivir mentioned, very popular now, and especially shredding that comes through. The scaling is nuts against, you know, a bruiser and a tank front line. KC don't have any big engage options that can hit in bot. I mean, I'm trying to think, Dak, that we've already had Alistar, we've got Rel, we've got Nautilus down, Nico's also away. This is what I was expecting.
Yeah.
You know, if the Blitzcrank wasn't picked, you have an Enchanter with a front to back.
And also good into Rakan. Rakan goes for the grand entrance. You whimsy the Rakan. He doesn't get that access anymore.
He turns into a seal.
Exactly. It's a bad all time. And the problem is you can't even get away at that point either. You're just kind of sat there. So, yeah, I think KC, very clear, kind of regular front to back team fight, big DPS the late game, great CC from your mid lane, strong mid jungle as well, very kind of by the book League of Legends, I'll say. Whereas on MKOI's side, you've got a lot of still good team fighting, but really good side lane as well, with the Embess and the Talia being able to control a lot of that space, and good opportunities to just dive on towards potential plays in the mid game, especially if this the Jinx ends up isolated at any point in time. You can very quickly ruin her day underneath the tower.
I'm excited because MKOI got to get the ball rolling a little bit then if they play towards those side lanes. As a quick reminder, MKOI, your first seed coming out of spring. If you didn't watch yesterday versus Giant X, you'd see a 2-1, but you'd see a series in the depth of it where Giant X should have had it out. And MKOI got away with murder a bit yesterday. Today against KC, not so much. A much better team, obviously, and I think that's granted considering KC, what they've come through this year. They've come back with a vengeance in this split, and for the French squad, a 2-0 start is incredible. If they get the 3-0, they can be much like Fnatic, locked into playoffs, moving their way into a clean sweep. That's what's on the roster, right? And Dagda, I feel like KC right now could look like the best in this group. All they have to do is prove it. Running into the second game, let's find out. Let's find out if Lulu's returning from Targamas is going to give Kalist the delivery service he needs.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very good Lulu game. It's great with the Jinx, great into the matchup, very little threat from the back line. So I think she'll be in a fairly good spot. Even the opportunity to try and interrupt some of the setups from MKOI is going to be great. So overall, I like what KC are bringing, and it definitely feels more on MKOI to disrupt KC before they hit that late game position.
Now, a quick reminder as well, we were just talking about it, but obviously there's two groups in LEC Summer. I like the format because, you know, yeah, sure, teams don't face each other until playoffs and until we cross groups at the start of playoffs where third and fourth will have to fight their way through. But I do like that, again, every best of three matters, and you've heard it so many times on a broadcast, but like, this is KC and MKOI's group. Now, the winner of this series, arguably, is the best in the group. Giant X put a spanner into the works, but Vitality and Na'Vi really have to fight their way up and prove that they deserve to be in the conversation.
I will say, though, there is a bit of a caveat for me in both groups on G2 and MKOI. Only just coming back off of internationals, haven't had an awful lot of runway, let's say, into summer.
I like caveat.
So I think it's still a let's wait and see how they end up playing, because I definitely think both of these squads will ramp up more. G2 came in hot. MKOI obviously picking up the win yesterday as well, but I don't think this is exactly the final form that we'll see from them in a playoff.
I like that. I don't want to be disingenuous, Dagda, so that's a really good call out as a quick invade from Yike. Rather, Elyoya. Yike's the one who wants his own jungle, but Elyoya went in, sprinted to blue fast. He started at Raptors and immediately at blue buff as Blastcone's taken over. It's a smite battle won by Yike, so now Elyoya, his time is warring. A flash available from both. Who burns at first? The biggest question is Jojo has to cover, but Elyoya's going to flash over the wall and takes his time. Match though. Audacious charge with the slow wind becomes lightning, and Elyoya gets away.
Thought that Yike was going to go, or sorry, for Elyoya was going to go for the step back when the wind becomes lightning came out, but Yike just barely missing out. Still though, gets control of his jungle, manages to get the steal, so we'll still have an advantage when it comes towards the faster clear, but heartbreaking, he couldn't quite get the kill.
Let's see if either flashes maybe in some of the skirmishes coming up can be punished, but you're right, because the clear came through. Yike just goes back to his Gromp, he's going to take that now. See Wolves being taken, also Elyoya moving to the Gromp now too. Our eyes are on bot lane quickly as the Enchanter tries to play the range in lane, but Targamas so far getting bullied out a little bit by Super and Alvaro.
Yeah. Nothing too much apart from the early flashes burn to write home about. I think this is where we're going to continue to see them scaling into the game, especially on the KC side of things. But I mean, looking at the history over the last couple of series that these two teams have had, it has very much been we are going the distance for these two squads. MKOI has been able to pick up the last 2 series wins in those 5-game series coming through from spring, but this is still 2 teams that have gone toe-to-toe and every time have delivered absolute bangers. So I'm going to be a little bit disappointed if this doesn't go to the games.
If it doesn't, I'd be so sad as well, right? No, I know, like, it obviously goes past this as well, but for this year at least, our mid laners are a good representative of where the head-to-head sits, and usually it is, you know, other way around this game, by the way, but usually it is on Vladdy's head, on KC's head when they do meet.
But it's also the fact that the kind of rivalry has changed. At the start it was very KC focused, whereas now it is MKOI who's been leading the charge when it comes to this head-to-head, especially in those pivotal playoff series. So trying to see now if KC can get a little bit of revenge for the last few times, or if MKOI can actually bring us to this game 3 and find themselves firmly on that throne in the rivalry once again.
It must be a curse of being first in a regular season. A quick side note, lane swap, but my point is, like, first in winter, KC come back and, ooh, a little bit shaky, right, coming from an international, didn't manage to get into the finals, and then MKOI take out spring. Then coming back from spring, MKOI come back and they've had a shaky start to the split, and I like, again, your context of, yeah, you know, they've just come from double back-to-back international and now into a summer split. With a group format of best of 3. So it's just going to be a question if history does repeat. 2v2 kicks off yet again. Good polymorph here, but Alvaro's engaged. Does a bit of damage over to Kalist and Super. Winning the health trade for sure here. He's able to step up. Boomerang Blade is a quick sidestep from Kalist. And the 2v2 does seem to be going at least health trades into Super and Alvaro, but I think you'll find CS so far is actually kind of trending towards Kalist.
Yeah, Ike making a move on towards the mid here. Jojo being very careful with
no mana. Faded in, audacious charge used.
Yeah, not going to be too much. At least it sets up Vladdy to finish this. Jojo doesn't really have the mana to finish off Vladdy, so he's happy enough to just finish at the farm. But again, I think the main point of this push in the top side is that Supa gets the shove. You're forcing this reset from Kalist early, which means you're going to lose out on CS. So already MKOI kind of putting a stamp on this lane with a nice engage from Alvaro when they weren't really able to set up with the Whimsy nice and early.
Kind of will catch this wave, but bot wave, it's the same story, isn't it? Kind of even misses one as bot. There should be a couple of minions denied from Kalist, so further to your point, 80 carries. Might actually start edging out a little bit towards Super. Kalist misses the majority of the way, bar these two. And all right, Dragon's still sitting up. It's 6 minutes into the game. We're not getting action yet, but remember, again, we have scaling 80 carries. We're waiting for mid laners to get 6, which they are now. and junglers to be the same. You got an invade. That's like your sweet treat, you know, before you have dinner. But this, like, we're waiting. You know, we're waiting for the steak, the venison that we talked about a little bit earlier. There's no animals in this one. The bird, you know.
Ike hovering here for Elyoya. We'll just end up spotting him out. If in this position, MKoi should just have the advantage to try and push through, as another engage is there.
Wraps it down. Super can't really step up, but good trade again. And it's an ignite from Alvaro, but he'll just move to heal.
Watch the mid-jungle of MKoi starting to move down on this bottom side.
What can they do, though? Alvaro thinking about another engage. Boomerang Blade out. There we go. Flash from Alvaro. He goes deep. He gets zapped as well. Alvaro, what the hell was that? Lethal tempo now for Kalista with an enchanter. Super knows he's in trouble. A lethal tempo pulled up as Jojo tries to get the AD carry, but flash from Kalista forward, and he's out of there. Targa must use the Glitter Lance to get the slow on Jojo, and he's got his flash ready, but will he have to use it? Elyoya came in for an angle himself, but now he runs. KC looking for a bit more fun. Tibbers is out. An audacious charge. That started with Alvaro going way too far.
Rare miscommunication from the MKoi bot lane. Alvaro went in. Supa had already started to walk back. There was no follow-up on the play, and it means that MKoi scrambled to try and save it, but only end up saving it in favor of KC.
Interesting. Maybe they just said, yeah, Jojo's coming down. Let's go. Timing not on board. Dagged up.
Yeah. But I think that's exactly it. Like, you watch the play here, as they end up going in, that's Supa stepping back. You get the engage coming through. They believe that they're going to have help coming from Jojo in the mid lane, but it's not enough. Now you end up with just this, the excited Jinx who can chase them down. Good flash here as well to make sure that you're in a position to get away from the Talia.
I flash W forward, okay. I thought you were coming. Can you help us, bot? I'm dead, bot, guys.
Yeah, so that's the comms, right? And it's always good for context. So I guess, you know, not putting fully the blame on Alvaro there, because Yike was the one who took half his health to stop Jojo from getting the ult in immediately. And that play looking good as League of Legends for you. One moment it looks great, but unfortunately if it doesn't all time up, it looks bad. And it is a bad play in the end, because for KC, a kill onto the Jinx now. 1.2k gold up with Herald starting, or rather the grubs that of as Yike running in. Maybe MKoi can get some gold back, but a Sion to charge in. Zone off Alvaro and Supa. Bopped away though. Nice from Elyoya. There's one, but Kalista has to walk it back into the river. MKoi is still not done.
Jojo still pushing on this bottom side. MKoi happy to disengage, give two grubs over, and they will get some nice damage onto the bottom side turret instead. KC managing to hold on and get the objective.
MKoi are done with the top play, but you're right. Jojo's going to find himself a little bit in bot. TP burn from Kana to defend, and a bit of individual gold here for the mid laner again in the sides as KC find themselves something nice. Two grubs here, and this comp is still no easy feat.
Dragon is still up and available. Alvaro very close to that level 6. Might be able to soak a little bit of the experience off this next wave if they want to, and maybe you can see MKoi try and fish for something, especially as the ultimates from, I suppose Jojo's will be back up, but actually with Elyoya's still off cooldown. Maybe KC actually may be the ones with Yike moving bot side that can look for the Dragon.
Let's just stepping up. Alvaro's taking a mighty chunk, and with Rectrix and Rika Bow, you can just see with an enchanter by his side, Kalista's having a great time. Just the power of Lulu. It's amazing what you do with an enchanter with a hyper carry that has range. KC, quick reminder, there's no first dragon here, but as Elyoya starts it up, there is a KC jungler down bot.
Yeah, I thought we'd have KC just hard push mid. You shift over with Yike able to come through and pick this one up, but because Elyoya doesn't have the ultimate, so KC still hovering, but I don't think they're in a position now to really push for this. Yeah, Supa and Alvaro, the ricocheting blades, getting a lot of work done in that mid lane to push the wave.
It's a nice objective to take. Mega Death Rocket will not be spell shielded, but Dragon goes down all the same. So good for MKoi. Decimating Smash is going to come through to clear the way from Kana. He gets threaded, volleyed a little bit. Jojo having a good time against the Sion on this side wave.
They're already setting up for replacement in this bottom side. Laddie moving down. He's going to be able to pick up the next wave. Kana, his ult is almost off cooldown, but he can just walk up into position on towards his top half. So for MKoi, like, nice pickup on the Dragon, using the fact that they had the pushing bot and mid. And now, I think it's just a case of trying to find ways to use this pushing mid to set up for some deeper vision and look for picks. You've got Jojo with this ultimate available. You've got really strong and quick engages thanks to the speed up from Supa to fish for some players that are out of position.
Being contended to a snap engage. Remember the combo with Mirwin as well. He does have some kind of setup with Seismic Shove, with Poppy finding a wall target as well. So MKOI just need to bring it together. They need to bring this comp together in this game too. Otherwise, it's just a Sion chilling in a side lane with a Jinx who's already nicely ahead at this point in the game.
I like the move from Vladdy. Just hovering in River. Might have actually snuck around in behind Super. Should get spotted, I think, as he moves in behind here.
No stun, but he has that by just pulling a Molten Shield. Always super easy. Not sure if he was spotted. There is a ward there in the cheeky end of red, so it's probably just the tail end, the tip of getting caught.
You can see that this is the plan from KC, trying to alleviate the pressure Super's creating on that mid lane.
Yeah.
Because again, this is what we're saying. Play for the side that JoJo's on, push mid, get some vision, start to encroach that deeper and deeper, and just make it difficult for KC to really defend that top half of the map. But by having Vladdy rotate mid, they can actually try and force Super off and give Kalist time to clear out this wave. You can see how much longer it takes for the Jinx to clear out the wave in relation to the Simmer.
Bro wants this ward. Yike's not going to let him. Again, Targamas is a pain with the range as well. You're looking for a potential dive. There's the flick back, and Elyoya now waiting for the damage. JoJo has plenty of it, and just giving a turret a wall. Ulti going to be burnt. Elyoya waiting, and the Buckler doesn't get to finish the job. Kana gets out of there, but another exposed turret for JoJo. And this is just like game one. His Yone trailed ahead, finding himself alone in side lane. He's been given that chance again, and 600 gold is only the start.
Alvaro's trying to help Mirwin re-enter onto this tower. KC, too many members around. I think MKOI have to abort.
Yike makes it an easy trade for now. Mirwin dashes away, but remember, 2 grubs to 1, so it'll be slightly quicker here for KC, but it is Vladdy instead of Kalist tackling the turret for now. JoJo also proxying top, so the longer this can be delayed, the more Mirwin can absorb in the wave, the better it is for MKOI, as Death Rocket's going to be launched, and he does find a target, but as Vladdy brings out Tippers, this is what they want, the burst to come through. Flush away from Mirwin. Next wave coming in, and Mirwin defended for as long as possible, but now it just doesn't seem possible.
The ultimate from Vladdy and Kalist sending Mirwin packing. The crucial part of that, though, is Mirwin actually got to collect a large portion of the wave, whereas Kana never got to. Mirwin can also, well, he's just sticking around, but can TP around the map as he needs to as well to start soaking up more of these waves. You're seeing that little bit of an experience lead open up for the MKOI top laner alongside that goal.
It's a CS lead as well. 30 is about there. With Eclipse as well, Ambessa really feels like a champion, having the cooldown plus the shield bash. Alvaro's coming up, but Kana's fine as a tank. He doesn't have his ulti available, but he's still got flash if he gets caught out. The biggest thing right now is that, you talk about those leads. JoJo is 30 CS up his lane counterpart and keeps finding himself in this Sion lane. Like, imagine being Sion versus a Talia that already has their first item and that you could never step up to. That's not game. That's not gameplay. You just don't get to play. That's rubbish.
Yeah, especially because it's the focus from MKOI. Move up here, get top tower, which opens up JoJo to push top and move into mid. Alvaro finds Targamas.
Operation Bully Kana turns into finding Targamas. You're right, with the Weaver's Wall down as well. JoJo on the right side of it. His Yike has to flash away. The disengaged Ever with the TP. MKOI are looking to snap, maybe look at the target, but KC are in numbers strong. That was Vladdy, and maybe with the TP in, Mirwin's the one inting. Let's turn it about. The top laner from MKOI gets support here, and Alvaro tries to salvage a play, but into a decimating smash. MKOI ran into a disaster. Kana flashes over the wall as Sap doesn't connect because Alvaro's life might have been forfeit. They get away, but Mirwin's dead, and all they can say is that Super was taking down mid.
I like the idea initially from MKOI, but they go too far now. Elyoya.
Elyoya. The trap's behind the ulti, flashed away from Yike, goes over stones, though. His ulti saves his life somehow. It's a circle of happiness. The flash! JoJo almost will look bloody behind enemy lines. He's between JoJo's been hurt, Elyoya, Alvaro as well. Meanwhile, Super's flashing into Targamas, and he'll get a kill. Bloody, he's going to die as well. We've gone from nothing to everything, and Super gets a double. What the bloody hell, League of Legends, are we watching here?
That started off so well for KC, and then it's so badly for KC. MKOI overextend on the initial play, and then MKOI think, oh, well, we can just bully our way through here, but end up so separated. That KC then end up so separated that MKOI have to find the picks, they get top tower, they get the Rift Herald, and Super flashing in is able to get a ton of gold off the back of it as well.
MKOI up 2,000 gold. Let's watch again from which point, I wonder.
So I like this initial play. This is what I was talking about. Play 4 picks off of the fact you have push mid and push top. It ends up going that bit too far though because of where Mirren TPs. MKOI need to escape. They can't reconnect. And it's this decimating smash that really causes issues, not once but twice in this fight. The CC comes down, Alvaro goes in, seeing that Mirren was already polymorphed, which means that then Alvaro can try and get out, but the decimating smash just sets up then perfectly for the kills, and MKOI try to reconvene. But you get the push in mid, which sets up for Super, and he's in a position to flash over the wall after.
Win a bit deep in the end, Alvaro, good angle here. Wind becomes lightning, tags him out, but blue buff is just forfeit. And MKOI are taking everything now. Look at the leads that have just come out of nowhere. Asivra with 1,000. 2 kills picked up, and Super really took that by himself. Second item is picked up, by the way, that Infinity Edge on the way, and you know, Kalist trailing a little bit behind. He's also going crack in this game instead of Yuntal, so it does feel like Kalist is going to take a while to come online, that extra little bit. Whereas Super, I'll be saying in an item's time that guy's strong.
Yeah, I think it was off the back of the early reset that was needed from Kalist. He was like, all I can get is an early dagger, so I'll move up in towards the Kraken.
Yeah.
Still not a bad build, especially with the attack damage that you have off of Jinx, so I think you're relatively fine. The biggest issue is just lack of control for MKOI in the map. Supa's pushing power is so strong that you just can't contest. And look at where they are positioned on the map. You've got full control all across here, which is making it really difficult for Karmine Corp to be able to connect with that top side and keep it safe.
And they've still got Herald. Oh, it just pops it down now. Inna should be gone. Super's able to step up a little bit as there's a bit of range onto Kalista. Now that Tigmus is by his side, they feel confident, but look, the damage on the first charge is immense, and Herald trying to be taken by Alvaro to get on out as Kalista. He does get excited for a little bit, thanks to the Herald dropping, but Alvaro is safe and sound once again. And look at Jojo just hovering around top tag. I mean, this guy is farming up a storm again. I
wouldn't be surprised to see him shift to the bottom side, and it's a rinse and repeat. You've already got, you know, a good amount of control here.
Close.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you've got options as Atakan is about to come up in just a little bit of time. I'd prefer to see Jojo positioned around the Atakan as that one comes up and available. So yeah. I think MKOI push in waves, reset, get Jojo onto the bottom side, and then just do the exact same thing but mirrored, where you're putting all that pressure into getting vision on the bottom side, getting control around the Atakan, getting down the outer tower that still remains here for KC.
KC, this game was really swinging in their lead this early game. You know, that anti-steal was big. Yike now, though, the flash engage from Vladdy. It's comboed up, and an easy kill. Trying to give it over to Vladdy, but he's flicked back, so a shutdown goes to Yike instead.
KC feeling like they desperately needed the gold, but I think not having both Yikes and Vladdy's flashes available for a potential Atakan or even that Dragon in 2.5 minutes time may actually cause more issues. Unless it's just KC saying, we're going hands off, we don't care about Atakan, we're not going to contest this. We're just looking for a standing gold instead and trying to get some control back in the map, but that's not what bottom lane is doing.
No, it is not. MKOI, let's spin the wheel again. Yike and Alvaro meet. Grand entrance outwards as turret's going to go down for MKOI. I mean, they're just playing the map right now so much better, and like kind of yesterday, like the game one we saw from MKOI was eerily a little bit similar to what we saw from Giant X yesterday. And then game two, MKOI just managed to switch it on. And some of their team fighting has just kind of been a rendition of, again, what we saw yesterday when in games 2 and 3, they really started coordinating a lot better. Let's see, Dagda, I see a timer for 15 seconds for Atakan. Outside of that, Dragon in 1 minute 30. 1 apiece for MKOI and KC alike. A third Dragon will make 2.
Jojo's just flashed. I don't know if it's a fat finger or what happened there.
Observers, a picture-in-picture with the technology we have would be amazing when you get a chance.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but yeah, so there we go. I was going to say MKOI feel like they're a little hesitant to start this off.
Yeah.
Maybe they're worried that if they go for the Atakan, it was going to cause issues, but once they saw that a lot of KC members were already positioned on that top side, they immediately fall back over to it. They're able to take KC just not going to be in a position to contest this before it goes down, and the waves aren't in a position to go for any sort of cross map, making it essentially as free of an Atakan as you can.
It's a big objective, and the fact that you're not flipping for it is big. Atakan goes to MKOI, and the game looks cleaner and cleaner step by step. As you know, for now, again, it's just about how they move to the inner turrets, because That's the hard part, right? The range and the siege. It's kind of like mid-range. And Dagger, I feel like that's the biggest thing right now. Super's going to add pressure, but stepping up to the turret is always a different matter. They've got inner turret down in mid, so it's all about an inhibitor turret, but those side lanes, that's something that MKOI is slowly working towards in Loom of the Dragon spawning in 15.
No TP is here in Jojo is going to be the major point, though. You'll have him pushing top. I still think they should reset and send Mirwin to that opposite side, but it looks like they're just going to try and two-man it. This is a little worrying because there is always that opportunity where you do end up getting caught out in the jungle. But with Kana showing on bot wave, Vladdy having no flash, I think this is kind of where MKOI are like, well, you don't really have a way to find the engagement.
Oh, Vladdy luckily on the right side of the wall. Jojo would have flicked him and Alvaro would have followed up. But regardless for MKOI, it's not like that wall is for nothing. They get themselves a Dragon, second of their game. 3.5k, it keeps growing as Elio trying to steal the blue buff he came in for at level 2. Yike, the smite this time won't get it. It was 55 off, and Yike loses his blue. It's just more for Elio as the CS lead is growing in jungle too, plus the level lead is starting to rear its head.
Yeah, I like MKOI are doing a really good job of punishing those flashes that we talked about earlier. The fact that Yike and Vladdy had no flashes means that it's really difficult for them to actually start any sort of fight without Kana. So once you see Kana on a wave, MKOI know they're relatively fine to do what they want. You're very easily able to escape his super. You got the speed up, Alvaro is fine. Trying to lock down MKOI when you don't have that ease of access with the Annie just makes things really tough.
No flash from Annie as well. That's always an issue, but Vladdy has it now. Leandro's picked up. So, 2 items here on the Annie. Dagger, I'm just waiting for the big fight. We've had a lot of skirmishes this game. We've had a lot of like picks, but we haven't got the fight that we deserve. Outside of that one moment where, I mean, that wasn't a fight. That was like, that was like a wave. I don't know what happened up in that topside brush, but that was like 2 events rolled into one. But outside of that, yeah, not much fighting outside of much of just forcing picks.
Yeah, MKOI having the gold lead, though, means they will hit those third item breakpoints pretty quick and pretty much around the time that you want them to for the next objectives, which I think is where MKOI would just feel very strong. It's hard to contest as KC. You already kind of alluded to the problems with the Jinx. She is very far behind in comparison. Same when you look at the Annie in the mid lane, who still can do her job, essentially, but won't one-shot anyone realistically from this position. So things are getting easier.
Ulti. There's a pick off, and Kana's just caught out. Yes, it's ulti, but where's he going to go? There's a wall in the way. Decimating Smash won't buy time for anything. And MKOI using the tools you wanted to see this game, and how easy was that?
Yeah, and it's going to continue to be his Vladdy now in trouble.
Vladdy will have a stun in a moment, but getting out first is the trick. Flashes over, won't have that for an engage, and like, this feels like role reversal. MKOI have come into game 2, starting to smack the boots.
It's a really good understanding of what tools KC need to find fights and find a way back into the game. And MKOI are just pushing that button every time, saying, use the flash, use the flash, get out of here. I'm making it tough for MKOI to gain access anyway.
Why has been so slow? Because MKOI have just been so controlled and growing this gold lead. 2,000 for Jojo. I mean, look at that guy. 262 CS. At 24 minutes in the game. I'll raise you another. Super's at 272 at 24 minutes. They raised the Pobe mechanic, the Chovy mechanic, and said, watch this, hold my beer. I feel like, I mean, for Super and Jojo,
there's a reason why Sivir owns the most CS ever in a game.
You know? Very easy. Look at that. Oh, enemy camp.
I didn't actually see it. It just disappeared too quick.
Yeah, that was a couple of autos. LDR on the way too, by the way. Meanwhile, Kalist, who started out this game great, is just trying to ramp up to maybe an Infinity Edge. I mean, I don't think he's definitely not going LDR third. But get a bit more excess damage so that if there is a fight and he gets a reset, at least he'll be able to pump through some of the numbers. Because for now, it definitely feels like it'd be super favored with those expensive items that he had so early on. But Dagda, Baron is now spawned. Dragon in a minute 30. Let's get the party started. I see 2 team fighting 80 carries. And I want to see some blood.
At the moment, though, MKOI feel like they're just trying to funnel a ton of gold into Super as Alvaro in an awkward position.
He's birds of a feather, though. He'll be fine. He baits it out, sits in a brush. Yike is chasing. Vladdy's there as well. He has no flash, though. Alvaro's just going to escape. And look, Jojo's like, don't worry, I have a wall. There we go. Turret's going to drop down with 1 grub. And there's the inner turret. I was questioning how it falls down. Just like that, as Baron's now spawning with top wave and not having as much reliability with that turret gone. Makes things a little bit harder to control Baron side of the map.
Enkoi try to finish the push-ins of each of the waves, and then they'll be looking for the resets for the 2 objectives. You should have Super's third item coming through. You've already got the third there for Jojo alongside the Zhonya's Hourglass halfway to completion. It's going to be a tough fight for KC. I think they need to have Vladdy in a really strong spot where he can flank, get a multi-man ultimate off, and they immediately burst people out and get Kalist on the resets. Otherwise, I just don't see a way that they can bring this one back.
Mortal Reminder just picked up other way, and that makes it even harder to have that conversation about KC finding a fight, because that pickaxe is not an infinity edge for Kalist. Mortal Reminder, the healing cut that's going to come through. Things like Redemption as well, lacking a little bit of value, I guess. But more importantly, depending on what that 4th item is for Kalist, is I'm going to ignore for now. Kana is just poked out a little bit. Good seismic shot. The burst hurts. Even into that tank. He has to flash over. KC is a unit. All 5 of them get over with a 4-man blast cone. And Super, meanwhile, is just la la la. He's playing Despacito on Spotify, and he is just chilling.
And Jojo's about to do the same in the bottom. Well, actually, not going to do it in the bottom wave. Maybe looking for the wall here.
Super. Not a wave. Not my problem. Boomerang Blade in. Yike goes in. Flash is burnt. Yike doesn't get anything with the ulti. And Miwan's ulti gets into the backline. He starts shredding out as finally we get our team fight. But for Enkoi, it's a complete wipe. Super just walked up. Press W. Change next song. Okay, game 3. I didn't even know.
The TP from Mirwin wants to try and look for the end here. Kana gonna have to desperately try and clear out these minions, but I don't know how much work he can do.
What can he do with a flick back his Super to shred through? Next wave will help end the game. 20-second death timers, and the health bars are a little bit too low, but Koi had this one in the bag.
Enkoi gonna move over towards the Baron. Make sure they can pick that one up. TP to secure it from Albro as well. Dragon is still there, but Baron always going to be the name of the game in this position.
Super easy, and this will be taken mega quick. And, you know, Kalist does have his ulti, so wait, hold, wait, Kalist ulti. Wait, Kalist, what's the value here? If he waits a little bit, Mirwin might die, but with an IE, no, there's no but. Mirwin, low as he may be, he'll be fine for now. That rocket never comes. And we look at the replay as to how this fight was just super.
Yeah, he tries to go for the engage, but Albro flash in immediately onto Kalist. They absolutely destroy him. The exhaust as well, thanks to the unsealed spellbook, and there's just nothing that you can do.
They didn't even order that much. I just saw him W and then the flash, I think, from Yike was to get back in the fight. And the ricochet blades hit a couple of times, boomerang blade hit once, and that wasn't even the pick of the fight. I just expected Super to do a lot, and I guess Super did enough for me. KC still fighting in front of this dragon that was not taken. Weaver's wall is out as well, and on the wrong side of it, Kalist and Targmas with Tibbers out. They try something. Kalist does get a reset. Kana is the trade-off, though. Both AD carries now free-firing as Kalist with an IE feeling a little bit more confident. But top laner for support, what do you prefer?
I'll take the support down.
I'll take the support down for 500.
Yeah.
Now, next question, Dagda. At 10,000 gold lead and Soul Point, to what can KC find to bring back in this game?
I don't think there's much. At this stage, you're about to lose your base. You've got Baron and 3. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Vladdy just going to get walked into. That was easy. Yikes now here. Mirwin thinks, hang on a minute, I've got energy. Let's find out what he can do with the sledgehammer down. He's going to be engaged on, but even with the passive, there's 3 people to commit. Mirwin's taking a while to die. Re-engage from Yike. He flashes. Now thinks about going back in. Mirwin takes one, takes another, and you know what? Let's go again with Super there. There's nothing we can't achieve, and even that's too bloody hard for KC this game.
They can't get anything. Mirwin dodging everywhere, getting the shield, and Super shows up in the nick of time as well. Enkoi, they have options, but there's only one left for KC, and it's the watch as your base goes down.
It's a flash engage to end this one. We're going to a game 3 in our match of the week. Both teams have put on a masterclass, but it's Enkoi in game 2 that have once again arisen. It's becoming a trend so far in summer that the Spaniards like to play it slow but steady. Ladies and gentlemen, game 3 awaits in our match of the week between Enkoi and KC right after this short break.
okay.
Yeah. I'm not with you, Super.
I can W him.
Has flash?
No idea.
We're about to find out. No flash.
Yeah, he's silently moving. No, he's not. Can we push mid? Yeah, tower.
I'm starting to get what the f***.
That is close. I'm on Yings. They have a reset, okay? Can you end mid, guys? I think so.
I don't know, but I want to keep playing. It's kind of fun.
A very floral language here on the side of MKOI, but rightfully so. Honestly, they come back, but they just don't come back. They smashed KC in this game. Absolute dominance right off the bat.
And this is something that we've kind of started to note about this team, is that they do have a lot of mental resilience.
Yeah.
They can bounce back from series like that. They've had a lot of things go the distance. Now, they've needed to at points, but the fact that they can is definitely a very strong string to have on their bow.
I mean, absolutely, especially after what happened once again in an early game from Alvaro Super that just doesn't go their way. I think this is the third time in a row where we've seen them have issues in the early game. This time around, Alvaro flashed in, dies, 3 kills goes over to KC. What happens? Super doesn't care. Like, he's still in a position where he's so good at finding resources, becoming such a big threat in the late game, and still being so, well, threatening to the enemy team.
Absolutely. Naimira, you were saying that you expect a bit, some adjustments on this side of MKOI when it comes to draft and making things more simple. Did it come off of that?
I think part of it did.
Okay.
I don't want to oversimplify because there's a lot which went differently there, but I think particularly Mirwin being a better matchup and then also getting ahead of that matchup was really, really crucial. In fact, actually, we have some stats about what happened with solo lanes in general, which I'd really like to bring up here, because at the start of things, at 8 minutes, things were going okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And then between about 10 and 14 minutes, well, this happens with the stats at that point. A couple of waves were missing, as we have another graphic of the next, of the stats of 14.
Yeah, they recovered, basically.
They more than recovered. I think KC ended up grabbing, losing a couple of waves on the side lane, and the CS differences went up to about +30 in each solo lane. There you go there. Went up to kind of like a crazy amount beyond the 14 mark. Went insane in both solo lanes.
Right, it's one of those things where I felt like they overchased as well, because KC find that one lead that they find for themselves, right? And then out of nowhere, they're just in a position where we're trying to accelerate the game. We need to find picks. But so often they try to go for a fight where the MKOI member gets out, and suddenly it's exactly as you say. They're dropping side waves, or Kana is getting forced off away. He needs to ultimate out. And I also have a skirmish that I would love to bring out, because I feel like that's really where MKOI comes back into this game. KC is in a position where they're once again going for these things where we can find a fight in our own jungle. But really what's been happening here while you're seeing this rollout is that top wave is pushing in, mid wave has been pushed in by Super as well. So MKOI is still in a position while a team fight is happening, they're still actually getting things for themselves. And as the clip roll out and as KC again gets over Celis, this is still once again where it gets super spicy, right? We find a pick on Elyoya, but it's actually a 3 versus 4. Super has pushed in again. The fight becomes way too frustrating to watch because Vladdy's coming in to flank, and at this point in time, everyone's out. But it's not just a fight. It's everything they get off this, right? They get the kills. Look at your screen right now. Mid lane is being pushed right now. Look at top lane right now. They're getting Herald. The wave is coming in for top side as well. Now they get a turret. So it's like, it's not just the fight. It's everything that they get on the map after as well. And that is what KC couldn't find for themselves in this matchup.
Frustrating to watch. Imagine frustrating to play this
I mean,
as
a
well.
bit
Because
possibly.
I felt like after that, Naimira, you said it. No vision at all on the side of KC. They try to make things happen on the map, but it's just not possible anymore to catch up with that comp.
Yeah, there was a point, I don't know, a couple of minutes after that, where I was thinking, well, they don't have a single ward even into their own jungle. They have a couple just over the walls, just into the very, very shallow into their own jungle. If the game has got to that point when you're against an Ambassador which can ult you out of Fog of War, Talia that can ult into any kind of lane as well. We even saw the Sivir Rakan engaging from 2 full screens away onto the poor Annie in mid lane. Became an unplayable game. Really impressed by MKOI's ability to shut out the game once they got a hold of that lead.
What's next now? Because I wanted to see a game 3. I'm just curious to see what it's going to be about, because game 1, domination on the side of KC. I'm going to call in the domination in game 2 as well for MKOI, even if it didn't begin the way they wanted to. They stopped KC completely, stopped their way of coming back in the game. What do we want to see here in game 3, and what have we learned so far from both of these teams in this specific matchup?
I mean, I think those solo lane stats from the 8 minutes to 14 minutes where the gold lead went from, well, whatever, to massive lead in both cannot happen again. I need to see better side laning and better side laning matchups for the side of KC. We know that Kana's fantastic at playing through them. I think he's more than enough to put down Mirwin if he's ahead like that. And on the other side, we saw what MKOI get when they get ahead of that. You cannot allow side lanes to get ahead on either side, really.
I mean, for me as well, so much is actually about Super in general. When you look back at spring playoffs, this was the guy that was making sure that his team got over the finish line in some of the dire team fights against KC. I think if you can shut down Super, then the game is so much easier. But that's such a hard task to accomplish because this is an AD carry who does so well with limited resources, even when playing from behind. And I think if you're looking for a star member on MKOI right now to get them over this hurdle that's KC, he's the guy you're looking at.
I want to ask about mid lane though, because we entered this week talking about the super mid lane clash. We've talked about this before this series as well, seeing where these two mid laners rank in the top of the LEC. Are they on top of their form in this series, at least?
I mean, I think Jojo's playing pretty well.
Absolutely.
I think Vladdy is struggling a little bit in some of these matchups right now. I need to see a little more from him. We know he has an incredible ceiling. I don't think he's showing us that right now.
No, I mean, I agree with Nymera. I still think Jojo is the better between the two of these mid laners right now, but I also think on the champion like Annie, right, it looked good in the early game, became harder after. It might be time to go back to what he really has as a comfort. We saw a lot of melee mid laners in spring. That's not what I see as comfort from Vladdy. I want the control mages. I want him to take lane priority. I want him to play around with his team, but it's been a while since I've seen him have that priority.
Who takes next game?
MKOI.
Wow, no hesitation.
No,
Please elaborate on that. Why?
Well, I generally just think that this is a team that's now coming in with momentum. I think that KC really struggled to find their main win conditions in the mid game, and early game can often go either way. But at the end of the day, I think the best team that wins is often the one that plays the best mid to late game, and I think MKOI can be that team.
I'm sold, Nymera.
I think KC have had some really good look-ins as well, because I look at MKOI and not all of their drafters convinced me in the way that the last one have. If they do have those early losses, which we've seen occasionally from that bot lane, I think KC are so dominant when they get their carries ahead too. I think MKOI, their drafts are not quite dialed in enough for me just yet, and I think KC can use that small advantage and take the win.
We'll see who's right at the end of this, but before that, before we head into this game 3 in our match of the week, we have Shox standing by with Skane, MKOI supporter here, so let's see what he thinks about this series so far.
Yeah, the flying reporter is flying for sure. What? I can hear you already. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Qué tal?
Oh, ¿qué tal? Pretty nervous because it's third game and because you are here, so pretty nervous.
I understand it. But listen, our analysts said that they think that MKOI is going to take it, that they think that their mid to late game is better. What is your analysis?
I mean, I think that we only win because of instincts sometimes, no? They say that, so I think that we have like good instincts for third game and we can make the whole thing.
It's true. When we looked at this week and about what MKOI could do for the rest of this year, we talked a lot about Supa. Do you feel he is the key element that is getting better and better, and also in this matchup?
I think that Supa has been like the most consistent player. Like actually the team fight on the jungle on the top side was really good with the Ghost, and he got the actually 2K lead. It was really insane. And yeah, I think that he's like the best performer of the team right now, 100%.
Okay. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias a ti, and back to you.
Boy, sometimes just a team that has feeling, Dag. Sometimes it's a team that they just got to feel it out. I like that from Skate. I like the rearranged words from myself rather. Dag, Hysterics, we're going to run you through and drop my toothpick. It's a rough
He actually
day.
threw it at me.
I didn't mean to pierce you. You missed that one. The games have been slow in some regard. Like there's been some nice fights, but like mid-game last game was quite slow. It took a while to ramp up until Super decided 1v2. And then we got these big fights and it was like, okay, MKOI are ahead and they just naturally won it out. So I'm hoping we ramp a little bit earlier in this game. Like, you know, get a couple more land drops than we're used to, because the first 15 minutes, I want some blood. I want some more skirmish heavy comp.
Yeah, I think the problem was, well, not the problem. It was just that MKOI were just playing their comp exactly how they wanted to play it, right?
That's also true,
Get push mid, set up vision, fish for picks, and play around Jojo in the side lane. It worked out fantastically for them for a large portion of that game. And that is really why we didn't get a huge amount of input from KC, because it was MKOI very much dictating the way that this game was going to be played out. For KC, in game 1, we saw them take control nice and early and then be able to run that into a very strong mid to late game. They kind of need to find that early game success again, so they're not just getting outplayed by MKOI on the side.
And because it's a game 3, we get the funk house music for Pick Ban, our best Pick Ban song that we have in the LEC. Enjoy it. Dag just thrown away my toothpick, so I'm not getting that off the ground. Not that I probably would. Anyway, hygiene's important, ladies and gentlemen. Jace has gone again from Kana, a priority ban that he must not have, says MKOI. Trundle as well has been permanent ban on blue side this series, and for good reason. does mean things like Sejuani could be thought about, as we've already had a couple of tank junglers in the midst.
Yeah, I think moving back towards Maokai and Sejuani is going to be the call.
Look at the EU tree.
But I think it's just a strong pick, and EU jungler is quite good at it, especially in controlling the team fights around objectives. Pantheon is the other one that we could potentially see, but definitely has been teetering down the priority list but as we've gone through further into summer.
Yep. Like Wukong being away from that, I mean, we're just experimenting at this point.
Vi is the other one?
Yeah.
That might be banned here.
Vi is indeed the one, isn't it? Is that going to be taken away? Final ban is going to be Brom. Yeah, Vi's up and available. Is it first pickable for KC? Like, do we feel confident on Yike on Vi?
See, there is a opportunity. Okay, yeah, they're just going to go for it. I was going to say, Vi does somewhat struggle into Maokai because Maokai is able to ult after Vi's gone in and separate Vi, so you deal with the Vi and then the rest of the team afterwards. But happy to go with the Vi. Maybe we get the answer with the Maokai coming through afterwards, but we'll have to see what the game plan is, because a lot of those early damage dealers, early junglers that can contest with Vi have been taken off the board. Pantheon is going to say is the last one that really remains, and it looks like that'll be the call.
Vi for Yike after 35 games, 54% win rate, and that people might say, oh, yeah, that's fine, but like considering how many games he's played, the rest of champions like Maokai, Viego, Xin Zhao, they're all 60, 70+% win rate with high game density. So Vi is definitely one of his weaker champs. As you already mentioned, Pantheon, Rel gets paired up against it with Alvaro. I like Alvaro's Rel, and I think when he's on an engaged tool, they get suppressed at first. You always feel good about him starting fights.
On the upside, I'm not really sure what you want to try and go for as an answer. Maybe it's just the Renata here for Targamas to try and buy space for the backline. Also, Senna does start to rise up in priority in these sort of situations because you've got an AD damage dealer. I was going to say you could take something that's a bit more of a carry in the top lane for Kana, but of course Nico still available.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big one to bypass as well. I'm surprised we get it in game 3, but it has been banned away a few times. Precisely 2, I believe, because that's what counts to 3. Now that we're in this final game, what AD carry do we get? Xayah, self-pill you talked about before, and so good against Vi. Jhin also has a lot of range, so it feels like there's a couple of good options here for Super.
Yeah, I think Corki also up there if you want to try and go for something that we've seen a lot of more aggressive carries go for, and not to say the Super isn't aggressive, I just mean like Noah, who wants to really dominate lane, has been tending more towards the Corki.
I mean, Super is an aggressive AD carry.
Exactly.
You can say that he's aggressive, don't worry about that.
But yeah, I think you're on both sides, you're pretty happy what you got. Targamas had a fantastic engage on the Nico last weekend, which ended up winning that series, or helping them to win that series against Giant X and turn around that, I think it was game number 1.
I think it was.
Either way, it's now just a case of focusing on getting rid of, I was going to say the options into Cassante in the top lane, but it looks like, at least with the champions that have already been taken off the board, there's very few that remain as an option into Cassante. Maybe you just want to get rid of the Ornn or something along those lines as well to act as another engage tool, and good follow-up with the Pantheon if he ever goes for that big ult engage.
Ryze has gone instead. That Ornn mention is nice, Dagda, because I agree with the percentage health damage he has, thanks to things like Brittle and Bellows Breath. That could be something that, again, layers really well with Mkoy. Let's find out if they go top lane here and get counterpick for mid lane, which would be the obvious call.
Jax also may be an option. I think Mirren in the past has gone... Yeah, okay, it is just going to be...
And yesterday, remember game 3 against Giant X? This is what helped seal it. It's not going to be picked now. It's a blind mid instead of matching top. Which is kind of interesting.
So strong, though.
Yeah, I guess they're like, hey, we just can't give away Orianna. They can't do it.
It's very, very strong at controlling the lane in the early stages because you tend to outrange being able to move the ball around, especially when Azir is already taken off the board. Talia's gone as well.
What do you think about Syndra here in this angle? I know they're going to pick 80 carry now as well, but Syndra Vi used to be an old combo, and against range, the ability to pull out Xayah as well. I mean, I'm just throwing things at you here, Dagda. I'm hoping you catch somewhere. Okay, I didn't throw that at you. That's a victim.
Yeah, I think it's more playing for strong AoE in team fights and good zone control in team fights is what they're looking for, because you've already got that Nico. If you can pair it alongside a Victor stun afterwards as well, it can really wreak havoc. Mkoy though, again, you got very strong mid jungle to try and play through. I think it is a little lacking on KC's side.
Yep.
And yeah, there's the Ornn that we were talking about just to round it out. So very much, hey, we're going to go in for team fights. Both decent scaling across the board. It's more going to come down to who finds these early advantages in those team fights and who can get the setup at the objective that really are going to blow up in this game.
I mean, it is nice again to see, at the same point, right? For me, when the final pick here is still that Ornn where that long-range engage and the insane team fight setups he had yesterday, I think personally that's what won them the fights in a lot of the cases. There were great, I mean, there was also great fighting from Super as well, right? And Alvaro's nuts engages on the Alistar yesterday in Game 3 versus Giant X. But my point is this, Meerwin on something that can role-play starting fights feels to me similar to Alvaro, where they're very reliable, they're very on point, they're very accurate. Mkoy, a bit of glazing there. KC on the other side. Kana's Cassante, I feel like it's pretty clean. And Vladdy on Comfort too. What a good way to round out the series when I think we got a highlight and drafts from both sides, highlight and champions in individuals as well.
Yeah, it's the... When you look towards KC, I think it's going to be pushing control on bottom side. That is going to help them out. Just trying to keep Alvaro in check is going to be a lot of the early game plan, because if you look at Elyoya, Jojo, and Alvaro starting to link up, that becomes a pretty terrifying unit. We'll have to see if they can try and hold on to that control.
Let's see, final game of the night and our match of the week. You got the tickets, you're here. And you deserve to see a banger now. Dagda, I'm not going to go out there in a whim and a lie and be like, oh, these comps want a skirmish heavy. Look how early game focused they are. We have an Orianna and a Victor. We have a Corki, who, yes, is a lane bully, but still has a mad scaling with a Xayah. I see Cassante Ornn. This is about as let's fight 25, 30 minutes as it gets, you know? Junglers, do something before 60. Yeah, before 6, sorry. Imagine level 60.
Yeah, but I do think that is kind of where my focus is on the jungle and the supports. I think this is mostly where we can actually get some action.
True.
Pantheon and Vi quite strong in the early stages. You've good follow-up and good CC to enable them as well. And also, as I say, like Orianna isn't strong individually in the early stages, but if you have a jungler that is very strong and wants to chase people down, which Pantheon does, that's where Orianna can actually come into it. She gives shields, she gets the slow, and also a speed up for Pantheon in the command dissonance. So this is where you kind of become more of a supportive mid laner in the early stages that enable these much more stronger AD junglers.
I also like the phase rush here into the matchup, the ability to get burst trade and then walk away from the Victor Q, from his second proc at least. Feels kind of nice and super easy. Back when phase rush was a little bit stronger, Orianna always take this and you just auto QW, boom, trade done. Or if you don't get an auto down, you press E and then you get it done anyway. So phase rush feels like the easiest rune to proc on her.
Also, the opportunity in the early stages to chase people down is a bit underrated. Because the Clockwork Windup, her auto attack passive, she gets increased auto attack. So if you can extend the trade in these early stages, especially with long cooldown mages like Victor and Orianna, you just end up winning out because of that passive damage.
She feels like the nicest champion to auto in the early game as well. I mean, just feels good hitting it. As a quick side note, Elyoya started with an invade here on Raptors. He'll eventually be spotted out crossing through to River back to his own jungle, but yike, picks up his red, loses Raptors for now. So small success story is I also see a deep ward on red jungle for Mkoy, but nothing's actually been taken. So that'll expire. They know that Elyoya is bot side for now, as Kalista and Targamas push in regardless.
The question it opens up is, what does Elyoya do now? Because there is a chance of he clears his wolves and then moves back into bottom side to put pressure onto Kalista and Targamas. Because Yike is down at camp on this bottom side, he either just kind of has to sit here and waste time, or move back up to the top side where he has both of his blue and his Grom still to spawn. You can see he's going to reset, but it looks like Elyoya just going to continue his clear up onto his top side and look to protect his own camps rather than trying to help out this bottom lane.
Well, mid laners are just passive-aggressive to one another. Jojo going to go back so he can get some mana up in this, and feels like it could just be a tier start. Let's see what it is for the Victor on the other side. For Vladdy, Meerwin doesn't have to back as he gets a cloth armor nice and early here up against a Cassante. Dark Seal, and instead of something like a tier, it's actually a Ruby Crystal, so Jojo might be going for a more aggressive build here on the Orianna, or he could just pick up Rod of Ages. For now, we'll wait.
Probably Rod of Ages.
It's probably Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
I think of Ruby Crystal. I'm like, hang on a minute, maybe it's like Leandros or something? Then again, that's also passive, so... Regardless, Dark Seal, I like the start on Vladdy, hey. Seeing a Victor with Dark Seal, yeah, that's confident.
Also, in theory, he shouldn't be under a ton of pressure in the early stages, so if they can find some early success, can start to stack that one up. Yike, picking up this. Now, I think Elyoya should start to move back down towards his bottom side to get the last Gutter Crop, but I'm curious if Yike, after finishing his blue, then moves in to seal away the Krugs on the top side. So it looks like instead Elyoya might just move in to protect his Krugs on top, reset, and then maybe look for the crab on the bottom half of the map.
But he misses a couple of minions here. That's kind of decent when Jojo is the one leading this lane for now. Even getting caught in the gravity field doesn't matter as Buddy the one getting pushed in. He was spotted out and his topside camp now being done. Has the ability to come in here and just one-shot Vladdy. Or get a flash in the process. Mid quite volatile. So what I'm trying to tell you is Yike is just down here on Raptors at full HP getting his clear done as well.
Yeah, Yoya moving down. Again, Yike wanted to moved in, finish off his camps just as they're respawned. So Yoya can't get the recontest, but Yoya just going to look for the Scuttle Crab instead, then go for the reset. And honestly, at this stage, both junglers, even with the early take, Yoya will be slightly ahead, but the reset with the amount of gold they have means they should kind of reset with the same amount of items.
Yep.
So it shouldn't set Yike behind too much on this.
There is a slight timing advantage for Yike at the very least to say, as Yoya now gets backed up. A longsword is the pickup. This is a singular one for now on Yike's side. Now, quick side note, Dagda, when I see this Corky skin as he gets stunned up with the Shattering Strike, I do think of Super Mario Party 64, where...
I always think of Cool Runnings.
Of what?
Cool Runnings.
Cool Runnings?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm with you. No, sorry, I was like... sorry, sometimes you're very Irish. But I think of like the toboggan when you were the penguin. You dressed up in the penguin suit and you had to go down the big ice sled thing. And yeah, it was like a toboggan just like that. That's all I think about. And you fall off the map and you just be done. You just have to watch your other people play the game. You're like, oh, this is boring. That was before NPCs came into the mixes. Oh no, it wasn't, but you know what I mean. Dragon's going to be started, taken KC. Okay, early game, off to a flying start. As Shockwave's going to miss there against Bloody. He just walks it out. Jojo's going to get a good trade here, but without the Shockwave damage.
Yeah, he got a lot done, though, as we were kind of talking about that. So it doesn't go for the reset, clears out his bot camps, immediately goes over towards Dragon, and is only now resetting for the Tunner pickup. So he kind of ended up spending a lot of time on the map, but knew he had push on bot and decent push in the mid from Vladdy, so there wasn't going to be any contest from MKOI. Now, with the Dragon taking MKOI, are like, hang on, Yike's been out on the map too long. They want to contest for his respawns.
There's a TP advantage because of Unsealed Spellbook. Yike is sus on it because of the lens. Well spotted with the timing there. Tucker's now moving up as well, but Jojo has Bloody under turret. Phase Rush gets him out of turret range with the poke, and again, even though Shockwave was used, Jojo just doing a good job. Chaos Storm now going to come out, or rather Arcane Storm, and that's going to help clear the way, but Jojo should be able to match this. He takes next to no damage, and it'll be neutral in mid yet again with no TP to speak of.
Jojo is doing a great job of getting the trades that he needs, though.
Yep.
Already a nice CS lead for himself, and the fact that his ultimate's going to be up a little bit quicker means there's a timing window for MKOI to try and make plays off of that ult being up and providing that CC.
But nice. Kana's just going to proxy a little bit here because not much that Mirwin could do. I mean, he's just going to accept the wave, but Kana's in a nice spot in this game as well. Quick side note, I feel like most LEC Casantes have either had a lead or have just found success tag. I'm moments away from looking up the win rate with my fancy computer.
It is a difficult matchup for the Ornn because a lot of the damage you want to get is through Brittle, but if you are about to hit the auto attack, you can pop the W as Casante and ignore a lot of that damage.
It's 2 and 5. It's not a good win rate. But
in lane, it's a little.
In lane, it feels good. And I think we've seen some good Casantes like a lot. I think that was a loss yesterday, the game you played Casante. I can't recall correctly, but I've had a lot of good Casante games that have been like, oh, no, the team is too fed and we can't do much. So I don't know the best win rate, but still, it's a good game for Kana so far. 300 gold lead, as you can see on the screen. And I think more importantly as well, that mid lane is once again, 3 games in a row, Jojo's lead. He's had a lead each game. He's played side lanes better. He's gotten a lot more time to spare. He has been PvEing a lot. But to his credit, I mean, he's been doing it very well. In this game, the PvP's been going well as well. Here we go. But the skies erupt with the Pantheon in. That's Elyoya. Paying a visit in, but he's ulted by Yike straight away, who flashes out after his cease and desist. Oh yeah, pokes out that Comet of Legends, getting Kaliss, but Kaliss will Valkyrie instead. So now that he's level 60, he can start poking out in return. But regardless, MKOI try to send a play.
Nice shadow from Yike, though. His camps hadn't really spawned on the bottom side and knew that his bottom lane was the most vulnerable part of the map. Casante is already going in behind the turret, so you don't have to worry. Oh, hang on, Jojo.
The Shockwave, but where's the damage going to be? I mean, at this point, Chaos Storm's going to do as much.
But Yike able to cover. Now it's going to be onto the Void Grubs.
Yike coming in, remember that ulti, he did a little assault, but he's not going to find any target. And now just starts up the grubs for himself. MKOI have leashed a little bit here, and One should be granted, but MKOI are backing away. Two going to be granted over to KC, and that is a nice interrupt to get quite a bit.
Once more, Kana had moved from that bottom side into mid, so MKOI a little nervous about trying to overextend for the Void Grubs. We'll give Miran a little bit of time to get the tower, this wave underneath the tower, but in the tank v tank matchup, it's not going to mean a huge amount, whereas those early Void Grubs can do some nice things for KC.
But a goal from Mirwin in the meantime, hitting up that plate. We come back to mid because it's always just on the edge of 400 HP. Jojo and Bloody keep fighting it off, and with Catalyst, Jojo has a little bit more sustain here, but I'm more concerned about how supports get involved. Alvaro goes into Fog of War, Targamas as well, Pop Blossom, no Magnet Storm available. Just counting ultis here of what the supports can add, and both mid laners are very cautious, making sure they don't step up to get caught.
It's more just protect your own vision line at the moment and try and extend it a little bit further. There's no objectives until a minute for the next dragon, so nobody really wants to overextend or get caught out ahead of that. Battle for the Scuttle though.
Damage is going to come through from Elioya first, as Elioya building up passive stacks, but Scuttle's going to be granted over to him. And that's also going to give a bit of power to Super in this top lane, who moved for the swap. Going to get a quick recall in as well, as we kind of go back to normal. 10 minutes in, no kill yet, but again, early we know there's not going to be too much blood. We've seen the comps like third time in a row. We're just going to chill, lull about a little bit, and do whatever people do in the early game.
Well, the thing is though, the move from Kana, not as egregious as he already, well, egregious is a bit of a strong word, but not as bad as he was able to pick up a lot of CS, and it has a bit of an experience lead. But when you look towards Kalist, the rotation hurt him there. He lost about a wave worth of experience, setting him behind Supa. And Supa should tick over then off of this wave to level 8. You can see just there for the fight. And that could actually be pretty important if KC try to look for a fight immediately. But looks like they're just going to be happy to bounce the wave. Maybe actually look for a play into Kalist here.
Kalist is the one hiding in brush, but it's a Corki. It's not going to matter too much. And they don't get the ward in the end, so Elioya just stacks up to 5. And Kalist is going to take on Super. Bombs down, and Feathers do not get a root. Super felt very confident with that one with the BF sword, and he should have. He gets a root there. Maybe he has the kill.
So no real positioning for MKOI on the objective. They're trying to fight for this control where Kana is. But again, Kana just walking down to the objective. Happy to give Miran a little bit of time on the tower to finish out the waves. KC more focused on the objectives with the top lane.
It starts off. Teleport coming in, and Kalist, remember, he took a chunk before. Will it matter too much here for Koi? They're thinking about their angle. Alvaro needs an impossible engage, but made possible. Call the forward god. Flashed in. Mirwin does it again. Zoned off 3 from KC, and Yike is down. Meanwhile, Kana got into the backside. Gets Super's flash out, but now he's isolated. Alone. Left to dry. While KC getting front to back by MKOI. In the blink of an eye. It's MKOI with 2. Dragon down as well. And orchestrated so damn nicely for that fight.
The Ornn ultimate tears through KC, and MKOI have Elioya just deliver himself into the backline and tear apart KC. MKOI's team fighting has just been better across this series. Kana trying to set up for the front line, but Mirwin, KC essentially just set themselves up perfectly for it. And even with the interrupt coming through at the backline, Supa is completely fine. Elioya able to separate out the fight. A good shockwave from Jojo hits onto 3 members as well. And you called it. Kana went so deep to try and finish off Supa, he just ends up isolated in that backline.
First 2 kills over to MKOI, and it goes to Mirwin. The CC chain, the layering with double brittle coming off his Call the Forward God, then his Bellows Breath. After setting out the pillar, it was just nothing that Yike could do. He couldn't move, rather. And so for MKOI, a decent-sized gold lead here in what has been otherwise a slow early game. The Dragon makes the game slower for KC as well, and Dagger with all the scaling. MKOI are not going to be forced to a fight any sooner than they'd rather.
The problem, though, is what we already kind of alluded to. MKOI and KC both scale relatively well into the game. So the early resources being given to MKOI means they will hit those item breakpoints faster and continue to be stronger. And every time you try and contest them, that's where you're going to get more and more issues as this game goes on. So now a lot of this is going to be, again, coming back to Targamas and Yike. How can they find moments to attack side lanes and prevent MKOI from being able to utilize this lead to continue snowballing the game?
An early lead advantage is especially going to go to Jojo, who, again, 30 CS up just about. He's got a Rod of Ages. He's stacking it nice and early, and Vladdy has been bullied in this lane. I'm even seeing half a level advantage between Vladdy and Jojo this game, too. I'm looking elsewhere. I'm seeing the leads all red, all good, and it's good from Elgoya. 30 CS up. These numbers, these mean so much, again, when we talk about scaling, but even more so when you have something like a Herald spawning in 50 seconds, another Dragon in 3, and MKoi have the ability to start popping heads.
They want to just pop anyone who walks into a side lane, and this is going to be because of that Pantheon ultimate. It's so difficult for Vladdy to push up. You can see how defensive he has to be. Now, obviously, he spotted MKoi on that top side, but he doesn't really get to play the game from this position, to be honest. And Miran's just happy because, well, he is God of the Forge God. He is a ton of health. If you try and dive him, it's not going to go well for you.
No, it's not. Simply said. Efficient.
I started to cough at the end of that.
I know. You had the hiccups before. You started to cough.
Look, we got rid of the hiccups. You don't need to worry about them, okay?
The question is just leading towards this fight. 5 seconds. You know, as a caster, you just get away with saying easy things like a scoreboard timer that you can all see, but I point you towards it and you think, oh, thank you very much, Asterix. That's very nice of you. That's no problem, really. Where was I, Dagda? Okay, yes, Herald. Elgoya's going to start it off. And the zone that's coming from Alvaro, it's so easy for MKoi to just hold this position. Teleport going to be burned, but even though Vladdy's coming in with the Blackfire Torch, he's going to come in just for the wave. Nothing else going to be granted. And MKoi objectives in this early game are looking real nice.
It's the snowball of the early prowess that they had. They can't fight on that top side. Vladdy was forced away from the top turret because of potential dive. Guy could walk to the bot lane, but was like, I can't really go for any play on Miran. So you just end up isolating Vladdy. You isolate that turret, which means you get the wave pushed in, you fall back to the objective. MKoi are just playing this very slow and very smart. And this is kind of what we were talking about in the last game, where it was, hey, it may not be the flashiest League of Legends, but it's this slow chokehold MKoi are putting onto the game. And a lot of that, again, is coming from Elgoya and Alvaro. These guys have consistently been working so well for this team, getting control on the map, denying access to KC, like gating them off from parts of the map. And now Jojo is moving in. Don't know if he wants to go for anything too crazy though.
Yike's going to be
here
to cover. Alvaro's going to find him first, but look behind is Elgoya with an ult in his pocket. He's looking for a target. Callista's here, but so is Targamas. The clone found out that they know it's real, and he's burnt down. A spear easily done. And in the heart of Targamas, he drops down. That timing ain't good. 35 seconds until the dragon spawns.
Super able to keep in check on mid and forcing Targamas to try and move across, as Alvaro and Elgoya, they just scoot him directly into the hands of everyone that's waiting. Again, MKoi, they're just controlling where KC can walk.
Well, it's jumping forward, the blade pulled in. Alvaro is going to disengage with the crash down. KC on the charge, but Elgoya is still here. An assault in, that doesn't come through, as Jojo's going to be collapsed on after the fact, because he stepped up to the wave thinking that, yeah, my team is in river, but no longer. He flashes away with teleport to cover as well. The Vi entry is not an assist. Instead, Shockwave disengaged by Kana. A great W as the Pathmaker's now down. Merwin flashes in again, doesn't give time to engage, even though the series charge doesn't work. Pop Blossom on the back end. KC looking for the fight. Targamas found everyone, but they need damage. Jojo in the storm now hits them all. Kana is just running forward, unable to die, and Elgoya comes in late. KC just sent it under turret. Callist close, but he wins it out in the end. And Merwin caught in the middle. We go from nothing to everything for KC.
KC were just playing the waiting game. They had Callist moving from the mid lane, making his way down to that bottom side, and all they were doing was biding for that moment where Kana could help turn it around, and MKoi took the bait.
On a slither of HP, there's a crush down, by the way. Alvaro's looking for Targamas and getting in the way of Dragon. His super now comes on in at full HP. Alvaro's trying to sacrifice his life as Yike has to walk away from the Dragon. There's a teleport. We devolve as Jojo doesn't have a shockwave, but he's 20 seconds off. Yike has to disengage. There's no smite in the pit right now, but Yike can't get nearby. It turns into a leash, and Super's entrance brings the Dragon back for MKoi.
Kana TP to the top lane. Oh my God.
Keep down Bloody. And even though there's a stun coming up, Shockwave, oh, it does not connect. Bloody's running to the safety of his turret. He will survive, and man, I think both teams just got bored and just said, we're Bloody going in.
So we get the initial play on towards the bottom side, on towards Jojo, who overextended trying to get the tower when we saw that KC play in towards MKOi's jungle. But watch as this goes on. in the mid lane, Corki is already pushed in. So KC, all they're trying to do is buy time and keep MKOI interested. And MKOI take the bait, they fully commit. You don't end up getting that knockup from Mirwin, but Targamas again, a great engagement off the back of the Pop Blossom, and that's when Kalist come through. There's nothing left in the tank now for MKOI, and Kalist can help finish off those members of MKOI.
Eventually, one way or another, MKOI KC delivers. Eventually, it gets interesting here as Mirwin is the last to go.
After this, though, is where it gets funky, because Kana TPs to the top lane to get the tier 1, but it does mean, oh, hang on.
Mirwin's going to be cancelled. Yike doesn't get his assault in, but he still has his cease and desist, or rather he doesn't even need it. Even after a searing charge, Kalist is now on a rampage. 4 kills on the Corki. He picked up one by himself last time in bot fight as Khan is running for life, but he's a Cassante. CC means nothing to him, and so he'll just evacuate this bot turret.
Does mean we're essentially back to all square, though, when it comes towards the gold. Yes, there's some differences, obviously, on like the 4-kill Corki, but it's got a lot of gold on towards Jojo, who's been fairly quickly accelerated. The Dragon's in favor of MKOI, and I think that's where, if you can get to this next fight, MKOI are going to be trying to again see if they can separate out KC in the same fashion that they did last time. But Vladdy, TPing out, wanted nothing to do with a potential play towards him.
Going towards bot, maybe for the Atakan as well. It's Vladdy's play after bot, top wave rather, is getting pushed out, so he'll be here first. Elyoya with no ulti, and walking in, Alvaro has to face check. Kana can stand here and deliver, be the wall that no one can get past at all. Jojo and Mirwin running in from the river here, and even though there's a Hex Gate being used, Atakan at 8k, going down fast with Herald, being the option for MKOI mid.
This is a little risky, though. I don't know if KC can burst this out.
Call the Forge God at 2, and a 1. It's taken by Kalist, but Pop Blossom, Alvaro in the back again. A cease, a desist, and all out from Kana. Knocks about. Super's flipped up, but Vladdy is frying him alive. A 4th in the electric socket, and MKOI can't move.
It looked like Alvaro might have been able to set up for that huge engage, but it's Targamas again with the Pop Blossom that is finding the angle to keep MKOI out and set up for KC to take the fight.
Herald was placed down. That's still going to get a charge regardless, but Kalist will be able to clear this out, save his inner turret. There's yet another fight where he gets a lot. Kana on this Cassante is doing a lot as well.
Well, the thing was, Kana actually got CC'd at the start of this. I think he was looking for Elyoya to try and ult him out of the fight so you could try and avoid the steal. But here, gets CC, doesn't really get the setup. But Targamas coming in off the side, gets a huge Pop Blossom, which then just immediately sets up for KC to go. And Supa gets a great pullback here, but doesn't really have any more of the follow-up. Targamas is doing a ton of work alongside Kalist and Vladdy to just keep these tank members of MKOI out of position so Supa can fall.
Nice, guys. Nice mate, gay, Kapatungus. It's okay, yes.
I feel like with Leandra's Blackfire Torch, Mirwin, who's had a couple of good setups in fights, is now getting shredded really, really quick. Look at the damage. Most done by Vladdy, then shortly after Kalist. Supa's doing a lot, so both AD carries definitely worth watching here as gold is still pretty much even. KC, yes, have a 1,500 gold lead, but remember, we're talking about scaling. We're talking about 3 items being picked up here, or at least well on the way to, for these AD carries. As they sit for 2 and a bit right now, we wait, we look. Dragon's up in a minute. That'll be 3rd for MKOI, and worth the discussion.
We've also got to start looking at the shockwaves from Jojo, because 2 items now means that he's in a decent spot to start hurting. Not exactly the Ludens build that you like to go for, but still can be game making, especially if you compare that alongside a big ultimate from Supa, or sorry, big feather pullback from Supa. But fight in 35 seconds in theory, Jojo just going to take tower and look for the reset.
And his side lane play continues no matter what champion he's on. He's still up in CS, by the way. He's still massively up on Vladdy, and you know, we need a big shockwave. We need a combo from Movistar Koi. KC keep winning out these fights. Feels easy to execute so far, at least, as Vault Breaker in onto Mirwin, just out of range. Trying to get some brittle there with the Bellows Breath.
MKOI's trying to call the bluff of KC, say you can go for Dragon, we're going to take your tier 2 in the top lane. So KC now trying to fight for mid control while also moving Vladdy into position to protect the top tower.
On the side though, with the shockwave available, trying to poke out Vladdy. Make sure he doesn't join the fight. It will be a 4v4 as Vault Breaker starts it off into Mirwin again. The shredding is unreal, even from Kalist. He's got a big one in the hole with double buffs, and Dragon's up again. KC need this And they make sure that MKOI don't have a condition to play 4 and 5.
I'm pretty sure KC saw Mir and TP to mid, so they know that the Ornn is out of the fight. Happy to go for this. Vladdy backing away, thinking the only option that MKOI have now is to try and go for that play on towards the tier 2. But even then, they're shy. They're just going to take the camps instead.
Yak takes this with ease. Okay, 2 apiece. Game gets interesting. Gold even more even than before. Baron's up in 45 seconds. This final game to decide. Holding us by an inch. Quick reminder, KC 2-0. Movistar Koi, yes, they got their first win yesterday. If they win this, they move alongside KC. Well, actually, they'd be above, because KC would be 2-1. But they would be the top of the group. It'd be such a statement. After coming back a little bit shaky yesterday, after game 1 was such a wipe, Koi, we just have to call them resilient after that point, because it'd be 2 days in a row where they somehow just knuckled down and trudged through the mud.
Yeah, I still think, I mean, even looking at the goal, this game is relatively close.
Yeah.
Like, KC definitely have a lead off of tempo and being able to set up. Like, even gold that isn't being displayed, like the Atakan or 9 Dark Seal stack for Vladdy, is going to make a difference. It's just that the scaling on both sides is incredibly good, so one team fight could make the difference. Like we saw Targamas make the difference with that Pop Blossom in the last fight. If Albro can get something similar, you could change the outcome of this game. It's just that MKOI for the moment are on the back burner because KC are out on the map and pushing waves faster.
Yeah, that conversation about Movistar Koi moving to first if they can win this is right now maybe more of a dream than KC remaining undefeated, because that feels like it could be reality with the feeling of this game at the very least, right? Baron's still up as well, by the way, as we move to 3rd item for 80 carries.
But look at where the Ornn is on the minimap.
Hang on. Cease and desist. We're going to pause. Yeah, Jojo's going to flash away. That flash not being up and available for a major fight. Maybe a game changer here as Elyoya's just ultied in. He's now on the right side of the map for Dragon, but that's 3 minutes away.
They thought it was going to be a much heavier engage from KC, because what I was about to point out was you had the Ornn who's been sitting around mid looking for an engagement on towards mid lane, but you had the full push down into this bottom side. So as our MKOI were seeing that, they were like, oh crap, we've misread where the play is going to come from KC. We have missed our timing window. So it's just trying to defend Jojo, because the Orianna is your most vulnerable point on the map, especially when she's in a side lane. She just doesn't escape well from a lot of what KC have. And now that she has Snow Flash, it only doubles that as well.
And you know she needs time. She needs that 3rd item. I mean, now just picked up Crypto Bloom, so massive stomps. Yeah, Crypto Bloom. it's an ETF, actually. Well, 3 items regardless. So the investment is there. And Jojo simply finds the Shockwave and finds them all. It's just about if he can get Vladdy, if he can get Kalist, keep track of Targamas in the same vein. There's a lot of what-ifs. I feel like that's for both teams, though, as well. Who hits those big multi-ultis? That's what we want to see as Dragon. Rather, Baron is sitting there waiting with limited vision from both.
It's the control of River that KC are able to utilize, though. Getting that push in mid, you can see Targamas as Corki is on this top side alongside Vladdy, supporting him and getting that push. Now Jojo's only going to move to match that, which is allowing KC to group up. I was not going to say start Baron, I thought it was going to be get deeper vision, but maybe looking to get Mirren's TP up in the bottom lane. There it is.
They get mid lane TP immediately, you're right. So Mirren's going to join in, but this ain't just a start. This is looking to be a finish, and KC have got it down to 5. It's going down mega quick, and MKOI have to get in. Elyoya needs to steal at 4, at 3. They hold off. They look for the turn. Pop Blossom, a one-man as Jojo gets caught out and stormed to death. Kana collapses on the super as the feathers fly out. He gets an ulti out, but for MKOI, that storm is getting bigger, and they're right in the middle of it. But it ain't too pretty as Super walks back in to get destroyed. Kalist and Vladdy have one last target as Mirren runs for his life, and KC take care of business.
KC's team fight was clutch there. The fact they caught Jojo again, that Orianna without the flash, the prime target for KC, and Mirren not being able to get the second half of the Call of the Forge God as well, means that KC will pick up the bar, and we'll get to see it on this one. So Targamas immediately goes on to Jojo, who's separated, but as this Call of the Forge guard comes through, doesn't end up connecting with it, which means that there's no big engagement tool, and honestly MKOI have been pulled every which direction to try and save people, whereas KC quickly teetering in on towards those carries and able to finish them off.
Come back to life. Baron has been picked up. Mirren was the only one to survive. I think the most annoying thing is that Kana keeps moving objects, and moving objects by that I mean Koi just gets separated more every time he ults, every time he fights. There's so many dissuading abilities, and then Vladdy and Kalista are just left in the meat grinder, and they love that. There's 3, almost 4 items for Kalista, by the way, is after that fight, after the damage he's done in this game, he's about to get an IE.
Vladdy also able to finish off his Zhonya's means that he's just no longer a target really for MKoi. You're heavily reliant on trying to get on towards Kalista, but he's so mobile with the Valkyrie, also having the cleanse. It feels like MKoi's windows for taking fights are out the window, to be perfectly honest. And now KC, another dragon, 3rd dragon, and MKoi just taking the pressure that they can inside. But the gold lead starting to become a bit too big for them.
Becoming huge, 3,000. And Soul Point, will we get to the 4th dragon is the biggest question, because Koi are getting sieged on quite heavily. Bot turret going to drop down while Jojo is trying to make it a trade, but remember earlier on, KC got those 2 grubs. They have an advantage. And this mid turret is going to be next while Jojo just simply tries to get one.
It's the, I think, correct call from MKoi in this situation. Yeah. Baron's go creeps. You're not going to be able to defend. Your comp is pretty short range. So instead, just try and match the turret takes, engage on bot.
Searing charge. There's the ulti from Elyoya, but he runs into harm's way. And Vladdy, we find to just range him down. Bliss the same as well, by the way. And now that Elyoya's here, they know exactly where the jungler's coming from. And Jojo had to back away. He's going to be on vision with his mid wave too, with half HP on the inhib turret. Bot is going to keep waddling down.
This is what I mean, this little MKoi can do on the defense of the siege. They need to try and find something, but it didn't end up working out. At least they got the top tier 2, but they will lose their base for it.
Jojo stepping up to make sure mid doesn't go with it as well. Inhibitor now exposed on the bot side of the map. And top wave eventually going to crash in, but that's going to slowly be bouncing back towards MKoi's bases. Quick base in time actually by KC, because they're going to get their reset off after Baron kind of runs out, or at least gets closer towards that. So a nice siege. A 2,500 Red Bull Baron power play. Not the worst, not the best, but it's still an advantage for them.
It's huge just because it gave them full control of the game. Yeah. If you try and come out for the dragon and you end up losing it, the game is over for MKoi, which makes you much slower to try and approach this objective. They look like they're going to try and look for some pick as just hiding out of vision.
Here. Walking in, gets stunned up. He walked right into that one with the Magna Storm. He's been opened up. That's a shutdown. Now Kana walked into man, but with Bellows Breath, he has to be careful. He'll get brittled, he'll get slowed, and with dissonance, there's nowhere to go. He flashes away, and all Mirwin needs it laid is some CC chains. MKoi with a big pick, and Vladdy just strutted his stuff to die.
There's nothing on the map for MKoi to get though. Their wave is pushed in top. The wave isn't in a position on bot lane to do anything. And it's still 2 minutes 40 at minimum until that next objective. So yes, it is a nice pick and it does buy a little bit of breathing room for MKoi, but it doesn't change the outcome just yet.
Maybe that's why Vladdy's lucky for that misstep. Lucky for that misplay. Alvaro has unsealed spellbook, so he's going to use the barrier, move back to heal. Hexgate taken to get out of the way, so you're right. Let's see if Elyoya actually finding Yike, getting in his way. Spears out again. The rest of KC are backing this play up as Baron's 220, Dragon 2 minutes 10. They're coinciding these timers. And that's big for KC when they're on Soul Point.
Yeah, getting the option to play with your food and see what way you want to go. The pick on Vladdy does mean that the waves are now in a decent spot for MKoi. The fact that they are able to push insides, get the reset, push them out once more, just as the Dragon and Baron are about to spawn, gives them a little more control on the map. But it's still KC being able to, as you say, kind of play both sides. That's going to make it difficult for MKoi if they really want to commit.
Tension rises. That big play is going to come off the back of 4, 5 item carries. Let's see which way. Enhance Infinity Edge. So the gold difference between AD carries probably more like 1,000, not 2. But waiting for that last whisper to come through from Super. Waiting for a last whisper from Kalista as well. That'll help the shredding on Cassante, on Ornn alike. That'll make the fight a little bit quicker on their end too. I'm looking at Azonya's maybe being completed for Jojo before that fight comes through, but he's only got a Seekers. A lot of gold to go. Might not have that for the fight, so that's a 1 tick. But to be fair, at this point in the game,
kind of all you need.
I feel like it might be all you need, you're right. Might not matter. Kana with a Randuin's just picked up 4th item for the Cassante. And Mirwin's a little bit ways to go with a Negatron cloak and cloth armor.
Yep. full build for Jojo on the reset.
Okay, so he does get the Sonyas for what it's worth.
And again, like at this stage, gold is kind of a null factor. It is very much going to come down to execution. And at the moment, MKoi getting that shove out and getting vision control gives them more information to play with. Even just some nice poke onto Kalist right now.
Mirwin with that poke as well wants to find an engage. Kana gets out of there. Stands a little bit behind Kalist.
Alvaro's marking both Yike and Targamas on the side, and Mirwin happy to step forward and be that meat shield in the front to continuously let MKoi buy the space that they need on the map. Also, he's taking the Scuttle Crab, going to be very nice for movement speed just in front of the pit, which is why Oyoya dipped over there to get it.
Jojo, really good zoning while he does that as well, using his range advantage and his unlimited mana supply to just make sure that KC can't walk directly at them. Kalist, remember, is still low and he might have a red buff, but the poke is starting to matter more and more. Alvaro looking for an angle and Dragon's going to start, but before KC even know what hit him, no! What? Yike comes through, doesn't drive-by, flashes out. Never mind, they knew, and they just took it. Kana runs in now with Hextech Soul and a pop blossom above all with a tangled barb and an ulti from Kana off the back. Mirwin flashes out because the Moby Stars have just been demoted. They're being casted as extras. A Jike will die for the play. The Blade Caller, Super runs in, wants his job back, trying to get a root, but doesn't. Kana steps forward, Vladdy runs in, and indeed, it is the Moby Stars who will fall.
It's a series of disastrous events for MKoi. The Dragon is stolen. Jojo whiffs on the ultimate, and KC are able to jump in on top of them before Mirwin can even get his ultimate off himself. KC got everything they needed and are led directly to the Baron.
Flipping for the objective, bites him. Yike had about half a second to get that, and he did.
But watch afterwards. Jojo moves in, goes for the ultimate, whiffs on everyone. Kana then in a position where he actually gets onto Jojo, which sets up for the slow as Targamas comes through, so you get that early flash out. And again, Mirwin taken out of the fight, he's then focused down, and he's not able to set up in enough time to get some sort of fight back. Plus the Hextech Soul getting that AoE slow and damage as MKoi are all grouped to run away. It's just a complete mess. And Super tried.
He tried.
Like, he nearly managed to get Kalist off the back of that and maybe could have done something, but it had already gone so wrong before that.
He got the flash from Kalist. I mean, that was an ambitious hero play, but it bites him in the end as well with Kana getting the sidestep, and it becomes a game of KC again. It's an elder game that Koi have to play towards now with the second Baron going to KC, and at this 36-minute mark, that Hextech Soul, the chase. If MKoi gets stuck again, if they go into this fight and get separated, this game, this series will end.
MKoi grouping because they know Vladdy's on bottom side, looking for a pick on the mid lane, but KC not overextending. And we already saw how difficult it was for MKoi to defend their base against the last Baroned up minions. It becomes even more difficult when you're missing a turret on bot lane. You're trying to defend the tier 2, but KC already setting up to cover this.
Kalist has a full item now over Super, who's holding a control ward, who obviously didn't have the gold to build it outright, and it might be the difference maker that comes through in what could be a final fight. Remember, it's getting into late game, so gold doesn't matter as much, but still, it shows you that KC are in the driver's seat just with the gold lead alone. This Baron trying to whittle down the inner turret and top side while minions are moving in through bot. No one handling it right now with Kana running through mid, adding pressure so that MKoi have to pay attention top.
KC don't have to overforce. Just let the Kana minion do the work. Let the Hextech Soul get a little bit of poke damage underneath the turret as well. MKoi now trying to see if they can split up and find some angle of attack. It looks like Kana might be that. But no KC member walking close enough to Oyoya in transition.
He'll just take so long to die. It has to be some kind of miracle fight that doesn't use all the engages as Kalist walks back in. Minion be damned, there goes the last inner of their game. And moving through multiple lanes yet again, Yike controls this space, and MKoi fear the worst here. They need to pull a rabbit out of the hat and something more than that as Jojo gets poked down, and KC still with Baron for another 40 seconds will continue the siege.
Mirwin's on the bottom side, Shockwave gone again.
Ooh, what's the timer on that one, I wonder? It's about 40 seconds, right?
Yeah, I think for Jojo, just seeing maybe he could get something, but unfortunately that little bit short. And now KC, once more in front of this next turret to fall. The base from MKoi is crumbling.
Yike tries to lure them in, or rather pretend like he's going to cease and desist. The AoE, the splash, does wonders on the inhibitor. And MKoi have to give it up. Next wave is top. You've only got one wave worth of Baron minions here. And then for KC, the siege will end.
There's so little you can do again. MKOI, they don't have the ranged, they don't really have the big engage. And maybe in a position where you can just, like, I think you just kind of got to fish for a big engage and hope for the best with Mirwin. Because otherwise, you just get the slow bleed and it's never going to go well.
They're just trying to whittle down Kana. I mean, that slow bleed hurts. It's the hardest way to lose games, to lose series. When you just watch it and there's nothing you can do, it sucks. But hey, 1 minute 30, that's something you can do. Elder's coming up, and that's MKOI's chance to flip this game.
Yeah, I'm curious if the call is, as you say, well, 1 Elder, but 2, Rabadon's Death Cap nearly completed for Jojo Pyun.
Yeah.
That could be their last hope, essentially, that they get to a point where they can find that big one.
Yes.
Yeah, he's been farming up every camp that he can in the jungle as well.
Flame Horizoning Vladdy, and they're losing.
Still, KC in control. Like, waves being pushed in continuously. You got super creeps in the mid lane, which is going to help. If it's an extended play around the Elder Dragon, where KC can just get control on mid, and even TP should be up if they can look for a potential TP end instead of even looking at the Elder Dragon.
Those minions provide so many problems. It's a shame that KC don't have that bottom inhibitor down, so it's on the Dragon Wave. That makes things a little bit easier for them. Super's going to walk in here and just take the minion wave while TP's going to be burnt. Dagda, it's all coming down to this 5v5 around mid.
You have to be so careful trying to push in these waves, though. You can see those crashes coming through from the Hextech Soul are slowing Super and actually could give a window of opportunity for KC to look for an engage. MKOI now trying to hard force a play on the mid wave, but Super creeps starting to come up.
Yak has GA. He can send it in. So can Elyoya. Alvaro's looking for an innovative angle. One that could just change the game as well, but will he be spotted?
There's a ward there, though, that will spot him out if he tries to move through. It's a good blue ward by KC, kind of warding all their defensive flanks. As now MKOI, they need to find a way to break this. Even trying to run down mid lane, I don't think is enough.
TP going to be burned. This is Mirwin coming in with the ball on top of him. They want an engage, running in blindly. Mirwin needs to help get a shockwave. Super starts off the damage. Alvaro now spotted out by Yak as the Shattering Strike does not connect. Heal out and MKOI are getting burnt down slowly but surely. Kalist, not a big one in the hole as he's getting hit hard by Dragon. Elyoya doing some damage as well. This burn, this Elder is helping out MKOI.
Elyoya is still at the ultimate to try and reposition. KC having to cede ground. MKOI forcing them back. An Elder Dragon below half.
It's a root in. Super does good damage at 7k though. If they flip this again, it might all be over. Mirwin sets up, call the forward, got the Pop Blossom, doesn't do any work. Forward and down, right, and get hit, and finally, Jojo finds them all. The setup's big, but for Koi, they need to keep it going. Vladdy's got a storm in the middle of the ball, and it's getting bigger, it's getting bigger. He dies, but it gets the biggest until Mirwin survives. MKOI have found 4 of KC. The game will go on.
The problem is, though, that MKOI can't actually go for the objective. Super creeps are in the base, and Kana could TP in to try and end. They need to hold on to the base, and MKOI need to find a way to do that a second time.
All it took was one shockwave. I can't believe finally, in the heat of the moment, Jojo finally got it.
And you called it out in the fight hysterics. Targamas not being able to find that Pop Blossom, then that massive shockwave onto 3 members with the follow-up on the Orin Ultimate. But Super gets ripped out of this fight thanks to Kana, which meant that they actually maybe could have finished off Vladdy quicker and then turned on towards Kana on the Dragon. Kana being able to take Super out of the fight and finish him off meant that they just couldn't quite have enough DPS to deal with Vladdy.
There you go. There's the damage in the fight, by the way. I was looking at Vladdy's Storm getting bigger and bigger, but his Zhonya's ran out and he was exposed. Exposed to Mirwin, exposed to Elyoya at the end. And that is why he could not kill them. That is why he could not finish the job.
But look at the amount of flashes that were burned. Nothing left on MKOI. 2 flashes on Kalist and Kana in the entire game. And now MKOI stepping up once more. KC trying to see if they can get position to deny MKOI entry.
Those Zhonyas are not available for Vladdy, for Jojo Pyun. I see a GA advantage for Elyoya over Yike, who lost his in the fight. No 80 carry with a GA. Also worth mentioning here, those ultis, let's have a quick look, all up and available.
This is dangerous from MKOI though. They've committed to the pit. KC could move down mid, but now we're looking at the Dragon.
Elder's helping out. Watch out for Super here, who wants to keep waddling about. Targamas in it back. He's got himself a Pop Blossom angle. He's going to find them all! He snuck in to bring KC back on down. Mirwin running aground, but he's dead. Next is Kalist, got to kite it out. Elyoya wants to leave. but Vladdy closes the door on this series once and for all.
You need eyes in the back of your head if you're going to spot out Targamas. He's so consistently able to find these moments, and once more, he finds it for KC right at the end.
We got delivered a banger to end the series in our match of the week, but in the end, the French rise up. There will be no white flag, there will be no surrendering here today. KC undefeated in Group A, 3-0, and so well deserved after that ending.
What an absolute banger of a series. MKOI fought valiantly. That was so close to being their fight in the end. But the team fighting, the flanks, the setup around objectives from KC was just cleaner time and time again.
It was their game. The fact that Koi came in was admirable, but KC held on. You can vote for your key player of the series, Kana, Callisto, Targamas in this best of 3. There are some consistent elements game and game again. And yeah, that bot lane, that hit hard. That did hit hard, and Targamas found another way again on Nico to end the game.
And now KC have locked top 2 in their group with this win in the series. And honestly, well deserved. It was a hard fought series both here and against Giant X, and you can see the faces on MKOI. Devastated with that one, but no doubt they will bounce back from this one. Like, they still have a long road ahead of them.
They still do, and we're talking about it in this group. Like, regardless, they'll go 1-1 now. They're fighting really with Giant X at the time being, and yes, sure, Na'Vi we haven't seen enough of, Vitality we haven't seen enough of, but we're looking at quality of play here. And I think right now, top of the group is KC, and you know, is it Movistar Koi? Is it Giant X? You'd think it's MKOI for second. You'd think right now.
Especially the fact that they got the win over Giant X at least sets them up relatively well for the remainder of their series, which, to be honest, will probably be a lot easier than this series was, but we'll have to see.
Oh man, I want to hear from Calist and hear how he feels after a series that's held on by inches. Good fights in the end from this young man.
Exactly. When the going was tough, he came through, and so did KC in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game interview. Congratulations, Calist. Yeah, let's go ahead. My first question. Does this qualify as enough revenge over MKOI for what happened in spring, or is this not enough yet?
I mean, it cannot be enough. Obviously, we got kicked out of MSI, and it's just a win in the split, I guess. But it's a small revenge, I will say. I think they played very good, and it's always a banger to play against them. And I hope we will meet them in the finals later on in the playoffs, because this is where I actually want to take my revenge.
I love it. Subscribe. I'd love to see that. Talk to me about some of those end game fights, because you were in pretty good control. You were also doing great on the Corki, but then they did find the window, right? So what were you careful of in the end throws of that game?
In this game, we could have the control because we were pretty ahead, and it was mostly more, how to say it, easy for us in the late game to just get the control and take the bushes and then chunk them. But I think they played very good. For example, on the last team fight, even though it was really hard for them, they still went for bots. Basically, Koi have a lot of resilience, and they're really smart in the gameplay. You can see it. And yeah, in the team fight where we lost, I think I got caught. If I don't get caught by the shockwave, it's probably just a big storm for us. And I think it just, I misplayed a bit, and Jojo Pyung find a good shockwave.
Yeah, to be fair, he hadn't hit many, right? So maybe you were like, oh, he's not going to get me now. Just kidding, of course. But Calist, when it comes to kind of coming down back to reality after winning Winter and being on top of the world, getting that great result at first stand, and then kind of having to look in the mirror and saying, oh, well, we weren't good enough in spring. We didn't get to go to MSI. You know, what does that do to you as a competitor, and how does that motivate you for summer?
Obviously, it hurts the ego a bit, because obviously when like what happened in spring split happens, you're like at a really high, and then you're losing and you're like going really low, and it just, there's a process behind it. You just have to accept that, well, you played bad, you did some mistakes, and then you have to get the mindset back, the work and everything. It's mostly a lot of time and in practice mostly, and it just all about mindset, resilience, and just accepting the facts and just giving feedback to each other.
I love that. In terms of feedback, you could probably tell your jungler, thank you for securing the smite there on the Elder, right? Because I think he's waiting in PGL, so you want to thank Yike personally?
I mean, thank you, Yak, for smiting this game. Even though you're 0-7, you didn't end the game. It's just you're playing Vi, and you have to go into people. You're the GOAT, Yak. Thank you.
Let's go. The Vi curse is lifted. Maybe, who knows. Thank you so much, Kalis. Congratulations. And we're going to kick it over to PGL with Lore, Nymira, and Yak.
Merci beaucoup, Shox and Kalis. Thank you so much. Welcome to PGL as we see a happy coaching staff backstage. Man, what a series, what a match of the week here between these two teams. And Yak, do you have any first reactions to what your ADC just said? Beating the Vi allegations, I'll give you that.
I won with Vi. I wasn't super useful this game, but we won the game. I stole the soul as well, so I mean, I'm happy. I think they really focused me on a lot of fights, so I couldn't really play a lot, but I won't make excuses. Like, I didn't play insane, but we won at least.
A win is a win.
Jungle is just a smite key sometimes, and you know what? That was pretty good from you.
Yeah, what did you think it came down to here, Nymira? Because we were talking like until the very last moment of the game, like I
really don't think it's fair to boil down to one moment for a game as crazy as that.
Yeah.
I guess it's that really vague term of clutch. It doesn't feel great putting it down to that. We were just talking before we went on air. You thought you were cooked. We thought you were cooked.
Yeah.
You somehow got away with it. You did kind of get away with it a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember how the early game went because it was
badly.
Just
so long ago.
It was a pretty rough early game and everything. So, yeah, it was rough. We got like first Drake, I think, and Grub, so it was like okay, but it was just a hard game. It was harder for us to find like angles. Like they have Saya, I can't really ult her. I got Ori once as well inside, so yeah. But overall, it was just a hard game. Yeah.
You know what? Let's focus on the later fights because we want to show you two. One that almost cost you the game and one that won you the game. The first one is this one. You guys had to look for. Wait, is it the second one?
This is the first one.
That is the first one. Yeah, with that shockwave. Talk me through what happened, communication and everything, and what you guys did wrong
here. I thought the game was over, but somehow like Vlad's ult clutched it and Kana as well. But yeah, the fight was like we knew they wanted to burst it with Saya Panth, and it's higher chance that they outsmite me that way. So we kind of have to fight it. And then I guess this is the second fight.
Yeah, that's the second fight. That's the second fight.
And we have Nico flank. So I just send it on Saya. Nico comes as well. We just get a perfect angle on Saya, and we killed Saya, then we knew the fight was over, right?
Anytime you get a late game fight and Zaya dies without using ult, you did good. So.
Yeah, so I mean, we clutched it in the early fights. Like I guess the other one we didn't clutch, but somehow. So it was just very close fights.
How hard is it to like plan for team fights like this? Because when it comes to clutch moments like this, so late in the game, what I call elder flips, usually, basically, you don't have a lot of time to pre-plan anything, maybe set up some vision, but yeah.
It's all about executions, mostly executions and flashes. We talk about flashes, you know, Ornn has flash if he wants to engage, Red has flash, these kind of things, and what carries has flash and don't in our team and enemy team. And that's like the main thing, because if you make it overcomplicated, you're probably gonna like...
Do you have someone in your team that does that crazy kind of like control plays,
yeah.
It's not all the summoners?
It happens sometimes, yeah.
The key player of the series was Targamas. We've just talked about his game-winning engage here. Any take on Targu, how he's doing?
Yeah, he played very good. He played, I think, 3 games he played range champs. Like usually...
That's like,
there's
unlike
usually
him.
like the melee champs that everyone plays kinda, but yeah, we played Milo game 1 and we played Lula game 2 as well. So we just played like a lot of range with Targa and they played very well. So yeah, like he deserves it.
I know you had an amazing question that I want to let you ask here about the match we just saw.
For this game, we were talking through there and saying, you know what? I think we care more about KC versus Movistar Koi now than G2 versus Fnatic. You've been in both of those rivalries for years now. Which rivalry do you prefer being a part of?
Yeah, so right now, I mean, the most fresh one is obviously the KC and Koi one, and I think that's the one I prefer right now. But the sad thing is that I never experienced it on a big stage yet. Like I want to hopefully go to Madrid and play against them in Madrid, because that would be like insane, because then you will really see like the 2 fandoms, like, and you will see who they all share on, and that's going to be insane. Because with G2 Fnatic, we had a lot of like finals against each other, and I usually won them, but now Koi also beat us, so this rivalry is like a bit more close, I would say.
I mean, that's the thing. It's about getting there, and I know there's been a lot of articles about the learnings that you had from the failure you experienced in spring, and the new attitude you're gonna have. So let me get this straight. From what I've heard, you wanted to not to take things easy, but to be careful and not to burn out in spring. So like manage your efforts. What is the approach in summer?
In summer, it's kind of like we just wanna we want to prove the things that we kind of didn't show in spring. Like I think we took it a bit too easy in spring. I think a lot of people were lazy, like me as well. Like everyone was kind of lazy in the team. We didn't take the scrims and the practice and everything like as serious. And now in summer, we learned from our mistake. We had a lot of like a long break now, so there's no like burnout happening or anything. So yeah, we take every day, like every scrim day, every like even off day, just very serious and just work as hard as we can, basically.
That kind of change, though, it's important that it's not short-term and it's long-term. Are you as a team confident this is like a long-term change, or is this just like, look, we got slapped a little bit last playoffs? Do you think this is going to last?
No, I mean, I think we're gonna be doing much better now. Like we know the mistakes, we reviewed it, like all the games we lost, and we learned like a lot from these mistakes. And even watching MSI and EWC now, then we know like the other teams as well, what they do good and like what people don't do good. So I think there's a lot of learnings.
There's something I wanted to mention. You had an interview recently where you were mentioning caps and what you've learned. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I completely forgot. I didn't. This mic doesn't work. I forgot I had a handheld. Sorry, first day at the job. But yeah, you had a really good interview recently. You were talking about caps and what caps taught you at a time when you were coming as a rookie in the league. I would like you to elaborate on that. Give more specifics on like what made it special playing with caps as a jungler.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the interview and I remember it. So I mean, the thing is that made it the most special was just his creativity. Like he every day, like every scrim day I had with him, he always looked for like new things we could do. Like new, just like it can be very small, but like just helping the team or helping the just in game. Like even with me, with anyone in the team, and he was always really helpful with everything. And yeah, I think mostly just his creativity is like very insane. That's what I love the most with him.
Yeah, and there were a couple of things that even happened today, which I think I can see a little bit of creativity. That just the quotes and stuff, right? But so, for instance, when you're playing Atakan in game 1, like pulling it out of the pit and making sure that you weren't going into the flank angles and stuff. Like globally, a lot of teams are still, even after the whole year, still figuring out how to play the Atakan. Like I see a bit of that creativity in there. So do you feel like you're doing that now? That creativity?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that I also see myself. You know, that I learned from caps that I like just open my mind more basically for more creative things. And
what if we used more than 10% of the break?
Exactly. Like I think a lot of league players can be lazy with that as well, like trying to unlock the game as much as possible. And that's what I'm learning the most from caps basically. And yeah, that's what I'm doing right now with the team. Like I think thing is like a team thing as well. It's not like me. I don't remember. I think it's just a team thing that we came with that, like pulling it. And yeah, we're all just trying to be more creative.
Then where do you see the main evolution when you look at Vladi and Kalist, the two players you were mentioning in that interview?
Yeah, I mean, they're very young. And when I was with Caps, I was not that young. I was like still a bit older. But yeah, so I want to help them to learn as much as possible. Like I think as I said before, I think they have so much potential, these two players. And I know they can become very, very good. And yeah, on like this summer and for Worlds, when we hopefully get there, then I just want to make them as good as possible and help them as much as possible.
It's about unlocking that potential. Now, you see a whiteboard here behind us. I'm going to go there, actually. Shox and the guys did a mid-lane tier list yesterday. This is Finn's and this is GB's. I want to have your take on this. Which one is the most accurate? Which one is the most cursed? And if we have enough time, I actually would like you to make one as a jungler. I'm sure you have a great perspective.
Fancy bit of technology.
Okay.
But yeah, at first glance, what do you think of? I feel like.
So I have to rate them. Yeah. Let's see.
What would you change here, maybe?
I mean, I don't think Jack is his C tier, for example. I think he's like I would say the top 5 right now is probably like. I would say Caps, Jorio, Vladi, I'm looking at the left one now, Caps, and then Pobe, Jackis, I would say.
Pobe,
and then Nuke probably below that. So maybe I would swap like Nuke and Jackis there.
Okay.
I'm going to need you to spell this out for you because there's a ton of stuff. Do you want to put this on your own list? We can do that. You can if you want. Now, I'll put it on there if it's easier.
I mean, I will put Vladi on S tier.
Okay, Vladi on S tier.
I think Vladi is...
Vladi Caps.
Vladi is the
two
goat,
people you've played with.
Yeah, I'll put Vladi and Caps S tier. I mean, yeah, I would put Vladi Caps S tier. I would put Jordan A tier. Like, we just beat him, so I have to do that. I didn't check how mid lane went, but Vladi is better, I would say.
Then Pobe, you said?
I think I would put Pobe on A as well. I think he looks good right now. Yeah, so far he's been looking good in Fnatic. And
you talk pretty high about Jackie's there as well, right?
Yeah, but I would say, I would probably put Jackie's and Nuke together at B, but Jackie's on a bit higher than Nuke, I guess.
Okay, I'll try and do that as best I can.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
Yeah,
and then Nuke.
I'll put a tiny bit down there.
Let me think.
And then we're left with
There's 4 left, right?
Larsen, Shayek, Abadaj, and Camilo.
I mean, it looks pretty accurate how it is there.
Yeah?
I would just probably do the same, yeah. Like Larsen, Shayak, Abadagi, Camilo.
All right.
How it is.
Okay,
We got it.
Larsen.
A jungler's perspective. on the
Shayak,
laners, love it.
Abadaga in down here.
And yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
now they're overlapping.
It looks perfect.
I think
It's fine.
we will have no comments on the artistic value of the tier list.
No, but it's a good description of like how the weekend went as well and what changed in the league. Yeah, I like this. I think Finn's tier list is a bit cursed, but he's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to talk too much about this. You guys locked top 2 already with that victory.
You don't have to do the cross group play
Nice,
thing.
yeah.
Risen
Top 2
above
is
that.
nice. I'm happy. Then we basically have one best of 3 left, and then it's just best of 5 only for us, I guess.
Yeah.
And take it worth, I guess.
The job's not done, and I feel like there's not a lot of time to train, get better, see what you need to readjust this split. Obviously, it went well for you guys, but yeah, what else is there for KC to work on?
I mean, for sure, you guys saw in the game we lost, and even this game, like, there's still things we have to work on and we have to get better at because we are not at our peak yet. But I know that we are very, very good. Like scrims as well and everything. I think we're playing good. We know how to win the games. We know how to be the best team in the league because we were the ones in winter. So yeah, we just want to keep doing that. We want to keep working on the mistakes we do and then just get better at it.
So you fix the things that are going wrong and then keep doing the things that you're doing well. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep playing our game. Yeah, I love those answers. Naimira, do you have any take on how things went this weekend?
I feel a bit bad for GX because actually I think they're quite a good team. I don't think
they did this to themselves though.
They did,
if
and this is the thing which annoys me about them. They are anti-clutch. This team is actually very good, but they can't stick it in those key moments, which we were just talking about. Actually, I think that MKOI were more clutch against them in their series, and then obviously I think that you were more clutch than the both of them in that too. I actually think GX are a good team. I just need them to stick the goddamn landing. I think they can be a good team, and now things get really messy for them. They're at 1 and 2. There are teams which could potentially slip them up and be a bit of a banana peel, and that's now left this kind of like the chaser groups in Group A, really, Group 1 rather, in a really all over the place situation.
It is. The other group as well, though, if I look at it. I mean, the thing is, G2 only had 1 game.
Yeah.
I want to see more from BDS. Honestly, when I look at BDS and when I look at GX, they're exactly where I expected them to be, but I want to see more.
The thing about BDS is that, yeah, we haven't seen as much from them. I'm in this really weird spot where I don't know if we have enough data to really say that much about it. It's good that they're in this situation, given that they've made changes, but doing that in summer split is risky because you've got worlds on the line. You've got to integrate these people really, really quickly. I mean, I like what Roost is doing. I just don't know. I don't have enough data really to say, well, they'll definitely be, up there competing for top 2 or something.
Well, maybe we have someone on the couch who has data.
I think GX is for sure better than BDS. So like the top 3 team is kind of like, I think our side is probably harder. Like I agree, I think GX problem is just they're anti-clutch. They just really choke like a lot of fights and just decisions in the game. But if they fix that, I know they can be a strong team. Like I know this is a very strong team, so you just have to see more from them. And BDS, yeah, we only seen 2 series. And
yeah.
Overall, I'm not really sure yet.
I want to take a look at the schedule that we have for next week, actually, because we've briefly mentioned the fact that BDS, they have a long road ahead, and I believe the next opponent for them is going to be G2.
That's pretty rough, yeah.
That's pretty rough. Any specific matchup you have your eyes on here?
I mean, there's one in the middle of the board which looks
G2, yeah.
That looks pretty good. I mean, Fnatic currently 3-0. Like, we had the El Clasico. We got to go back to the El Clasico. I mean, it's hard. You can't not pick it, and especially when Fnatic are actually looking pretty good. Get to see Pobe versus Caps and actually see, okay, is he actually going to stick the landing in his own way against, currently I think the best mid laner within Europe. There's a lot of important gameplay to be shown there. It's pretty hard not to pick that. I know it's the common one. I know that you want us to stop talking about it at times too, but it's a really good matchup. I think it's in a fantastic spot right now.
In regular season, it's usually good. It's in playoffs that things go wrong. But
I love the Fnatic G2. Even though I'm not there anymore, it's always fun to watch them at least.
Well, who do you think wins? Actually.
Yeah, that one is hard.
We've seen 1 game from G2.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I think G2 actually looked pretty good on the only series they played. And Fnatic, they've been looking good, but also like I've seen some mess ups from them. So I would give it to G2 right now, actually.
They're ramping up, actually, and we've talked about Pobe's quest of facing off against every mid laner. New quest this week. Caps is the next one. That is the banger that I'm going to be looking at. But that's a story for next week. As we are done here for this week, no LEC tomorrow. We're going to be back next Saturday at the usual time. So let's make the time without League of Legends Esport a bit shorter. You can tune in to the LTA North tonight at 10 p.m. CEST with C9 versus Team Liquid. That's that's all for us here. Yike, thank you so much. Congrats again on winning Match of the Week. Naimira, merci beaucoup as well. And we'll see you all next week. That's a lot of languages. Yay, mini clap.
I'm checking him. Sion here. Yeah, same Sion me. Look, push it to me.
I'm moving.
I give you. Nice, flank me kid.
Can we look?
I can get in there.
No flash Aphelios?
Yeah. Focus Aphelios. No flash Aphelios. Yeah, he's good. Holy shit.
Nice, engage him. Gorgeous. Thank you, buddy.
Beautiful. Mickey is running away. Barris being very...
Flash in a flame! Okay!
Can cook them here.
Yeah, I got some kills, I guess.
Okay, full smaller guys.
We're trolling.
Yeah.
We're mega trolling.
Smaller is that?
Elias.
Can end or no, Elias?
Yeah.
Go in. Okay, you kill them. Pobe.
You got me?
Flash, she might ult.
Alien flash. I can fight her.
I have no ult.
It's not bad.
Kill Ali.
Aurora no flash as well, okay?
Alien flash.
I will go top, but he's fighting. Nice.
Alvaro is so deep, and look, Carter just flashes in. Under it, already goes golden, so he won't die.
Has flash?
No idea.
We're about to find out. No flash.
Guys, Sion is moving. No, he's not. Can we push mid here? Over.
I'm starting to get into it though.
That is close. Someone yings. They have a reset, okay? Can you end mid, guys? I think so.
I don't know, but I want to keep playing. It's kind of fun.
I can go.
I'm looking. Looks there.
Kill him all, no? Oh, no flash? Oh, he's
No,
not.
we can't.
I can tank. Kill and Gunnage. Yes.
Did I get it?
I'm on the way.
There's Victor,
I'm on the way. Yeah. Ori can't fight. Ori's dead.
Yeah.
Wait.
Good job.
TP mid.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Okay, guys, we won that game. We won a late game.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Here comes the Crow Storm! In knockback, instant call, person! What? This people, oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!